in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for the penultimate round of the 2024 County Championship. Surrey hosting Durham in a game that will have a big influence on the final shake-up of the tournament this year. Adam Collins with you, Yas Rana from Wisden.com with me to start, and we have some news from the middle. Rory Burns has won the toss, and as they love to do here at the Oval on a lovely morning, have elected to bowl first. Good morning.
Good morning, Adam. Yeah, Surrey do what they always do when they win a toss. Win a toss, have a bowl. It's a very interesting team selections today, both from Surrey and from Durham. For Surrey, the Curran brothers are both in. Kemar Roach is not involved. Shakib Al Hassan, he had a one-game stint, so if you saw him play at Taunton last week, he's not involved here today. Durham missing several first-choice seam bowlers, and very excitingly, we have a 16-year-old debutant, young James Minto. He's played for England under 19s, highly rated left-arm seamer. He's involved. We've got Kemar Holder, West Indian overseas as well. Ben McKinney, the young top-order player, left-handed, highly rated player as well. But yeah, fascinatingly poised. Surrey do always win the toss and choose to bowl first here. But I think it's a slightly harder decision than normal to bowl first, given the conditions. I know we're in September, but this is as nice a day as we've had here all summer, pretty much. You know, forecast today, not just today, but tomorrow and Thursday as well, 22 to 25 degrees. It'll be a good batting conditions here at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, and look, the pitch has got that tinge of green, but it always does here at the Oval on morning one. So to go through the teams as named at the toss, the captain Rory Burns will open with Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel at 3, Dan Lawrence back into the side, released from England duty in the test side at 4. Ben Folkes the keeper at 5, then both Curran, Sam, then Tom as carded. Jordan Clark the all-rounder, Tom Laws, Connor McKinney and Dan Worrell the 3 frontline seamers. So Kemar Roach missing out, Cam Steele not there either, and as you mentioned before, Shakib Al Hassan was in for his one game deal. He's returned to Bangladesh duty. As for the visitors, Alex Lees is captaining Durham this week in the absence of Scott Borthwick, who has an elbow injury. Ben McKinney will open with him. Emilio Gay, there's an interesting one. We'll talk about that story through the course of the morning. I'm certain he's here from Northants on a 2-game loan, but has signed full-time with Durham as of next season. Colin Ackerman and David Bedingham, the engine room for Durham. They put on a massive 424-run stand last week in their innings victory over Lancashire. They'll bat 4 and 5 respectively. Bedingham, 279 in that massive effort, more runs than anyone in England this summer. Ollie Robinson at 6, then Baz Deleta, the all-rounder. The aforementioned James Minto, the 16-year-old left-armer on debut. Daniel Hogg, another teenage seamer who took 7 for on his debut a couple of weeks ago. Then Chima, Holder and Callum Parkinson, the slow bowlers to round it out for Durham. So they're missing plenty though. They're missing Matty Potts, who took a 9 for last week in a most eventful game at Chester Street. Ben Rain, the ever reliable opening bowler with Potts due to the fact that his wife is scheduled to give birth. And Scott Borthwick, the captain, missing out. So, and not to mention Bryden Cass, who's away with England in the one-day team this week.
And Coughlin as well.
Yes.
So really depleted in the seam bowling department. And it's exciting for viewers, watching. Someone like Hogg probably doesn't get that opportunity a few weeks ago if everyone was fit and available. But he showed from day one he's someone who belongs at this level. I know Minto's a few years younger, just 16 years old. It feels like we've seen more 16-year-olds this year than we've ever done before. Rocky Flintoff, Farhan Ahmed. So it'll be exciting to see him. But yeah, Durham missing a lot of players, and of course, so is Surrey. No Ollie Pope. All the England Test players who are going to Pakistan have been withdrawn from this round of fixtures, and obviously you've got the ODIs against Australia coming up as well, so the likes of Jamie Smith involved there too. So Surrey missing a lot of players, Durham missing a lot of players, but that is the life of county cricket. So often, be it international commitments, the IPL, etc., players are often taken away from the county championship, and the best sides, and Surrey so often have been the best side in recent years, adapt to those changes in availability. I think Surrey have used 23 players in this year's championship. They've been very good at being able to adapt to the specific challenges that different portions of the season give them.
So that lovely morning you mentioned before, Rory Burns with zinc all over his face, wire-brimmed hat as always. It'll be Dan Worrell before long. It's been their playbook here at the Kia Oval across their 2 championship-winning seasons in 2022 and 2023. Win the toss and pop the opposition in and get to work in taking the 20 wickets they require for victory. So a chance to do exactly as they wish here on morning 1. And they'll be followed momentarily by Alex Lees, the captain today, and Ben McKinney. Yes, the other player missing for Surrey is Will Jacks with the England Limited Overs team, and Jamie Overton, who wasn't selected. So he was back from England duties, but not picked this week. But you're right, I think, with respect to the volatility in county ranks ever thus. It's not just a function of where things are at in 2024. It's always been the case that teams have needed to make do, often at this time of year. And in this case, Ollie Pope, who's been given the next 2 games off, effectively, as an ECB contracted player, having just led England in 3 test matches, the most scrutinised matches of his already heavily scrutinised career, and of course off to Pakistan. And the majority of the England players going to Pakistan, the vast majority, are not playing at the moment. So that is a factor. But let's not forget the fact that Surrey, my apologies, Durham are missing plenty as well. Of course, Ben Stokes not about at the moment, nor is Mark Wood with injury, but yeah, Bryden Cass, who came back a couple of weeks ago and made a stunning unbeaten century. And then Matty Potts, who took a record-breaking 9 for 68 in that win last week. There were records everywhere up at Durham in their win over Lancashire. So the degree of difficulty is high for the visitors, with a few teenagers in their 11. And Dan Worrell, who's been immense again throughout the season, will get the first opportunity from our Vauxhall end. 44 wickets in the campaign so far. And after losing last week to Somerset, the title race is open. It's crucial that Surrey bounce back. It was a teenager last week in Archie Vaughan who got the better of them, so they won't underestimate the side that's here at the Oval this morning, that's for sure. Worrell starts with 3 slips. Lee's waiting for him.
It's been a tough week for Surrey. 2 enormous games against Somerset. One in the Championship down at Taunton that famously Surrey lost with just 3 minutes left on the clock, and then finals day, first game against Somerset again, same opponents. Surrey again were in a very good position. Dan Worrell, the man with the ball in his hand right now, reduced Somerset to 7 for 3 in that run chase, but James Rue and Sean Dixon managed to rebuild for Somerset and get them over the line. But Surrey back in familiar territory, not just at home, but also with the Duke's ball. I think Surrey, compared to their title rivals Somerset, have struggled to adapt to Kookaburra rounds. If you look back at the last 2 seasons since the Kookaburra was introduced for the odd round of games, so 2 rounds in 2023, 4 rounds in 2024, Surrey haven't won any of the 6 Kookaburra rounds. They're 7 from 8 with the Dukes this year.
It's a good breakdown. Or beating the bat. 3rd ball of the game, you'll see that plenty from Worrell on the angle across the left-hander.
And people must be wondering, how much of a difference can a different ball manufacturer make? And well, with the Duke's ball, it basically stays harder and swings for longer, so it keeps your seamers interested. If you look at the composition of the Surrey side today, there is so much seam. You've got the Curran brothers, Worrell now, Jordan Clark, Tom Laws, Colin McCurr. So you can sort of pack your side with seam bowlers with the Duke, which is harder to do with the Kookaburra.
You go back to the very start of the season, Cam Steele jumped out of the blocks as Surrey's main wicket taker, not in the 11 today. And Dan Lawrence, who comes back as the number 4, will be the only spinner. But you're right, 6 seamers for Surrey. Worrell, McKerr, Laws, the all-rounder Clark, then 2 further all-rounders in Curran S and Curran T. That is what Surrey have tried to do here, and I think you're spot on about them feeling most at home. Duke's ball,
Bowling first at home.
Bowling first. It really is stacked in their favour. Interesting here that having beaten Lees twice in 4 balls, Worrell's going to change the angle and go round the wicket. Keeps the 3 slips.
The other interesting aspect that I suspect you have a lot of viewers today are the Durham fans, or just fans who don't regularly watch Surrey, who are interested in the title race. The pitch here at the Keir Oval is probably different to what it was a decade or so ago, when it had a reputation for being probably the highest scoring ground in the country. Part of Surrey's success is, generally speaking, you get a result here in the Championship. It's a really good pitch. It offers something to seamers and batters. There's really good carry, there's good pace.
Close sleeve to finish. A maiden for Worrell. Surrey having popped Durham in, none for none.
And part of the reason why Surrey always choose to bowl first is that the general feeling is that the best days for batting are days 2 and 3. So with that layer of grass on top of the pitch, there's real opportunity for Surrey's new ball bowlers to get stuck into this Durham lineup. It'll be Jordan Clark to take the new ball from the pavilion end.
Yeah, we saw that a lot last year. This year he's been utilised more as the first change option. But yes, Jordan Clark, who with Worrell has been the backbone of this attack across the 3 years. He's taken 36 wickets at 25 in 2024, having taken 48 at 21 last year. And these are the ends they prefer as well. Usually it's Worrell away from us and Clark towards us, whether it's with the new ball or coming on first change. Also 3 slips. McKinney on strike, first ball for him.
Yeah, several really exciting players in this Durham lineup, and McKinney is right up there. 19 years old, captained the England 19s at the World Cup earlier this year, scored maiden first class and list day hundreds in August. He's already played for the England Lions. He's one of those guys who's being fast tracked. He scored 46 and 20 against Sri Lanka in a warm-up game, but probably most interestingly did it at a strike rate of 90.
It's on that basis I'm quite looking forward to seeing him play as they scamper through for a leg by first run of the match. That he does it with the high back lift. Tall young man looking to score from the get-go. So can he put some pressure back on this highly rated Surrey attack early on? That's the question.
Yeah, and that maiden first class 100 against Notts as well, 121 off 129 balls. This is a guy who really takes the game to the opposition bowling attack. And this might sound ridiculous historically, but given the current England management and hierarchy and how they go about selection, some of the most well-respected voice in the game have tipped McKinney for higher honours sooner rather than later. So Steve James, a former England opening batter, writing the Times during the Sri Lanka Test match here, actually said there's a reasonable chance that he goes to Pakistan because of the type of player that he is and England's willingness to, I guess, not turn back to players who've done pretty well for them in the recent past. So in the last 2 years, Alex Lees, who is on strike at the moment, Keaton Jennings has been in England Test squad, obviously Dan Lawrence opened against Sri Lanka. If they were going to look to the future, McKinney is quite an exciting option. Previous regimes would never consider it. They would never consider a batter who's only played 6 first-class games, but obviously we've seen several selections in recent months.
It's almost easier to get in the England side the fewer caps you got on that front, and I know it's not lining up quite that way. Different disciplines. Josh Hull wasn't picked on the basis of what he was doing at first class level. It was the bigger picture. It was the machine that he might well be. as the most recent bolter. But yeah, England do love a bolter at the moment. There's no doubt about that. The Shah Bashir story being the case in point nearly 12 months ago. Towards the end of the county season, being famously plucked off Twitter. That'll do. Hope for us all. Yorks him to finish. Keeps the strike. First run from the bat via Alex Lee's 2 for none. The other thing to note about these teams is just how infrequently they've played 4-day cricket against each other, remembering that they haven't been in the same division since 2016. Didn't play earlier this season. The vagaries of Division 1 with 10 teams and 14 rounds is you don't play everyone twice, which is a point of frustration for me, I must say. No elegance in the draw. I liked it better when there were 2 groups of 9 and everyone played each other twice, but that's okay. Those days are over. But yes, the last time these sides, the last time Surrey beat Durham was in 2007.
Wow.
In 5 of their last 6 meetings, Durham have won. And they did the double. That's close to the off stump, that leave. You can see by Worrell's reaction too that it looked like a conventional leave until the ball started swinging after going over the top of the off stump of Alex Lees.
Sorry, talking about the qualities of this pitch here at the Kia Oval. Lees is leaving that on length, and it's not particularly short delivery, pitched up, but you can trust the bounce. And Worrell bowling with really good pace early on. We've obviously got speed guns here on the Surrey broadcast, hitting 84.8 miles per hour early on day one.
In saying that, we've seen a couple of times this year batters watching Worrell take stumps out of the ground when leaving balls alone. There was one a couple of weeks ago, wasn't there, the last time Surrey played here at the Kia Oval, beating Lancs. Should say, by the way, that we're on Sky Cricket today, mentioning our Surrey stream that we've been producing here since the end of 2022. So welcome to all the viewers on the Sky Cricket YouTube channel. It's an exciting development for the domestic game, and we thank Sky Cricket for their support. So we'll be with you throughout the course of the 4 days. What we're calling the match of the round, which I think is reasonable given Surrey are 8 points in the lead. Durham only need 1 point to guarantee that they'll be in Division 1 last year, having had such an emphatic victory over Lancs last week. Small change to the field here. A man round the corner. Not quite leg gully. McKinney steers his first couple of runs of the match.
Yeah, it's interesting how infrequently Surrey and Durham have played each other in recent years. In the last quarter-final recently, that was their first ever meeting in T20 cricket.
Oh, right.
And in the Championship, if you look back at the last 20-25 years, when one has been successful, the other one hasn't. Durham had a couple of periods of really extreme success, and that generally can coincide with actually Surrey being a low ebb.
Yeah, it's their 20th meeting all up in first-class cricket, these teams. And the first time since 2016. In 2016, Durham did the double over Surrey. It's in some parts known for when Sam Curran took his 7-foot, but that was in a losing effort when Curran was a boy running in, opening the bowling with his brother, if I recall correctly, in that 2016 season. Of course, both Curran brothers in the 11 today.
Yeah, the two Curran brothers couldn't have played that many county championship games together in recent years.
Well, we do have Andrew Sampson with us, at least virtually. The greatest cricket statistician in the world, who's part of our Surrey team, and he'll work that out for us. He'll be listening, he'll be watching, he'll send us through a little message. When was the last time that both Curran brothers fronted up in the same Surrey 11? Remember around this time of year in 2015 when they bowled out Northants together and took all 10 wickets on day one? That might have been Sam's, if not his debut, it might have been his second game when he was all of 17 years old. Another compact steer there from McKinney. Second time in the over he gets a couple. So 5 runs from it. Durham 7 for none, having been sent in by Rory Burns. Milestone for Burns this week as well, playing his 200th first-class game, Rory Burns. So congratulations to the Surrey club captain. Out of that, 164 of those games have been here for Surrey. Averages 44 for his home club, 24 centuries, 3 further hundreds in the test matches that he played with England, 32 of those. So one of Surrey's favourite sons, has led them to 3 county championship victories, could be 4 if they did a job this week and next week. Rory Burns, his 200th first class match. There's that swing again after the ball's past the stumps. Had work for folks to do to his right.
It's another tight lead from Lees, as you say. That ball moved sharply, more dramatically after it passed the stumps, but enough to briefly keep Jordan Clark interested there. Attacking the stumps early on, sorry, we saw it with the fields. Dan Worrell had 2 men catching in on the leg side to the 2 left-handers. Clark bowling from around the wicket now too.
And there is that subtle difference with Clark, isn't there? Whereas with Worrell, you're anticipating prodigious movement back towards the left-hander from around the wicket. With Clark, oftentimes he's trying to stand it up off the seam, angle in, steer away, and bring those 3 catches behind the wicket into the game, making batters play at balls they should be leaving. It's been the secret of his success since moving here a few years ago. Well, I say a few years ago, 5th season here now, Jordan Clark, since moving down from Lakes. He's been a star. Again, that's the 3rd time we've seen leaves where we're talking a couple of ball widths away from clattering stumps. So, well, he's doing the right thing and trusting this surface.
Yeah, it's exactly that. These are leaves on length as much as anything else. That ball has come back in sharply to Lees, but he trusts the pitch. Players had 2 very, very good years actually since he was left out of the England Test squad. This time exactly 2 years ago, actually.
Yeah.
Averaged 70 for Durham in Division 2 last year. It's been an interesting season for Durham because ordinarily you'd say that a team coming up from Division 2 and, you know, as you say, they will 100% be, barring a disaster, be in Division 1 next year. I actually think, and I wonder if they feel that they've left a bit out there this season, given the quality of their side. An all-star batting line-up. We'll get to Ollie Robinson later in the day. We'll get to David Bedingham as well, Colin Ackerman. But that bowling attack as well, when Potter's available, obviously some way from full strength at the moment.
Well, on paper, it's only really Surrey and Hampshire who have a bowling line-up that is alongside the strength of Durham's. Seldom full strength, of course. I mean, how often is Mark Wood playing in the championship? Ben Stokes did play a bit more than people give him credit for this year. He took 18 wickets at 18 across a few games. But yeah, I mean, you go back 6 months, my only pre-season prediction was that it would be Durham and Surrey top 2. I haven't quite got that right, with Durham at 5th at the moment. But, oh, it's past the edge. Might have even gone past the inside edge. Difficult to tell from our angle. Either way, not far away from Clark. A probing maiden, lots going on. 7 for none after 4.
Yeah, the slightly fuller length from Clark, drawing Lees into the shot.
Oh, yep, past the inside edge.
Slightly fuller. Lees can't leave the ball on length as he had done previously. So Clark forcing Lees into the stroke with that fuller length and very nearly picking up an early breakthrough.
Just to follow in your point, I agree with you. You look at it on paper. No one's made more runs in England this year than David Bedingham, right? That's the first thing to say. 1,200 plus at 86. 6 centuries. Ollie Robinson at the start of the year was untouchable. The better part of 1,000 runs. Lee's up near 800. Then with the ball, Potts, Rain, available for the vast majority of the season. Cameos from Peter Siddle. He's pretty good at cricket. He took 13 at 12 or something like that in a couple of games that he played. The emergence of Hogg, who we'll see this week. There's the angle from Worrell to start the over. Up at 87 mile an hour as well.
Durham's overseas seamers at different points. Sure, none of them played for significant periods of the summer, but Neil Wagner, Peter Siddle, Scott Boland.
Yep, that's it.
And that's before you've got Kamal Holder involved now. Bryden Cast, I know he's not been around for much this season, but he's played 4 games. Ben Stokes has played 3 games. Potts has played 8. You know, Potts is in that period in his career where he's involved in test squads, but he doesn't get IPL gigs. So actually is available for a lot of the summer. So he's someone who could totally spearhead an attack to a championship win in theory.
And you always need that second or third bowler in that relationship, and it's always Ben Rain. Ben Rain's been just as effective as Potts this season on the whole. Yeah, they suffered from a washout in week 1.
Yeah.
They made tons of runs against the Kookaburra ball, but weren't able to take the wickets to force results in the first couple of weeks. Deflection into the gully. So they were starting a fair way behind, but you take it in context. Their first season back in Division 1 had to wait so long as well. Remember the way they went down to Division 2. They didn't just get relegated. They got super relegated with that massive ECP points deduction when they were taken from. They finished in 4th in 2016, didn't they? And then they found themselves really struggling off the field, and it's taken a long time to build back up, and Ryan Campbell's done a terrific job. First time we've seen McKinney get a chance to pull, and he does so perfectly. Finds the gap, hits it sweet to the shorter side of the ground, 11 for none.
Yeah, he's quite an imposing batter, just physically. Very tall, looks very strong, and just there, rocks back in his crease and pulls that in front of square. A statement shot, I think, just showing Worrell that, I'm not just here to defend, I'm going to take you on.
So many teams have let Worrell come here and bowl to them through the season. Just on the pitch, just quickly before coming back, I said the shorter boundary. It's nowhere near as pronounced as it normally is during a championship game. This would often be the strip that internationals will be played on. Maybe not the test match pitch, that's 2 over to the right from, you can just see on the right-hand side of your screen, that was the test pitch. But, by the standards that we're used to for county cricket, this is quite central. So there's no, drop kick 55 yards over the rope this week. That's over to the Peter May stand side of the ground, gasometer, which is marginally shorter. Or cut him in half. And Worrell knows it as well. Throws his head back, having been pulled earlier in the over. That could have been a feather through via the inside edge or even hit the off stump. 11 for none after 5.
Yeah, my point about McKinney's pull shot there is, if I think back to openers who've had some success, or top order players who've had some success against Surrey this year, it's generally been guys who've tried to take Worrell, Clark, etc. on. I think Rob Yates, when Warwickshire here at the start of the season, he really took the attack against Surrey. Tom Lammonby at the start of the season as well, played aggressively here. I think that's the way to go, because these guys are so good that if you're just trying to survive, there will be a ball with your name on it early doors.
Shot. Square drive from Lees, had the chance to free the arms, didn't miss out.
Yeah, Clark erring slightly too full and too wide on this occasion, inviting Lees to drive that through the vacant cover point region. Lees' first boundary, who moves on to 6. Samo's been in touch, Colo.
So he has. There he is. Andrew Sampson on our screen. So this is in relation to James Minto. You put this out there before play started. Yeah, it's just how young is he in context? Forward, bat and pad close together. Bit of interest from the cordon. Well, he's 16 years and 296 days, which makes him the youngest first-class debutant for Durham ever. And that beats Gary Scott, who was 17 years and 18 days against Derbyshire at Chester Street in 2001. So there you go, the youngest ever debutant for Durham in first-class cricket, taking the field today, James Minto. Love it.
That's the third 16-year-old that Surrey have come across in the last 4 rounds, I think, because Rocky Flintoff played here, Farhan Ahmed made his debut at Trent Bridge, and now Minto here. Is this just a freak year, or do you think something is happening in the production of players that makes players at that stage of their career more suitable to play professional cricket? Is it perhaps an unintended consequence of the One Day Cup, is that because counties have to play these guys in the One Day Cup, and Minto is someone who's played a couple of games in 50 over competition?
Well, it was if it was foretold with Flintoff out of the One Day Cup. Remember that let's use Flintoff as the case study. He emerged as a guy who got an opportunity in the Lancs twos. It was like, wow, Rocky Flintoff. We know that name. Lancs twos. This is remarkable. Gets 100 there. It's like, well, of course he's going to play in the One Day Cup because they've got to find 11 blokes to play each week, and a lot of them are quite busy in the 100 at that time of year. Does well enough there to justify a first-class opportunity in the latter part of the season. So I think that's a big part of it, is that there's this visibility that wasn't there before, and that counties are willing to use the second 11 and the Metro Bank Cup teams. I wouldn't say it's development teams. That'd be. Just had my mic turned off, I think. There. Excuse me. We'll try and recover the situation. Yeah. One extreme to the other here with the mic volume, but anyway, we'll work on that. Safe in defence to finish. 5 runs from the over 16 for none. So that'll be one thing. It's opportunities that weren't there quite so much. But maybe it's just a talent ID thing. This is the stuff that we perhaps know less about as journos, because we're focused on what's happening at the end of the production line, how the sausage is made. You know, we see the sausage, but how it's being made. Is there anything going on differently behind the scenes that means that they're able to ID players at sort of 14, 15 who they think could be capable of playing senior men's cricket at 16, 17. It seems inconceivable, you know, even as a club player, playing first team at 16 seen as a freakish thing, a very unusual thing, right? To do it at a professional level, it is remarkable, but there has to be something going on, you're right.
I think part of it is probably how much more cricket is filmed. So there is, I forget his name, but there's a 15-year-old at Lancashire who has gone viral on social media a few times, just playing club cricket. Like, his array of shots is totally ridiculous.
Good running there from McKinney. Saw the chance for the quick single and got through.
And in previous generations, the only way you could possibly be excited of someone of that age is just looking at tables, basically, that say how many runs they've scored.
Right.
Whereas now you can actually see it with your own eyes.
So the classic sort of schoolboy cricketer who has made 800s in the season, Alistair Cook, Daniel Drummond, another who had prodigious school careers. You would only know them by the aggregates in the back of Wisden or whatever it is the next April. Whereas now
you can actually see them with your own eyes.
Great point.
And on McKinney, what I found quite interesting, and I don't know the answer to this, is I found it quite interesting that the England, maybe not hierarchy, but the talent ID people in England were really excited about him before he'd played that much professional cricket. So this has been his breakout year as a professional. First class 100, first list A 100. But he was the England under-19 captain last year. He was being picked for that England Lions squad before he'd actually done inside edge to the man at fine leg. McKinney picks up a single, moves on to 9. You know, he got picked for the England Lions, which is in effect the England second string side, before he'd scored a first class 100. You know, they really rated him before he'd done an awful lot of work in the county championship. So I'd be fascinated to know what it is they're looking at. What is it about players that get them fast tracked into the England under-19 setup when they're 16, 17, and what it is about those players who then get fast-tracked, almost overtake county cricket and go straight into the Lion setup.
Nicely worked. Didn't have to overhit it there, Lees. Across the square. Gets to the ropey. Second boundary into double figures. It's 22 for none, Durham. Watching it back here. High front elbow. That's the right response to Worrell. Limited risk when it's that full. I think there maybe is another factor in all of this, is that the price signals being sent out, if you want to use sort of market terms, by Rob Key as the czar of England high performance. So much of the direction that he is setting is clearly filtering through to what we're seeing in terms of scoring rates and that kind of thing. Another couple on offer. Yep, through well. Lees moves it to 24 for none. One to come in the over. So Rob Key said a couple of weeks ago in an interview that he did on, I think it was Test Match Special, wasn't it, that he was really interested in seeing how he could broaden out the pathway to the top. That there was a pathway that he knew well. I find it frustrating when people get stuck into Rob Key and suggest that he doesn't care at all for the county championship and doesn't know anything. I mean, who's more qualified than he? More runs? Yep, just a deflection off Folks' glove. It might have been via a thigh pad or wait for the signal. Coming through here. No, a bye. Rare bye for Folks. Busy over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 coming from it. 25 for none. Durham. So, you know, Rob Key played the better part of 20 years of county championship cricket. I'm sure he's got strident views about the reduction of games and that kind of thing, but at least his opinions are coming from a position of authority, that he's been there, he's done that, he knows it. And having worked with him periodically before he became an administrator, no one's watching more county streams than Rob Key. He's probably watching right now, or at least a game or two on his phone or his iPad or something like that. And I only say that to make the point that when he observes that he wants there to be other avenues to the England team beyond that. Oh, Worrell and Clark together doing these types of things. It's never easy. Clark starting his new over from the pavilion end with a ball that Lee's really thought about before belatedly shouldering arms. We'll see it again. Yeah, that's the kind of cleave, isn't it? Playing then leaving.
It's exactly the ball you were talking about earlier. You know, had a few balls that swung into the left-handers. That one just holding its line from around the wicket, just nipping away a little bit.
Yes, just to finish that thought, that with Rob Key being out there saying very clearly to anyone who'll listen that there are more ways to make the England team than bashing the door down through county cricket. That's one way, not dismissing that way, but there are other ways as well. It does kind of lend itself to outside the square thinking. It does lend itself to what you're describing. Well, there might be someone who can, theoretically, jump a queue that wasn't jumpable 5 years ago.
Well, they always talk about looking at what players could do rather than what they can't do. They look at the positives in players. And as they sneak through for a quick single, lead on to 15. It annoys me when people say they don't care about what people do in the county championship, because using Surrey and Durham players as an example, which English player's got the best county championship average over the last 6 years? By a mile, it's Ollie Pope. He's the England captain most recently. Jamie Smith's been one of the standout players in the last 2 years. They obviously care about county championship runs. Matt Potts over the last 3 years, you know, probably alongside Sam Cook, has been the standout bowler in domestic cricket.
Well, you might remember when, short ball, just for a moment I thought, might that carry to fine leg? No, it doesn't get to Worrell, gets to him on the second bounce. I think there was it might have been Key or possibly it was Stokes at the time, when Potts was picked from, I wouldn't say nowhere, but when he was picked in 2022 for Test cricket, I said he was like the 17th in the depth chart before the season started, but took so many wickets through April and May, they just could not ignore him. So you're right. I mean, the championship, as I say, is one path. That was the Matt Potts path, but it may not be the path for others.
Yeah, England selection isn't purely a reward for county championship performance. The reward for county championship performance is winning the county championship. England obviously will use county championship performances to guide them in their thinking around selection, but there's been a healthy acknowledgement of how different the two worlds are, really, the county championship and Test cricket, even here at the Kia Oval. One of the best pitches in the country. They talked about it in the Test coverage on Sky, how there's just that little bit more grass left in county games. It's a 4-day game versus a 5-day game. Obviously the conditions are going to be slightly different.
2 off the over, 27 for none.
Good start this from Durham. Very good start.
Yeah, they're looking to...
Warren and Clark have got the ball to move, but hasn't really been a chance yet. Couple of close leaves. So we have a change in the commentary box.
We do.
I think, as Adam Collins makes way for Dan Norcross for the first time today.
He's got his velvet green jacket and he's ready to tell us a story or two. Catch you in half an hour.
Yeah, really good start this from Durham. We're used to seeing Surrey, when they win the toss, run through opposition top orders at home. You know, there's that stat from Sam Oates that Surrey have now bowled first. The last 10 times they've won the toss here at the Kia Oval. We have our first change of bowler today. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions from the first ball to the final over. Let's power change together. Sam Curran is in, replacing Dan Worrell.
Big moment this, you fancy? Slip still in place. He looked like one of Surrey's more effective bowlers the last time he played.
Barely bowled a bad ball. Gave nothing away. I think he went something like 2 runs and over across both innings. What have you made of the opening half an hour so far?
It's been good cricket, hasn't it? Really good. It's great to watch McKinney. And Lees, of course, forgotten man of Bazball. They've withstood some pretty tight, accurate bowling. It's been a little bit of movement. It's not been extravagant, has it? It feels a bit counterintuitive, doesn't it, to bowl on a day like today? But it's September. And, you know, if you're going to get something out of the pitch, often at the Oval, that first day. But sometimes it happens a little bit later, at the front and back end of the season. Just needs to warm up a little bit more.
To be fair, Dan, it's a pretty warm day.
It is, but it's the ground I'm talking about. And so the actual ground itself can be quite cold this time of year, and then the sun gets on it and it creates that slight difference.
So
temperatures.
You saying
the ground
that the
and the
ground needs to be warmer for the ball to move?
Yeah, just a little. You think back to those April days where it really does nothing. I don't know whether that's specific to the Oval, but watching a lot of cricket here, you do find that, don't you? It's like sort of May starts to be really difficult to bat, especially on the first day. But April, not so much.
Well, we talked about this a lot in April, that it's one of the great misconceptions in county cricket that April's a particularly difficult month to bat. It's borne out in the numbers. April, I know this year, slightly different with the Kookaburra ball, but in a normal year with the Duke's ball, April is actually, the statistics say, pretty good for batting. And I think it's for, as you say, there is just less movement.
I think it's the second most prolific month for batting, and then this year, because of some extraordinary high scores, as you say, the Kookaburra ball for a couple of rounds made a difference. I think it pushed it in the last 10 years into top spot.
Wow.
April, which it feels counter to our sense of what we think we know to be true.
I think, is there also something in the hardness of pitches?
I think so, and
that they're also pretty slow in April. Now, if we compare conditions today, as McKinney blocks out the final ball of that over, Sam Curran starts the maiden, Durham 27 for none after 9.
Well, they're pristine as well, aren't they? That's the other thing about them, because they're as good as the ground staff can get them. Not been trampled across. We're very central today, aren't we? It feels that with the Oval being quite a large playing area, you tend not to get a short side unless the pitches are very definitely skewed to one side or the other, because they can make the boundary size pretty even once you get pitches roughly in line with the middle of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion.
I think we're 5 strips off what was used in the Test match. But as you say, there's a shorter but not short boundary towards the gas holder.
Now, Surrey have got a proper battery of seamers in this game. It's amazing. There's no Kemar Roach, yet there is Laws and McKerr, 2 Currans, Clark, Worrell. So they should be able to spread the loads a bit today. And the way Durham have started, it could be quite a long day. Ooh. Slightly false shot, got the toe of the bat, that one. We're keeping our eye as well, of course, across the county championship. Lancashire have lost a wicket.
Yeah, Harry Singh on first class debut. He's fallen to Craig Overton early on. So Lancashire 29 for 1. Huge game for both sides, obviously. Surrey particularly interested in how Somerset fare in this round. Somerset 8 points behind Surrey.
Lancashire also, they're looking upwards, aren't they? They're looking at knots.
Yeah, Lancashire getting to desperation point. starting this round 11 points behind Notts. In the last few rounds, Warwickshire, Worcester and Durham themselves here have sort of pulled away from the bottom three.
If you are Lancashire, do you want a result wicket against Somerset, or do you want a high scoring draw? It puts a lot of pressure on the last game, doesn't it? But you fancy there's going to be pressure on that last game anyway.
Well, looking at other scores around the country, if you're talking about the possibility of high scoring draws, Notts, Lancashire's direct rivals for the second relegation spot, they're 45 without loss at Canterbury after 8.2 overs, so that's a good start. And
that is a tricky pitch, Canterbury, to get 20 wickets from, especially for Kent, poor things. We don't have the most rapier-like attack. Oh, that's a beauty. Snakes past the outside edge, a slightly prodding bat from Lees. It's a perfect length, this. It's a little wide to be playing that shot.
I think the angle that Clark gets from around the wicket, slightly wider release point, bit of swing in, sort of forces you to play. Lees early on left a couple of balls, I think, purely on length.
Oh, now another indeterminate waft from Lees. And over when he could easily have lost his wicket there. Another parsimonious one from Clark, a maiden, 27 without loss after 10. Now, I don't know how important this is, but you and I have watched a lot of cricket at the Oval, and it's quite rare to see the flags above the pavilion fluttering in the direction that they are. Today we've got a kind of northeasterly, I would say, east-northeasterly. Normally the prevailing direction of wind travel is from the southwest, and this is pretty much the exact opposite direction. I don't know what that'll do, whether we'll see more or less swing. It's often in quite a dry direction. So we're not going to be gazing away to our right over Archbishop Tennyson's School, petrified of impending cloud cover. It's not that kind of a day. Instead, the dry easterlies. What do you make of the pitch here as well, Yas? You can see footmarks, so there's a bit of moisture, obviously.
It's been really good carry early on. Ben Folkes taking several deliveries up at shoulder height, balls at no shorter than a length.
That's nicely played, finds the gap. It'll run down to the boundary for 4. Very controlled shot from Lees.
Do you think he meant to get it that fine? Wasn't too far away from the cordon.
It was a deliberate shot, I would say. He may have got a little finer than he might have liked. I don't think it was hard in mouth stuff, though.
Yeah, sorry, still attacking. 3 slips in place.
Well, another feature of matches at the Oval this year, Andrew Sampson may be able to help us out with this, is that actually we've seen quite a few reasonable starts, and then little clusters of wickets about an hour and a half into play, hour and a half, once the lacquer's worn off.
Well, this was a talking point during the test match here, that actually England attacked too much in the opening 10 overs, because what we've seen over the summer is exactly what you say. The ball, and interesting you say that the ball swings more after 10 or so overs. That ball there from Curran swung miles. Lee's left it alone, but considerable movement from Sam Curran.
Yeah, we're getting into that danger zone.
Yeah, you know, the thinking was that you almost need to just bide your time in the first 10 overs and wait until the lacquer does come off, the ball swings slightly more, and then really attack once that happens.
It's one of the great confusions to me that someone like Chris Wokes, whose major skill in England is getting the ball to move around and swing a bit, that we give him the ball when it probably does a little bit less and then take him off just as it starts to get exciting. That's nicely nudged away, just straying onto the pads.
Well, I think with with Wokes, it's very similar to Dan Worrell as a bowler, I think. And the reason why I think you do want to give them the new ball is because they are just able to swing it more than other people. They almost don't need the lacquer to come off to get that movement. So I think they'll find more movement than a normal, in inverted commas, bowler would at that period of the game.
And there's a fairness to that. Just you do sometimes wonder whether it might be an idea to have Gus Atkinson bowl cross seam for 3 overs.
Bang it in.
Yep. Solid defences from McKinney. Yep, it's time for you to take a break, Yas. The score 33 without loss. A good, solid start from Durham. No major alarms. Ball's beaten the bat a little bit here and there, but the pitch is playing well. It's a lovely sunny day. It's warming up by the minute. Not panic stations yet for Rory Burns, having elected to field. But then he's elected to field 10 times. Last 10 times won the toss. He's elected to field. Cameron Ponsonby is alongside me. Hello,
Good
Cam.
morning, Daniel. How are
Good morning. Do you know I'm strangely chipper?
Strangely? You're
Strangely
always
chipper.
chipper when
Well,
you're with me, at least.
Well, I'm chipper with you, and I'm chipper at the Oval. The last home game of the summer. We still calling it the summer?
On days like today we are, absolutely. Although you could argue this is kind of autumn at its finest.
Good.
Kind of a crisp warmth across
sort
the
of-
capital.
I don't really allow for autumn until the autumnal equinox around the 21st. So
Is that around the 21st of September?
yes, I'm clinging
What is
on.
the autumnal equinox, if
Well,
I
it's-
can embarrass myself with my lack of knowledge?
Well, it's the point at which, effectively, sunrise and sunset 12 hours apart. Equinox.
Oh, lovely.
Equal night.
I love learning.
There's a vernal one as well, of course, in March. And that's how you get meteorological and astrological.
So what does vernal refer to there? Because if the autumnal equinox, I imagine, be
Vernal spring.
vernal spring. Thank you. If it'd been the spring equinox, I wouldn't have asked the question.
No, but that would make it too easy.
Thank you. Exactly. And who wants things to be easy in this
Yeah.
modern day?
So I think meteorologists go in clumps of months. So spring is March, April, May, and summer is June, July, August, that sort of thing. Now then, he has got hold of that really well. That was high. It was up above shoulder height. That's been brilliantly put away by McKinney, who's looked mostly untroubled today. It's a bit of a thrill to watch a young player like McKinney starting out in his career.
No, it's a real treat to be able to see McKinney in the flesh today, having watched him for large portions of the season on a county championship stream. He's one of 3 teenagers in this Durham 11, and McKinney is one of these players who is so widely and unanimously tipped to potentially make it to the very top. To get a chance to see him in action today, be a treat for all involved.
Well, Surrey will be very wary of teenagers after their experiences at the hands of Archie Vaughan. There's a few teenagers coming to the fore at the back end of the season, of course. Rocky Flintoff playing for Lancashire. There's a lot of excitement about Farhan Ahmed as well.
Well, every county's seem to have decided that you can win things with kids.
With kids, yeah.
They've all collectively decided they wanted to prove that their 16-year-old's better than everyone else's 16-year-old.
Well, it looks like a good crop's coming through, doesn't it? Phil Mustard's son as well.
I was chatting to someone involved in kind of county pathway development, and they were kind of a little bit confused at the move, because there was the impression that there'd been not an out-and-out directive from the ECB, but the idea of like not necessarily pumping up kind of, if you're 16 and 17 and don't have to be on a professional contract to play yet, and kind of to allow people to develop. And now it's been a case of actually, let's play all of them at the same time.
Because they're rather good. End of the over, 5 from it. Durham still pootling along perfectly happily here, 38 without loss. We're now 46 minutes into the day's play. Surrey having won the toss. Electing to bowl, failing to make the breakthrough so far.
Of course, kind of now coming on to bowl from the Vauxhall end, or to continue at the Vauxhall end, is kind of the original teenage phenomenon in Sam Curran. You kind of forget just how long he's been around. I was looking up his Cricinfo profile yesterday. Made his first class debut back in 2015 as a 16-year-old. He's played so much cricket for someone of his kind of relative lack of age.
I think Surrey put out a little clip of him taking 7 for, didn't they, when he was a 16, 17-year-old?
That sounds entirely plausible, entirely likely.
That's nicely clipped away. Outfield is quick, but it shouldn't make it to the boundary.
Jordan Clark's quicker.
Do you know, Sam Curran has got a very curious distinction.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. There's a ripple of applause around the ground. I wonder if Alex Lees might have reached a milestone there.
I believe
with that couple of runs.
Indeed. I shall pull up Andrew Sampson's handy stat sheet and report back to you imminently.
Yeah, Sam Curran is I mean, this isn't something that I suppose was a source of massive celebration to him. But he's one of only 2 people in the history of men's test cricket.
Yes.
To have got out for his age on his birthday in a test match.
So when on his 23rd birthday, he got out for 23. Is this?
It was 20, and he got 20. Oh, that's going to run away fine. Thudding off the pad. It probably will just make it over the rope. It does. Leg by signal by the umpire. So just straying a little bit in line, perhaps trying to find that magic ball, the one that's going to swing back from the straight. Take top of off, maybe take an edge. And this time it just didn't move, it kept on going with the arm.
I think I'd take 20 runs on my test. I'll take 20 test runs on my 20th birthday. I think that's a fine achievement.
You'd take 20 test runs in your career, wouldn't you?
I think about it. And I have an answer re Alex Lees as well.
The only other man to achieve such a feat.
Oh, goodness me, sorry.
Jeff Puller made 26 on his 26th birthday. Oh, he's got him. That's not a great leave. Oh, and no ball's been signalled. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, it's still not a great leave. The stump uprooted. And that will be painful for Curran and Surrey. He can't quite believe it. He's asking the umpire, how much of a no ball was that? I don't normally no ball, he says. I mean, that's not a good leave. It was straight. It was just outside off stump. Lee's obviously expected the ball to swing away a touch, but he has been reprieved. I wonder if we're going to get a little side-on view of this, because Curran is still, I think, struggling to process that he's bowled a no ball. That could well be just the simple disappointment of having a wicket chalked off.
I believe that bail has broken as well, so we have a lot of mundane action in the middle whilst we can kind of compute what's just happened. I was expecting to see on the replay kind of this vast amount of movement off the pitch or seam, or the ball is kind of pitched around 4th stump and then nipped back, but not massively so, and it's hit around 2/3 of the way up the stump as well. It was a wonderfully satisfying thunk as the ball crashed into off stump. The umpire was very quick to award it a no ball.
I mean, I'd like to see that again. I don't think it really did jag back particularly hard. I mean, bowling left arm over. I don't think there's massive movement there, but misjudgment that Alex Lees has got away with. Now, am I right in saying, I think his brother Tom didn't take the wicket because it was a no ball. Did he not get David Warner out on his debut with a no ball?
He did indeed at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and Warner was on 99.
Yes.
And he kind of got himself in a real tangle and spliced the ball up towards mid-on. I remember a friend of mine, an English friend of mine, was in the crowd and was promptly told many bad words after celebrating.
I was in the box that day. Now, the applause you heard earlier was for Alex Lees, who's now scored 5,000 first-class runs for Durham.
Well, I was poised and ready.
When did he move from Yorkshire? Because that's quite a quick 5,000, isn't it? 4 or 5 years ago?
I'll have to look that up as well. I kind of almost had naturally assumed when I first saw the stat, I'd have delivered it incorrectly. I'd have said 5,000 runs.
First-class runs.
Total.
Well, I am informed, whether reliably or not.
Oh, it is very reliable because Alex Lee says over 10,000 first-class runs total.
End of the over, 46 without loss. An irksome over for Surrey that they thought they had the breakthrough. The umpire did not. It was a good early call of no ball. As we see the score there, Lee's 23, McKinney 14. We've got a change of bowler, and it's going to be Tom Curran, the fourth bowler used today. Clark the most parsimonious, 6 overs for 13. But fair few maidens there as you'll get in the first day of the County Championship match. 4 so far, but Durham's still going on at quite a nice lick, 3.5 and over.
So Sam Curran did not bowl a single no ball in his previous first-class outing against Lancashire. He hasn't bowled one this morning. Well, he has bowled one this morning.
He has bowled one, and what a one to bowl.
Absolutely, but perhaps it was the extra inch that gave him that extra inch of pace.
That is very true, you see.
Lees would have lined it up beautifully.
Well, the ball is delivered from where it's delivered, so it would have been a different ball had it been behind the line.
Hit middle rather than off.
Possibly. Well, Lees might have played at it. It's a handsome looking drive. They don't take the single that was in a one-day game. It's a single every time, isn't it? You just set off, but the mindset's different in red ball.
The risk reward isn't quite there, and you see Tom Laws kind of scampering around. You fear he might be able to perform something miraculous, and your days are already over. And on a day like today, where typically it has often been as well, I was about to say it was the best to bat on at the Oval, and that I was about to realise that was a lie because it hasn't been over the course of the season.
Oh, that's a beauty. Snaking past the outside edge, a genuine play and miss. Take a look at this again. I think there was real movement there for Tom Curran. That is delightful. It's great to see Tom Curran back playing red ball cricket. He's answered the call. Surrey have had a lot of call-ups to England. They're missing the likes of Gus Atkins and Jamie Overton, not able to bowl. He scored that brilliant 86 at Taunton, in vain as it turned out, but he started with the bat, very handy with the ball. He's got a marvellous run-up, I think, which is in great contrast to his younger brother. His younger brother runs in with the furious rage of a man who's been denied the opportunity to watch his favourite programme, has been sent to bed by his parents. Tom, on the other hand, sort of starts this low crouching approach and then just gradually gets taller and taller into the crease.
It's wonderful as well to be able to see the two of them playing together. I've sent the memo out to find out when the last time Sam and Tom would have, well, I'm sure in a T20 fixture they'd have played together a number of times, but in a red ball game.
Was it 2 matches ago?
No, it wasn't too much because this is Tom's second match. Don't do that to me, Daniel.
When he first came onto the scene, Tom Curran, he was the mainstay of Surrey's attack. Could bowl very long spells. Bashed out a pretty parsimonious length. It's a county length. Talking 8-9 years ago.
It's also an indication of just how the depth of that Surrey have in their seam department. And we've still got Tom Laws and Conor McKerr ready and waiting.
Yes, it's a 6-man seam bowling attack, which is quite unusual.
7 if you can count Ryan Patel.
Ryan Patel, yeah.
I suspect Ryan Patel won't be getting a bowl this match, but I've been wrong before.
Well, we shall wait and see. Handy partnership break, of course, holds a record, does he not, for the fastest fifer? She got
6
it
for
Guildford.
5, I believe, at Guildford.
Guildford against Somerset.
It was indeed 6 for 5.
End of the 14th, 46 without loss. A maiden to start with from Tom Curran.
And it was indeed against Somerset. So between us,
We got there.
absolutely.
I think the time it took for him to get from his first wicket to his 5th wicket.
Yep, I've got the answer here.
Yes, is it a record?
Well, it doesn't tell me that. It just tells me the number of balls.
How many balls?
Well, I thought you said that. I thought that was your guess.
No, I don't. I don't know how many balls it
Oh,
was.
have a
I just
guess.
thought it was a
Have
record.
a guess.
14.
11.
Ooh, that is quick.
It's really, it is very, very
You
speedy.
really can't go much quicker than that. You can get 5. Anything between 5 and 10.
What made it all the more wonderful, in his previous 7 first-class matches, he's taken just 2 wickets.
That's
and
marvellous.
5 and 11 balls.
It can be a silly game sometimes, cricket. Now I wonder, that reprieve for Lees. We might not quite see so many leaves. Which may please Sam Curran. He's got the field set for the edge with 3 slips in place, backward point, cover and a mid-off. There's a sort of deep backward square, not so much a fine leg for Sam Curran. He is the only boundary rider. And of course, we will keep you constantly updated today on matters around the country in the penultimate round of County Championship matches. Josh Bohannon is out. Craig Overton with another wicket. Rue with the catch behind the stumps. Lancashire 42 for 2. Good start for Somerset, having decided to bowl this morning on winning the toss. Oh, Sam Curran liked that, but a little too high, I think. See Lee's rubbing parts of his
I believe
leg.
he also might have hit it. But aside from those two things,
Yes, inside edge onto top of back thigh. Warwickshire 33 for 3 against Essex, who still have the very tiniest sliver of a hope. After being docked those 12 points, it's probably not realistic. It's gone fine. I'll run away to the boundary. So wait to see the umpire signal. Did he get a bit of bat on that? He did. And the 50's up. As we have almost had an hour's play, 59 minutes of play so far this morning. It's belonged to Durham. Having been put into bat. They withstood some good, accurate bowling. A little bit of movement here and there on a pacey pitch.
I think you can see there the kind of how fine the margin for error for Sam Curran is. He's just getting that movement away from the left-hander, and as soon as the line sets off down around middle stump, the ball just keeps on going down. It just needs to be shifted over half the stump to the right, and that'll be perfect.
Sort of almost there.
Almost there.
Almost there. That's where you want it.
And it almost gives me a little bit more sympathy for Alex Lees' kind of poor leave that he got away with, because Curran has been getting that shape away from the left-hander, and with the ball having started outside of Lees' off stump, he probably thought he was quite safe for the ball to continue in that direction. As it happened, it nipped in not very much, clattered into his off stump, but he lived to fight another day.
That is the closest Surrey have got to a wicket today. Another one that just rattles into the pad. So, an hour's play, 50 without loss. Lees 27, McKinney 14. There, I'd say a bit of alarm. There's been a few plays and misses. There's been some encouragement for the bowlers. And Rory Burns has got 6 seamers that he can perm, but just be starting perhaps to get a little agitated. It's time for me to take a break. Let's welcome back Adam Collins.
Well, Alex Lees found himself in a bit of strife there. I think that final delivery from Sam Curran has just taken an inside edge and it clattered into his back thigh, by the looks of it, where the protection doesn't cover. Adam Collins makes his way into the chair.
G'day, Cam.
G'day, Adam.
Curran's together. Did we get an answer from Samo? I did put it out there. I know we've had various answers from him about whether the last time that the two Currans played in the same Surrey team together. Is that emerged?
It is as of yet unanswered. We could put it on the Google Doc. I put it on the WhatsApp chat. We've got so many methods of technology.
Yeah, I often send Samo late night requests. And that's just because I'm a cool guy, you see. That's why I was so popular in high school.
He's only ever a WhatsApp away. That's the problem. It'll be 2 a.m. You're in Cricket Archive.
That's found the inside portion of the bat from Tom Curran. So he's an interesting first-class career, Curran. He's came in and played important roles from time to time. That victory, it was at Scarborough a couple of seasons ago, wasn't it? Where Tom Curran played what I think was a one-off game in defeating Yorkshire. That also featured Aaron Hardy, who's opening the bowling for Australia now, as it turns out. He looked good the other night, Aaron Hardy. Did you catch any of that T20 from Cardiff?
I saw his opening over, and it was a good opening over, so I can agree with you. But if outside those 6 balls, I have no idea.
I'm not going to lie to you. It's all I saw as well. But it's sufficient. when you're forming... he played the one game for Surrey, didn't he? And then there was the opportunity for him to go up and experience the Scarborough Festival. It's through its 4. So McKinney has been kept a fraction quieter in the last half an hour. Fuller from Curran, tempting him to an extent. But as we'll see here, got enough of it to evade any fielder.
He's such a tall man, Ben McKinney. Also known to be a very kind of attacking, powerful player. It's one of the kind of quirks of the current setup of the English domestic summer, in that he impressed for Durham in the One Day Cup this year, and probably his reward will be a 100 deal next year.
Yeah.
He's shaping up to be a very fine all-format player.
Yeah, we reflecting earlier with Yas that he's beaten by Curran. Has it found an edge? It's more a celebration than an appeal from Tom Curran, and he's been turned down.
I don't know if Surrey really believed in that. There was a mass celebration, but there wasn't the biggest reaction from Ben folks behind the stumps. They kind of almost seemed to kid themselves into believing it had been so clear as day that McKinney should just be walking off. I think that stayed pretty low on McKinney and beaten the bat. He had no real interest.
Yeah, you look at the cordon here. We'll get a decent angle here of the response, which isn't everything, of course, but as I said, it was more a celebration than an appeal from the bowler. He finishes here, one hand off the bat. So eventful. McKinney keeps a strike. He's 19. Very good start from Durham, 55 for none.
Yeah, I think that was Surrey at the Emmys there. I don't believe in that appeal, to be perfectly honest. We didn't pick up anything through the FX mic. Seemed to stay very low, or didn't seem to, it did stay very low on McKinney.
It's one of those. We don't have the technology at our disposal to know either way. But yeah, vibes. It felt, yeah, maybe.
That's all we've got to go on.
Maybe, and that. I'm not a huge fan of the sort of run straight down to the keeper unless it's very, very obvious. So maybe, and give the benefit of the doubt to Curran if you thought it was very obvious. Well, I suppose so be it. But I think there should be at least some sort of pivot in the direction of the central umpire. It's a funny one, that, because we see it increasingly with leg before dismissals where bowlers will celeb repeal. Curran the junior, Curran the younger, continues from our Vauxhall end. I've written about it in the past about Law 42 and how it requires it. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But nothing compels the bowler to turn around. So you need to appeal to the umpire, but that can be
It could be square leg.
That's second slip in that scenario, right? The question has been asked,
yes.
so it clears the bowler. Now there is excessive appealing, which is a separate thing. Just a little hint of movement there from Sam Curran on the leg stump line, though. McKinney deals with it easily.
I do also think, though, in terms of the celebraprile, I've never been able to say that word, so we're going to have to struggle through this.
Like the way I pronounce all Prendergast, the Irish superstar. I can't quite get a name out.
We're digging ourselves into a hole here of saying words that we can't say on commentary. But if anything, the celebraprile is better suited to the ones where it's in doubt. Because you're trying to, that's where the mind games come. You're trying to kid the umpire into going, this was so obvious, so...
That's the shorter side of the ground. It's not nowhere near as short as it's been in other games this year. As we mentioned before, McKinney into the 20s.
I think I've heard of club sides in the past adopting that as a kind of strategy for the season. They sit down, they go, right, any feathers behind the keeper that we think are out, we're not even going to appeal, we're just going to celebrate.
Yeah.
And they kind of get the kidology on side of where there isn't the technology to prove them wrong. You might nab a couple over the course of a match or a season where the umpire goes, blimey, have I missed something really obvious there, and kind of play along. That would work on me.
Okay, so spirit of cricket is a nebulous thing. It's whatever you want it to be. There was a really good piece in the Almanac this year about this, where that's a well-placed single by Lees. They're turning the strike over far more easily in the last 15 minutes or so, Durham. 56 for none. So how you interpret spirit of cricket and how I interpret spirit of cricket could be radically different if you ignore the fact that there's the preamble in the laws that kind of basically says be nice to the umpires, right? That's the guts of the preamble. Don't be mean to the umpires. Treat them with respect, and let the game will flow accordingly, right? But the lowercase spirit of cricket, the stuff that the vibes bit of it, that's where I actually think this falls into. Leg slip in. Oh, it snuck through via an inside edge, so they bailed out of the appeal. But generous movement, nearing 80 mile an hour. Stump's just about in play. Now, I feel like that's one of those laws where you could give it a bit of spit and polish and amend it so that the bowler has to appeal. And by appeal, I mean ask the question more formally. Simply turn around. That'd be sufficient. That'd satisfy me, because I don't like the gamesmanship of just running at the keeper and assuming the leg before's out.
Yep.
Which you definitely see more and more. It's not a great sign for young kids either, is it? Respecting the game. Shot. Just squeezed out. It'll gather pace as it does here across the practice wickets. 3 for Durham. So if you're a kid seeing that time and again, where that's the end of the over as well, 60 for none after 17, where bowlers are making their own minds up, then you don't want to see 12-year-olds doing it, and you probably are. I haven't got a 12-year-old, I don't know, but maybe in junior cricket we're seeing the celebrity appeal, and it just feel like that's a relatively easy thing to fix. Anyway, that's a bit of a bugbear of mine.
Two things. One, I was kind of reminding me of you could ask the bowler to make eye contact with the umpire. That's what like my mum used to do to me as I was leaving a room. She was like, eye contact, Cameron. And I'd be like, oh, sorry, Mum, yeah. And two, in terms of things being picked up on the junior game, a number of friends of mine kind of coach on summer camps scattered around the city. And they say the mancad is everywhere. It is kind of almost impossible to get a game running because every 10-year-old or 8-year-old is now going, I know how to get this person out.
Well, you know what that'll do? That'll mean batters will stay inside. Did you see Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, threatened to run out the non-striker when he was bowling the other week? He's doing the rounds on Instagram.
I did see that. It's a good moment of comedy. There was my club, one of the teams got the opposition rescinded a mancad. They were like, that'll be the warning. And then someone else still got done a few overs later, and they're like, I can't believe they did that. I was like, no, at that point, you guys know. You know it's coming.
My confession is that I talk a big game with running out the non-striker.
Have you ever done it?
I am too frightened to do this. Bowled a lot of overs this season, and I've noticed non-strikers have occasionally been wandering. And yeah, it's improbable I'm going to do it in an MCC game, right? But in a Sunday game, if someone's no, I probably wouldn't do it in a Sunday game.
No, you can't.
It needs to be, I guess, the right degree of competitiveness.
It sounds like you need to make your return to league cricket, Adam. That's
Maybe.
what it sounds like.
Maybe next year. But no, I've never done it. And maybe that's the next hurdle to clear. Having talked up why it's important that we consider doing it so that batters back up better. Virat Kohli is the best example of this, right? Great from Worrell. He's been doing this just season after season at the Kia Oval, making batters play just fractionally down the wrong line. He's not done an awful lot wrong there, McKinney, but he's gone for 23. Surrey get a breakthrough in the second hour of play. Durham 60 for 1. The change has worked. Worrell into the book. Second ball of his fresh spell. Cam Ponsonby.
No, change of bowling from the pavilion end. Dan Worrell coming back worked for Surrey. I think you're exactly right where it's because the ball hasn't done too much that has done for Ben McKinney. Worrell is able to get so much shape on the ball normally, and that ball has just kind of hopped away off the seam, having angled in back into the left-hander. And Dan Worrell, I don't think he had to look back at the umpire there. So under our newfangled rules, he'd still be there.
Just that first replay from behind, McKinney's done a lot right across, 49 balls in the middle. He's gotten through 72 minutes. He's putting in a shift with his captain, Alex Lees, and his instinct would be, I'd imagine, that with Worrell's angle, his natural arc back towards the pads of the left-hander, that he has to play that fourth stump line.
Yes.
And that's where Worrell gets you into no man's land, and that's why he's gone.
He's probably one of the few kind of right-arm swing bowlers left, or right-arm seam bowlers left, where over the wicket still remains almost the preferred option to the left-hander. So often we see people coming round the wicket now in the kind of Stuart Broad style, where you aim at the top of off stump, you try and get the ball to nibble off the seam in either direction. Worrell, because he's able to get that very traditional and classic outswing movement, is able to be a threat from both sides of the wicket. Right, we have Emilio Gay striding to the crease on Durham debut.
This is an interesting signing in that taking a player on loan for the last two games. There was some consternation last week about Shakib Al Hassan coming in on a one-game deal. This is different to that. He signed full-time with Durham as of next season, watching the McKinney dismissal again. He walked there. He didn't wait for the decision. It's worth noting as well. Yeah, that's super stuff from the Australian. I can't call him the Australian for much longer. He'll be eligible for England in April, which is a conversation we've returned to time and again this season. His 45th wicket of the campaign. But yes, Emilio Gay, who has been a real standout for Northamptonshire last couple of years especially, now has a new club. He's walking out at number 3. Missed out when he played here in this corresponding fixture last year, the penultimate round of the season when Northants visited. Pretty good game of cricket, that. So 3 slips plus the leg gully. Bumps him. Don't mind that. Straight away. Don't see it too often from Worrell. But yes, Emilio Gay, through the course of 2024, made a massive double hundred to start. 261 against Middlesex at Wantage Road. 153 not out at Derbyshire in May as well, early on. A couple of other half centuries to add to the overall tally, but decided to make the move to a Division 1 club in Durham.
I think it's a relief for, and a good thing for players across the country, that you're seeing Gay had made his move ahead of next season, and then Northamptonshire allowed him, or signed off on the loan deal for Durham, for him to finish his season at Durham. I think the difficulty comes with, I think is it in June when players can officially, and clubs can officially make contact with players, that you make these signings for the season ahead, and there have been a number of occasions where that player then gets sidelined by their current county and they don't play for the back end of the season. Now that could be within a county's kind of remit, especially if they're a direct rival towards the end of the season. You go, well, say for instance you're someone from Nottinghamshire signs for Lancashire, and you go, well, we're not going to loan them to you ahead of time because we don't want them to do well for you and keep them up at our own expense. See a replay of Gay's first ball. But in this instance where Northamptonshire and Durham are Div 1 to Div 2, to let Emilio Gay come and finish the season here is a positive, because he didn't play that much cricket in August. He only played that one first-class game.
Wicket maiden for Worrell after returning to the attack. It's the first wicket of the match. 60 for 1. McKinney caught behind for 23. Yeah, that's all quite logical as you explain it there. And players are entitled to move around the country. It's to an extent a free market, and Emilio Gay has ambition to be an England player. When he made that double that I mentioned against Middlesex, there are a couple of stories to that effect where he has ambition, and as he should. That's part of the tension that keeps everyone moving in the right direction.
I've always thought it'd be strange if a kind of young player went, I'm alright actually.
Quite yet, don't mind it.
Where I am.
Don't mind it, yeah. Used to happen a little bit where players elected not to tour and that kind of thing, but we're going back decades. So Lee's the captain, waiting for Tom Curran. Just one man back on the leg side. I note that because most of the season when they're played on this side of the square, you've seen two back on the really short rope, but...
And it's interesting how few pitches away makes the difference. We are over towards the gasometer, and I can imagine we'd only be one or two strips over before, where all of a sudden they are almost kind of perennially placed there. It's almost the only option. It would be unfathomable not to have two out there.
He's laced that. Top of the bounce, square drive. Up to 32. Might be an odd comparison, but that reminded me ever so much of Simon Kadich with the knees bent when contact was made. 64 for one.
I think your 10 years and more Australian nature has me beat there. I can't say Simon Kadich was sprung to my mind.
I don't know. Phil Walker's with us as well. You would have seen him play heaps of county cricket in addition to playing for Australia.
It's more Michael Klinger for me.
Yeah, that's a really good shot.
Klinger's right-handed. Shame.
Won't surprise you to learn that I saw Michael Klinger's first-class debut as a teenager. We were talking about teenage debuts earlier today. Anyway.
Goodness me, where was it? What
Punt Road. It was
Punt
at
Road?
Richmond in next to the MCG. They played. Vic's played a couple of Shield games there in the late 90s.
So that's not at St Kilda?
That's Junction Oval. That's
Junction
the other one. That's the
Oval.
one you've been to and covered games at, Cam. The one that that they've made that high performance, whatever it's called.
It's amazing down there now.
Yeah.
So
Well forward. Liking this from Lees. This is such an important day for Durham and for the acting captain in the absence of Borthwick, missing injured. No Potts, no Rain, no Cass. We spent quite a bit of time discussing and framing up who Surrey are missing. It's not to be missed in all of this that Durham are far from full strength here, which means that the acting captain, a lot rides with him. Nearing 800 runs this season. Well bowled. Middle stump line. Just enough movement on that angle, but got down in time.
at risk of stating the obvious, kind of big first innings runs are so crucial for Durham for a number of reasons in this match. One, for the obvious context of any cricket game, and two, they've got such a young bowling attack with two teenagers. And Jamal Holder's played Test cricket or played international cricket. He's relatively inexperienced in this kind of role as an overseas in the county championship. So to have that kind of bit of breathing room when they come out to field for the first time and allow people to settle in will be absolutely vital.
So one ball on the over for the new man Emilio Gay to negotiate. Does so right under his eyes. 65 for one. That's Cam done for the time being. You will hear from Cam Ponsonby across the 4 days. Excellent freelance journo. Find him on the the various social media places. You can also see him on the Final Word podcast, where he co-hosts regularly. Here's another colour man joining the show for the first time today. The Wisden Cricket Monthly editor-in-chief and boss. That's Phil Walker. G'day, Phil.
Yeah, good morning, Adam. Just about. A few minutes up to midday. It's been a fascinating morning, this. Durham fighting hard. Just wonder if they will rue that slight overstep by Sam Curran that removed Alex Lees off pole, only to see the umpire's arm shoot out.
I don't think because when the front line belonged to the umpire at test level, it was something that we talked about a lot, wasn't it? Mostly those that were missed. There was a culture of central umpires not calling the front line because of the well-documented examples where they'd incorrectly called no balls. There's no way of unscrambling the egg when that happened. Adam Voges was bowled off a no ball that wasn't, made a double ton, ruined a series, that kind of thing. But here, I mean, the onus is on the umpire. There's no third umpire technology for it. Playing a miss. Again, that's the angle. That's the Worrell angle. It's not his stock delivery. I mean, the stock delivery is the one that just shapes back towards the left-hander. This is the one that gets left-handers in trouble, though, Phil. Beautiful.
Yeah, well, look, he's got the lot, hasn't he? It's just an education every week to watch him bowl. I've said to you before, Adam, I think he's the most complete swing bowler in the country, in the county game. I think if the cards had fallen slightly differently, then he would have played a lot of Test cricket, and very successfully. You saw it with the wicket that did fall this morning as well, that he just gets a bit of drift away from the left-hander, and then it'll just kind of arc back as well towards that outside edge. And so when you do look at that wicket, Folkes is actually taking the catch towards the leg side, despite the fact that it takes the outside edge of the left-hander. That is his brilliance. I think there's a lot as well to be said for the angled run-up as well. I was watching the Blast finals day, and Charlie Dagnall pointed it out. I think there's a lot in that. You know, the modern way, more seam bowlers than swing bowlers these days tend to come through, and it's a ramrod straight approach. But Worrell's got a touch of the old world about the way that he does it, and I think there is something to be said for that angled run-up, just to ensure that the body gets into that side-on position, and then he can, just with a slight canting of the seam and slight angle change of the wrist, and he can basically do what he wants with it. He's a master, he really is.
It's like a number of things in the game that go out of fashion, right? The angled run-up. Could it be so wrong if so many people did it so right? There's a reason why, take your pick. There's myriad quicks from yesteryear, Bob Willis, Merv Hughes. I mean, there's so many of them.
Sure.
Right? It was the standard approach, wasn't it? That you would come in on the angle, and I understand why from the biomechanists and so on think it's all about running in as straight a line as possible. I understand the theory behind it, but does your sort of cricket IQ tell you something different? With Worrell, it does. Bumper to finish, one from it, 66 for one after 20. A reminder that Rory Burns in his 200th first-class game popped in Durham. Oh, my apologies. There is another one of those front foot no balls. How often do we see it from the sixth ball of the over? I'd love to see Samo crunch that number for me. How often the sixth ball compared to others in the set? Anyway, different story. But yeah, like the stuff we see with the naked eye, which feels right, which sometimes has a different conclusion to it than what those who are paid a lot of money to try and work out the most efficient and effective way of doing things. There is a gap sometimes. Oh, how good is that? Has he found the edge? The Corden thinks so. Worrell actually didn't appeal. But they bailed out eventually when they saw that Worrell wasn't going up, by contrast to Tom Curran a couple of overs ago. Now it's complete at 68 for one. Let's look at this, Phil.
Yeah, well, again, it's another angled across the left-hander. It just keeps on going. It's an in-ducker to the right-hander, as you say, against his natural shape, but he can do whatever he fancies. And just, I think, a little flick of the bottom corner of the bat onto the bottom of the pad, hence why there was a noise and a reaction behind the stumps, but Dan Worrell knew. Just simply turned on his heels, cracked on. He will be back. He's the only man to make the breakthrough so far. It's been a real ebb and flow kind of morning, really. Durham are a big half an hour away from the lunch break.
Curran's fourth. I know you've had differing views on this through the season. Just taking your temperature on this threshold question. When Dan Worrell becomes eligible to play for England next year. Yeah, based on what you've seen, bearing in mind we're at the end of the Test summer now, right? So we've got a bit more information, a bit more intelligence gathering has been done, if you like, from all that's been seen across 6 matches in 9 weeks. Do you think his case for inclusion against India next summer is stronger on the back of what we've seen?
Well, I think if you're talking purely about 22 yards, fitness, intelligence, experience, class, he's fit every week. He very, very rarely bowls a bad spell. Especially here at the Kia Oval, he's lethal. He's untouchable.
Yep.
He's a champion here. If you're talking purely what happens out there across those 22 yards, then there's no better uncapped seamer who is eligible to play for England that I've seen this year and last. So if we're talking purely on that level, then there's no question that he would be in the conversation.
You know why I think he will be? There's that extra movement we saw a couple of overs ago from Curran, more swing than seam. It comes back to the chat that I was having earlier with Yas about unorthodox ways into the England team. Rob Key's keen on it. He's spoken about that he wants to broaden out the pathways. Sure. Well, this is another one. Becoming eligible later in life when he's made a decision to become a county pro. He's got the passport and so on, the 3-year time limit that the Home Office require, which he'll meet in April next year. 5 test matches against India at home in 7 weeks when they're going to want fit bowlers. Mm-hmm. That would be difficult to overlook, I would have thought, from the England Brains Trust.
I think it's a good point. Moreover, it's not a particularly new phenomenon.
No.
English cricket has spread its umbrella far and wide, right? Over the years, it has lobbied various government departments to ensure that certain particularly outlandish talents are fast-tracked through the system. I'm looking at Jofra. Graham Hick, I'm old enough to remember, came in at the side. 7 years he qualified. He was seen as the Great White Hope back in '91. Alan Lamb, Robin Smith.
Andy Caddick.
Didn't
quite carry to the gloves of folks that, but moved marginally the other way. Tom Curran.
Yeah. So look, there is many a precedent, and there is an overwhelming on-field case for it. And I'm certainly not going to argue the kind of parochial Little Englander approach of, well, hold on, unless you're born here, and then you don't qualify, because he has earned the right to be considered for sure. I would just say...
Oh, that's an interesting shout. Shouldering arms and given. That's a big moment in this morning session. We saw Tom Curran bring a ball back on that same arc earlier in the over. And that's been essentially left on length. Surely. Because Emilio Gay was caught on the crease. We'll see the first replay here. It's 69 for 2. It's a big moment. So wide-ish on the crease. There's that hoop. Strikes him roughly on the flap, probably outside the line of the off stump. Not that that matters when you're shouldering arms.
No, indeed.
So if it's touching the stump, that's sufficient, and that's the decision of the central umpire. Gay gone for a duck on Durham debut.
It's height for me. That would be the only question, really. I think the line is good. As you say, it's come on late. Cannoned into the top part of the pad above the knee roll. Emilio Gay, relatively tall chap, pushing on to the front foot. Not much of a stride, admittedly, but he's pushing on to the front foot. Tom Curran, though, is not renowned for getting particularly steepling bounce, and so the umpire on the balance of probabilities has gone with the bowler. It's well bowled, and you called it earlier in the over as well, Adam. He's getting late wobble here from round the wicket against those left-handers. So big moment.
So David Bettingham making his way to the middle of the Kia Oval. 279 last week, the highest score ever for Durham. More runs than anyone in the country in 2024. Phil Walker, I'm going to leave it with you. Daniel Norcross to follow me, taking you through to lunch.
Daniel Norcross joins us with, I imagine, a bit of pep in his step.
Well, it's another leave today, but this time it's resulted in a wicket. We saw Alex Lee's leave one from Tom's brother Sam. It clattered into off stump, but it was a no ball. as Dan Worrell is in from the pavilion end. Oh, a little waft straight after losing a wicket. Durham would desperately not want to lose another one now, especially the set batter Alex Lees. Now, eagle-eyed people among you will notice that Dan Worrell is bowling from the pavilion end, which is not normally his favourite end, but there is a reason today, and you may have, if you were listening earlier, have heard Yas and I discussing the prevailing winds today. Doesn't sound like an awfully exciting topic of conversation, I do appreciate. But, a good leave there from Lees, but the prevailing winds at the Oval usually tend to come from the southwest. As a result, Worrell, who tends to take the ball away from the right-hander, swing it back into the pads of the left-hander, prefers the Vauxhall end, but today we've got a completely opposite wind, complete change of direction, so I think that's why he's operating from the pavilion end in this match at the moment. Winds are easterlies, Phil Walker's favourite wind.
Well, he's certainly getting it talking here. It's garrulous, Daniel, out there. And while he has that classical outswingers action, his skill is such that he can angle it across the left-hander as well, holding line and nipping away off the seam, and of course lateral movement in the air as well. He's not quite unplayable, Dan Worrell, but he's not far off.
He's leaving well today, is Lees. He knows that that ball's got to do a lot to come back. But
Huge.
Worrell's also seen those leaves, so don't be too surprised if he tries to get one back into those pads.
It is a huge partnership. These are the two real star men in this Durham side, which is, in regards to experience, a little bit uneven. It's a callow looking bowling attack. A few of their big guns, of course, unavailable for this one.
Potts and Cars.
Yeah. So Bingham and Lees, key men. And as Cameron said earlier in the piece, you feel like you need a bit of a buffer with a inexperienced bowling attack up against this magnificent cricket team here at Surrey.
Well, there's also Ollie Robinson, who's just dropped off the pace a little bit in the last few championship matches. He started brilliantly. Start of the season, I think he might have considered himself a little unlucky not to get the nod as keeper, batter, the way he was playing.
He was certainly squarely in that conversation, and even though he has had a quiet couple of games, he still made 835 runs at 55 this year in his first year in top tier cricket.
Maiden over from Worrell. That last ball, 83 miles an hour, 69 for 2, Durham. As we move towards lunch, Surrey having picked up those 2 wickets. McKinney caught behind the inside edge. Off Worrell, he made the breakthrough, and then Emilio Gay, a duck on Durham debut, padding up to Tom Curran, a dangerous thing to do from round the wicket.
But McKinney shaped up very nicely. First time I've seen him in the flesh in 4-day cricket, and I thought he looked good.
Did, didn't he? Played late.
Played late, right under his eyes. Not too much extravagant feet movement, but good transference of weight. Good on the pull shot as well. He got a couple away. Mild echoes of Trescothic, I thought.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You know, the way he just played it right under his eyes.
Faint murmur.
Just merely a murmur.
Yes.
But he's very, very highly rated. And just a cameo today, but you can see why they like him. Why indeed English cricket does. England under-19 skipper, of course, made a big 100, statement 100 a few weeks ago as well to get his professional career up and running. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of him.
So right-hander at last for Surrey to bowl out. 3 slips in place. I bring alarming news, though, from Old Trafford. The 3rd wicket has gone down. Somerset have got their first point of this match. They move to within 7 now of Surrey at the top of the table. Keaton Jennings is still there, but Rocky Flintoff, the man to go. Casey Aldridge bowling him for 7 from 34 balls.
Yeah, it's been a tough introduction to the big stuff for Rocky Flintoff. I mean, you forget just how young he is, really. A lot of hype around him for obvious reasons. But you're batting second drop for Lancashire, and you're 16 and a bit. That's a big ask.
Oh, a lovely delivery from Curran. Maybe Bedingham just pulled the bat inside the line, but Curran just letting him know. He didn't think much of that shot. It's been dubbed as the Nepo Derby, that, Lancashire against Somerset, because of course you got
good Archie.
Rocky Flint of an Archie Vaughan, yeah.
Yeah.
Archie Vaughan who took those 11 wickets against Surrey last week.
Are you able to talk about it yet?
I am. That was traumatic.
It was spectacular.
It was spectacular. Oh, it's done him again. That was a genuine play and miss. The ball just holding up a touch.
Yeah, no feet movement there really. It's an ambitious shot on the up. Just got to get himself settled here. The star man, he's been irresistible this year. 1,200 runs. Highest of 279. He made that last week, and 600s in 9 games. This is his 10th.
Good time to bowl it in though, isn't it?
Yep.
This little period coming up towards lunch, having just taken a couple of wickets.
And he's bowled really well here, as Curran.
That'll make Bedingham feel better. Straight off the middle of the bat, up to mid-on.
Good to see him back in the whites, Tom Curran.
He's answered the call, is what he's done.
Yeah, it's good to see. And again, indicative of the way that they do things here at Kia Oval, that there's very much that kind of collective responsibility feel. And it was notable when Sam Curran came right back into the 4-day side immediately after having trod the boards for the England setup, the white ball setup, and he was straight back into the 4-day stuff. And Tom Curran here, as you say, answered the call. And he's bowled well. Obviously batted incredibly well last week in that counter assault against Archie Vaughan and
Surrey were a
Jack Leach.
terrible bother at that stage.
Yeah,
it was his innings that got them what could yet be a crucial first and second batting point. Time will tell. At the moment, Somerset on top against Lancashire. Surrey would desperately love another wicket before lunch. Oh, that's a genuine edge. It's going to run down to the boundary. That'll be 4. Bedingham underway, but not in convincing fashion. Again, not a lot of foot movement, just pushing at the ball. And Curran's getting it to shape. The only 4 runs off the over. Just take a look at it again. You see how static his feet are here. Slips would have been interested, but it went down and down to the boundary. 73 for 2. 21 minutes to go, probably about another 5 overs, you'd think. The wicket takers, Worrell and Tom Curran. We're not seen yet Tom Laws or Conor McKerr. There are 6 seam and swing bowling options for Rory Burns in this match. Oh, it's a tight leave, that. Lees has got away with it. He's got away with a couple of leaves today. It's interesting they're just trying to get as much out of Worrell, I think, here, while the ball's possibly at its most talkative. As we see this, that has gone over the top of off stump, but a good leave. He's left that on length.
Yes, an outstanding leave, really. And you can trust the bounce here. There's going to be a bit of nibble either side, a bit of lateral movement, but the bounce is true.
It's great, isn't it, the first morning of a county championship match, because you're reading the rules. You're trying to make sense of the pitch, trying to make sense of who are going to be the threats to the batters throughout the game.
Well, I think the 4-day pitches here this year and last year have been excellent, because there's pace and bounce, but they are not the kinds of pitches of yore, if you like, the oval tracks where you win the toss and you bat.
Harry Bryn, dear.
Yeah, and if you're all out less than lunch on day 2, then you've failed. They're not like that anymore. They're really, really good result pitches for 4-day cricket.
Sort of 300 par, aren't they?
Which always makes for good cricket matches,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Now Worrell's changing his line of attack. He's going to come round the wicket, perhaps challenging Alex Lees to leave from that angle. Because Lees has frustrated Surrey today. They thought they'd got him Then Sam Curran uprooted his off stump, but it was a no ball. Well, that's the problem when you change your angle of attack. Sometimes you just stray onto the pads, but means that Worrell will have a couple of balls at the right-hander Bedingham, the new batter. And the way Bedingham has started, slips are going to need to be on their mettle perhaps here. The wind has dropped. Flags are very still above the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. How are you approaching encroaching winter? What's the method for a Phil Walker when he sees the yawning chasm of despair over into view? Oh, say, that's exactly what Worrell's after. Another tentative push from Bedingham.
Well, I guess in my line of work, Daniel, we produce a monthly magazine.
Never stops.
Never stops.
But still,
they keep on coming.
But you don't get to play, do you? You don't feel the warmth on your shoulders.
Well, this is my first year of not playing league cricket, so
how's it felt?
I have my moments.
Twitchy,
I have my regretful moments, yeah. But I can't say, I'm waking up feeling too dumbfounded on a Saturday morning. There are other things, believe it or not, in life. But yeah, I miss the buzz of it for sure.
Oh, and he's beaten him again.
Just has to hang in here, does Bedingham.
Wow, what does Burns do here? If I sense that if he's got Bedingham on strike at the start of the next over, he might just ask Worrell to dig deep into the well and give him one more over. That's delivered from quite wide of the crease, and it's just beautifully held up. It's a brute of a ball.
Again, just look at the wrist position. He just holds the ball slightly on the left-hand side and then rips the fingers down upon release. And it just holds its line and then jags back across the right-hander. It's unplayable. Perfectly pitched. Effortless.
Just got to hope you miss it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Which so far he has done for the most part, Bedingham. Tom Curran's going to resume. Curran frustrated there, that ball just squirting past the well-placed leg slip, but it means he does get to bowl the right-handed Bedingham, and that's the end Surrey are going to look to target here in these last 16 minutes before lunch. Don't think they'll mind too much if Lees is off strike. They're going to look to go hard here in this quarter of an hour and then rest up for 40 minutes, come back and go hard again after lunch. Side edge, oohs and ahs from the slips. I'll come back for a couple. Still not convincing yet from Bedingham.
No, but I think that was okay. Getting in behind it. It would have just gone over the top of the stumps even if he had missed it, and so not too bad. He's playing from the crease. He's trying to play late. But there's also that, if you like, that South African impulse to push through as well at the ball. He's a naturally aggressive player. Absolutely lethal on his day. He's got to play within himself here. 15 minutes up to lunch.
That kept a little bit low. He's just starting to find his groove here, Bedingham. There's much to tell you about in the lead up to lunch. I'm going to try and get through all the messages that have been pinned to our wall.
4 down, by the way, Daniel, before we get to that. 4 down.
Jennings still in?
Jennings has just gone for 56, bowled by Casey Aldridge. So Aldridge picks up his second, 2 as well for Overton. And the big one's gone, so 4 down for 85. Luke Wells, who obviously is normally an opening bat, down at number 6. So he's now joined Matty Hurst. Matty Hurst being one of the few decent players really for Lancs this year. One of the few bright sparks.
He's an exciting prospect, isn't he?
Yeah, he was very, very good here a couple of weeks ago. Made runs in both innings, made a 46 and an unbeaten 60, certainly a 60-something and he looked a cut above really in a struggling side. But yeah, they are on the ropes yet again. Keaton Jennings acknowledged they're simply not good enough. Fundamentally not good enough is how he described them in the week.
Those are quite strong words, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. Fighting for their lives, the Lancs.
Meanwhile, Nottinghamshire are going quite well. They're the side that they're looking at. They're closest to them.
Yeah, well, in that one against Kent, Notts are 115 for no loss. Kent consigned to relegation already.
Hasib Hamid, formerly of Lancashire, of course, still there. Oh, genuine play and miss. Curran has been really unfortunate not to have a couple of wickets here today. End of the over, 25 gone, 78 for 2. Just a reminder, by the way, go to kiaoval.com/membership. You get free access to all Surrey home games in the Men's Vitality County Championship, Metro Bank One Day Cup, Vitality Blast, and now the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup and Vitality Blast. 2 teams for the price of 1. I'm rather excited by that. And finals day, Women's T20 finals day will be here at the Oval.
Yeah, I heard that. Earlier in the week. It's a great coup. And so what's coming up at lunchtime?
Well, at lunchtime we've got a chat with Emma Calvert.
Oh, right.
The Director of Women's Cricket here at Surrey. We'll be learning all about how the new Surrey women's team is coming together. Worrell is going to continue. Oh, that'll annoy him because Beddingham's got off strike. There was just a little too full, despite the efforts at cover.
That was nicely timed, actually. That would have run away, I think, across those pitches. Beddingham happy enough, more than happy to get off strike. Yeah, she's sometime contributor, is Emma, to the stream this year. She's doing brilliant work as Director of Women's Cricket here.
It's a really exciting development, that, I think.
For the women's game as a whole?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, people have had mixed feelings about it. And you can understand why, because the women's teams are starting to embed. The problem is they've kept on changing their names and their locations. The Women's Kia Super League wasn't that long ago, let's face it, before the 100 came in. So just as you're sort of getting used to Western Storm and South East Stars, it's changing again. But I think this is the ultimate change, isn't it? It's the right change.
I think the long-term view has to be that. If you align them with the legacy names of English cricket, then you can benefit both sides of that.
Oh, he's got him! Got through the defensive Lees. Just the wicket that Surrey needed, a first bowling point. Durham lose their third. Lees late on that. Came back into him with just 11 minutes to go before lunch. That wicket is a big one. 79 for 3 now, Durham. So we take a look at that again. Oh, that is a brute of a ball. And as John Arlett once said about a shot, it wasn't so much late as posthumous, this shot. I wonder if he was thinking about leaving it, because that bat's come down disastrously late for Lees.
Yeah, I think you're right, Daniel. I think for that split second he was trying to just keep the bat out of the road. But Dan Worrell can bring it back from pretty much any angle. Prodigious movement. He is bowled like a man possessed this morning. He has hauled this game back in Surrey's favour with 2 big wickets, 2 good wickets as well.
Well, it's exactly what his captain wanted. He's into his 9th over. He's bowled 3 from the Vauxhall end. This is a lengthy spell, and you just sense that Burns was saying, come on, give me one last effort here, probably with Beddingham in mind, with the right-hander on strike. But if anything, that is a bonus, isn't it, to get the set Alex Lees out?
It is a bonus, but they've been at him constantly. I think since that no ball wicket, there's been an extra kind of energy coming into Alex Lees. They've recognised he's the kingpin, and they've been relentless. Worrell in particular, but Tom Curran as well, in cahoots with Worrell. They've been insistent, and now they've got rid of him, bringing, if you like, the third part of the troika of Durham's batting lineup. Ollie Robinson, big tasks ahead for these two.
He said it's a big partnership. 9 minutes to go before lunch. 2 batters relatively new to the crease. 4 slips now in place. Burns attacking as we come up to the lunch break. Having won the toss, elected to bowl on a beautiful day. It should come as no surprise. It's the 10th consecutive time that Burns has elected to bowl on winning the toss at the Oval.
Must be a joy to captain this team in 4-day cricket.
Wow, 6 seam options. Must be quite fun, mustn't it? Just pushing slightly away from his body there. Robinson feeling for the ball. I think we're going to get 2 overs after this. So Surrey's over rate isn't great. Slip behind a touch there. Only the 1 spin option to speak of. No Cameron Steele for this match, so just Dan Lawrence. And Surrey won't want to have to bowl him too much if they can avoid it, because with that battery of 6 seamers. Good leave, good diving stop from Ben Folkes.
The tempter just to finish. Put the man back, threw it outside Ollie Robinson's eye line. So it's been Surrey's morning.
Is he going to bowl the last over before lunch, Worrell? Is he going to try and squeeze one last over, Burns, out of Worrell?
7 minutes to go. There's 2 more, definitely. And it's not so much trying to squeeze one. It's impossible to imagine that he would give the ball up, right? 9 overs, 2 for 22, 3 maidens. And in this second spell, he's just been irresistible.
I tell you who else is irresistible.
The great man, Andrew Sampson, joins us.
Oh, this opens up whole new vistas of opportunity for us today.
We need to get him a chair before anything else.
We do.
Have this one, Andrew. Have this one.
Yeah, Phil's a spry young man. Just jagging back a little bit there. Just a reminder, by the way, of the Kia Oval 2025 schedule. There's plenty of cricket here next year. England men play the West Indies in the Metro Bank One-Day International, Tuesday, June the 3rd. If you want to get onto the ballot, go to kiaoval.com/ballot. Then England's women play India in a T20 on July the 4th. Independence Day. And of course there's a test match here against India, 31st of July to the 4th of August, at the height of summer. Oh, that looks close. Umpire's not interested. Height probably the issue, but again jagging back.
Good spell. Good spell this by Tom Curran. I think you're right, just slightly high. Leg by, so no inside edge.
Take a look at this on the replay. It's full. Oh, you know, I mean, it's on the knee roll. It looks higher than perhaps it is on initial impact because it's sort of rolled up the knee roll.
From the crease, but on the rise. I think it's a good decision.
Umpires often see that, and as the ball bounces up off the pad, they say too high, but bounces down off the pad.
Definitely plays its part where the ball ricochets. If it drops into that silly point spot, then you know your number's off and up.
The other one, of course, is sweeping. Same ball, forward defence, sweep. Sweep, you're out.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's an aesthetic decision sometimes.
Absolutely, absolutely. And definitely on a Saturday afternoon going back to club cricket. If you play across the line, son, then you're on your way. You can't do that. It's vulgar. Whether it's hitting or not is irrelevant.
Well, I think Ian Chappell considers sweeping to be a sign of degeneracy, which he associates with the English, who he considers to be a degenerate people. I heard him ranting about it on the TV once. That's well stopped by the skipper at mid-off. He's a little bit wide there, almost at an extra cover position. Does well to get to that, otherwise it would have been 4. We've got 2 balls left in this over. There'll be 1 more before lunch.
Yep, for sure.
But that's all there'll be. You kind of think when you put a side in, you need 3 wickets, don't you, in that first session? So Surrey have got the 3 that we sort of think of as a minimum requirement. I mean, I don't know why we do, really, because games play out the way they do, but oh, that's another brilliant piece of work in the covers. Superb diving stop.
Yeah, bit of brotherly love at play there. Superb work. 2 in 2 as well. That would have been 2 boundary fours for the new man. Instead, he's stuck on naught.
Just got their length a little too full at the moment, Curran, but you can see why. He's got slips in place. Hungry for the edge. And also, you sort of feel, don't you, coming up to lunch, that your opponents aren't going to come after you particularly. So you can afford to be a little bit more attacking. Again, Robinson resists for tempter. So that's Tom Curran's work done for this session, you'd imagine, with just 3 minutes to go until lunch. Expect Dan Worrell. Yeah, Dan Worrell is striding. He's thrown his cap by a fielder to umpire. Nice crowd in today. The pavilion is well manned. There's more than a smattering of supporters away to our left.
I think the 10:30 start may have caught a few on the hop.
It caught me on the hop.
No doubt. Yeah, there was a pretty heavy footfall from Oval Station just after 10:30 this morning.
I didn't give up a soulless job in the city to get up at that time of day. Oh, now a rare unclean take from Ben Folkes. He's just examining his fingers here, 'cause he might have got that right on the tip.
That's a nasty one. Died on him, Daniel. Nasty.
Yeah.
$60 for no loss inside the 18th were Durham this morning. So to be 3 down at lunch, they'll be a bit cranky, I think. They weathered that opening spell.
It's so often the way, though, Phil.
Yeah.
Here.
And it's Worrell again, isn't it?
That's a little bit wild, a little bit loose as well from Bingham. I've seen a couple of times now this over, the ball just dying as it goes through the Folkes. The previous ball, she swung after it left the batter, swung back in, if you like. That's what foxed Folkes, as well as it keeping low. Again, very wide from Worrell. Perhaps just tiring a bit at the back end of his spell.
Yeah,
So,
possibly, but also there is some value in it. Bingham is a naturally attacking player. That was too wide, and so he can let it go. But that kind of no man's land between having to play under your eyes and being tempted into the attacking shot with a squarish deep third in there as well. 4 slips. There's method in it from the bowler.
Setting him up for the straight one? Yes. Worked up to mid-on, though. Comfortably by Bingham, who started his innings in very scratchy fashion, playing and missing frequently, but just starting to hint at solidity here. As it's coming up to lunch around the country. We'll give you the latest news. Lancashire are clinging on. They're 98 for 4. There's 1 over to go before lunch there. Wells and Hurst still together. Wickets for Aldridge and Overton. Meanwhile, Warwickshire are 73 for 7 against Essex.
Yep. Essex doing the business this morning.
Wickets shared around. Porter 2, Cook 2, Snater 3 for 9 in 6.
Yeah, it's been a deeply bittersweet week for Essex, though. They got a result, of course, last week, and they're in a good position to get back-to-back wins. Nonetheless, that 12-point penalty for Feroz Kushi's bat.
Nice crisp drive to finish the morning session. It's going to make it all the way up to the boundary. A very quick outfield here. And a nice note on which to end for Durham. Bingham moving into double figures. 84 for 3 at the lunch break. 2 wickets for Worrell, 1 for Tom Curran. Alex Lees getting a life when he was bowled by Sam Curran off a no ball. An opening partnership of 60. It felt like Durham's morning. Surrey, though, fighting back with those 3 wickets for 19 runs. And the game is very evenly poised. Surrey having elected to field and winning the toss. No great surprises there. They've picked up a bonus point. But in the battle between Somerset and Surrey, you'd say Somerset have got their noses in front with Lancashire 98 for 4. Durham 84 for 3. It's tight, it's close. You add 2 wickets to the score. But our eyes are going to be darting back and forth in what's going to be a frantic, nerve-jangling, exhausting last couple of rounds of the County Championship.
And that's just sitting next to you, Daniel, over the next 3.5 days.
I'm sorry in advance. It won't be fun. It won't be fun for anybody. The nervous energy, the bouncing up and down as the batters walk off. Bingham and Robinson. Robinson yet to score. Bingham starting scratchily, but starting to find his form.
I think so much will hinge on these two in the afternoon session. They are players that have combined for over 2,000 championship runs this year. They are both top quality pedigree batsmen, and they're both getting going into the afternoon session.
Lees and McKinney got Durham off to a bright start. 60 for the first wicket before McKinney was out. An inside edge shooter Folks off Worrell. And then, well, a couple of crucial wickets. One for Worrell, one for Tom Curran. The big one, you might say, Alex Lees. Bowled 10 minutes before lunch, before that Emilio Gay on debut. LBW to Curran, padding up for a duck. But Bingham is there, Robinson are there, 2 very dangerous players. Surrey have just used the 4 bowlers. Worrell, the pick of them, 2 for 26 in 10. Tom Curran, 1 for 18. Sam Curran unlucky not to take a wicket. None for 18 off 5. Jordan Clark, none for 13 off 6. And Tom Laws and Conor McKerr yet to get a bowl. I'm sure we're going to see them in the afternoon session. But since it's lunch, we're going to bring you a chat with Emma Calvert, the Surrey Director of Women's Cricket, where we will learn about how the new Surrey women's team is all coming together.
Emma Calvert, hi. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Surrey broadcast. Emma, I think last time you joined us here, I had to introduce you as the Director of Cricket for the South East Stars. But you've got a new job title now.
I do indeed, yeah, officially Director of Women's Cricket here at Surrey.
Yeah, that's so interesting. So I suppose the first obvious question is the club hasn't had a Director of Women's Cricket for a while, but obviously that is not to say that the club hasn't been hugely involved in developing and running women's cricket. Explain the change in your job title and how that relates to how domestic women's cricket is going to look next year.
Yeah, obviously for the last 4 years, we've operated under a regional model where we had 8 professional women's teams, but they operated regionally. So South East Stars was a partnership between Surrey and Kent. Back in January, the ECB announced that we would be moving to a new model from 2025. So that was an integrated county model, and all counties were invited to tender to own and operate a Tier 1 professional women's team, of which Surrey was successful in its application. And from the 1st of November, it will have a professional women's team. So what that meant for me was that South East Stars would no longer exist when we get to the end of this season, and I'll step into my new role leading the women and girls stuff at Surrey.
Yeah, which is super exciting and super interesting. So let's get into what that's going to look like. We've got 13 players signed at the moment. That's obviously more than enough to put together a team of 11, but probably not ultimately going to be the final number, is it? So like, what is the squad size going to end up looking like, and how's all that going to work?
Yeah, our squad size will look very similar to the squad size that we have now. We have 13 announced signed players. We will be looking to get towards 18 by the start of play on the 1st of November, and that doesn't include our England players as well. So when we add in England players on top of that, you're looking at a squad of around 20 players.
Right, that's exciting. So England players are not part of that 13 players. So a lot of people would associate Surrey with obviously players like Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, who's playing obviously on South East Stars as well. So are they going to be? Are they likely to be involved in the Surrey team, or do you know how that's going to pan out, or is that something still to be decided on by ECB?
Yeah, we're still working on the ins and outs of it with the ECB, and we've always operated where the girls will sign common agreements and come and play regional cricket with us when they aren't playing for England. Hopefully, in the new world, we'll move more towards what the men's model have, where the girls will have shadow contracts that sit underneath their England contracts to kind of give them some security and a home if that England contract, heaven forbid, was ever to go away.
Right, so that's a really interesting word that you use there, security. There's been a lot of chat from ECB about how this is a new development in the women's game and how this is the next step on from the regional model in terms of creating more professional players and that sort of thing. What does that look like in terms of security for a female cricketer? If I was a 20-year-old female cricketer, what does security mean now?
Yeah, I guess we've always worked and operated in cycles in the regional model where we only know our funding for a set period of time, and that's usually been 2 years. So we've never been able to offer contracts outside of that length of time. And we've never been able to offer increase in financial reward for the girls because our funding was very kind of strict. Now in this new world, again, we'll have minimum requirements in terms of squad sizes, but there is absolutely nothing for us going above and beyond that. So Surrey's aim is to get to 18 contracted players. The ECB requirement is 15. So we want to keep pushing the boundaries on that, and we want to keep growing our squad. So the girls get contract length security, but they also get more financial security. The average wage is increasing, and these girls can finally be professional cricketers and earn a decent living from it.
So that's super interesting. That's something I think not a lot of people are necessarily aware of. So something I'd be quite interested to get into. The financial model with the South East Stars was very centralised, wasn't it? So if you don't necessarily know what centralised means, it means it was money that was allocated out from ECB to pay for this programme, and then there was only a very limited amount of choice that you had, Emma, in terms of the person who ran the programme. You had in terms of how you spent that money, that you were given different pots of money for different things. And you spent it, but there was only you weren't able necessarily to think about, well, I'd prefer to spend this money on X because the money that you'd been sent was allocated for Y. But that this model sort of removes a lot of that centralisation, right? And it frees you up to focus on the things that you think are important, and you need to deliver everything across the board, but enables you to sort of prioritise certain things in a way that you weren't able to previously.
Yeah, well, our funding was completely central. Like you say, all of the money to run and operate South East Stars came from the ECB. We had incredible support from Surrey along the way with some of our backroom stuff. So finance, IT, all things like that, and comms and marketing. They were really fantastic in helping us, despite the fact that we didn't have the Surrey badge on our chest. But yeah, the ECB did prescribe how we spent that funding. There was a lot of it that was ring fenced for certain things. There was some unring fenced funding, which we had some flexibility with, but coming in-house to Surrey moving forward, hopefully getting in more revenue in terms of ticket sales, sponsorship, all those things will just allow us to keep progressing the game forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want you to go into detail here, but it must have been frustrating for you at times as a director of cricket to have your movements, and your philosophy is limited by only being able to have a small amount of unallocated funding, and this is going to enable you to create something that's a lot more bespoke and a lot more personalised, a lot more Surrey, if you like.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah. So what sort of things are going to be focuses for you in terms of areas that you haven't been able to get involved in the past that you're going to look to be able to expand the programme into, do you think?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. Obviously, when we were South East Stars, again, I said we had great backing from our county partners, but we still didn't have teams of people doing things. So I kind of functioned as head of performance, but also head of ops, head of marketing, head of finance, and all of those things. So this will really allow me to channel my focus into a more performance director lens and look at how we grow and develop our pathway, how we make sure we've got a pipeline of talented cricketers coming through to represent Surrey. We want to create homegrown talent. Alongside that, we want to lift trophies. We want to make sure that we're leading the way on the pitch. And also off the pitch, we want to make sure that we're creating role models to, again, grow the game at grassroots level. So a lot of focus for me now will be able to shift towards more of a performance lens. And I'm big on the culture that we set and the people that we are, and spending a lot of time working on the platform that we already built at South East Stars and bringing that in-house at Surrey.
Sure. a lot of what you said there, and I don't want you to take this badly. A lot of what you said there sounds a lot like Alex Stewart might have said it. It sounds a lot like the sort of things that he talks about in terms of creating role models, creating players from a Surrey pathway, creating players for England, winning trophies, all this sort of thing. It's very much out of what Stewie talks about. To what extent are you looking forward to running parallel teams here with the male director of cricket at Surrey, having a Surrey men's team and a Surrey women's team? To what extent are you looking forward to those two teams running alongside each other?
Yeah, it's incredibly exciting, and yeah, I've learned a lot from Stewie along the way, but I think we both operate in very similar ways, which means we have the same outlook and we have the same goals and objectives, and those things have been our goals throughout being South East Stars. But it's nice to be able to come out in-house at Surrey and have those objectives alongside the men's team. I think the big thing for us is the learnings that we can take from each other. Obviously, the men's game has been established for a lot longer, and there's a lot of things that I can pick the director's brain on, and we can learn a lot along the way. I do think the men can learn a lot from us too. We have worked incredibly hard to establish our programme and have put a really good culture, particular focus on welfare and mental health and things like that, which I think, again, I'd love to be able to knowledge share with the men's team.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I think it's a really interesting point. I think that is often missed, that actually there's a lot that the men's team can learn from the development of the women's team. In that regard, it's obviously the Surrey men's team is one of the most historic sports teams in the country. Full stop. It's been established since 1845. What you're getting to do is setting a team up right from scratch, and I know that the South East Stars have existed, and to an extent this is an evolution of the South East Stars, but also to an extent it is something that's completely new. So what an exciting opportunity to be able to do that. Not many people get the chance to set up a professional sports team from dust, do they?
Yeah, I actually feel like I've been in this role, well, the director role, for 2 years, and I've probably done it twice, because when I started at South East Stars, we only had 5 professionally contracted players, and we moved it to 11. We grew our support staff and we grew all that. So kind of had a practice run at it in a way. But yeah, like you said, we do have an incredible platform and foundation with what we've done at South East Stars. And I'd be lying if I said that we weren't taking a lot of that into the new world and just building upon it. So a lot of our playing group, a lot of our staff group will remain the same, and we'll just have the 3 feathers on their chest instead, but we'll grow and we'll get even more staff in. And yeah, it is an evolution, like you said, I think is the exact word. But I think what's really exciting is South East Stars it only existed for 4 years. It didn't have a legacy behind it. It didn't have a true fan base behind it. We have some incredible supporters, and I want to thank them for being part of our journey. But to come in-house at Surrey and be part of that legacy of women's cricket, a lot of people might not know about the history that we have here with our first women's test in 1937, and incredible players that we see around the ground like Molly Hyde and Jan Britton. And I think there's just a real history here. We were successful in the KSL, and that created role models for some of the players that are going to be in this team now. So it's really exciting to come back in-house at Surrey and really grow and develop a new set of history.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to talk about role models. Obviously, one of the people who's a predecessor of yours in your job in terms of director of cricket, women's cricket at Surrey, Ebony Rainford Brent as well. You know, to what extent do you talk to Ebs? You know, this is something I know that she foresaw a long time ago, and you know, it's taken 10 years since Ebs started that job to get here. But you know, what role does Ebs have in this? Do you speak to her much?
Yeah, and look, Ebony has been ahead of the game of cricket in every way for a long time. If you look at the incredible work she's done with Ace as well, I think, again, where Surrey has almost been pioneering in the women's game is they were the first ever club to have a director of women's cricket and bring Ebs in, and what her knowledge would have done at that time was incredible. So yeah, I've picked her brains. I've tried to get as much advice from her, and like I said, I know she's always ahead of the game, so I want to work with her as much as possible to try and still shape this women's team.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Eb's now on the board of the ECB, so needs to sort of, limit her involvement here at Surrey. You know, obviously she's still at Ace, which is fantastic and independent now. But yeah, someone obviously we're all incredibly proud of, and as part of our family. One of the things I was interested to hear you say just now, Emma, was about the 3 feathers, like the 3 feathers on the chest in a way that they haven't been there with South East Stars. obviously there's a lot of players who've signed for Surrey have come through that Surrey pathway. Including we'll talk about some of the players in more detail later on. But
yeah.
how talk to us about obviously Kent have got a tier 2 women's team, and there's not any promotion and relegation for now for the start of this. So that tier 2 team is settled where it is for a little bit. But we've taken some players from the South East Stars setup who have been traditionally Kent players and have come through the Kent pathway in the same way that some of the other players have come through the Surrey pathway. What do you think the adaptation is going to be for them in terms of integrating them into Surrey and sort of creating, because there'd have been a natural in their minds, a natural rivalry between Kent and Surrey. Indeed, we play each other in the London Championship and the London Cup and whatever. To what extent is that a challenge for your team, and to what extent are those players excited just to have that Surrey connection?
Do you know what? It hasn't been a challenge. Surrey has been so incredible with the girls as South East Stars that they kind of already feel like they belong here without having to do anything fancy or scream from the rooftops about how amazing Surrey is. They have genuinely felt like they belong because the club has at every step of the way made them feel that, whether that's having support from a comms and media perspective, whether that's Steve has come and spoken to the girls quite a lot. He'll quite regularly text them when they've done something amazing in a game. If we've scored runs or taken wickets, Steve's the first to text the girls and congratulate them on that when they've been South East Stars.
This is Steve Elworthy, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Steve Elworthy, CEO. He's always backed us, and they can see that, and they know what an incredible club Surrey is. And the honest answer is they are incredibly excited to be here and will wear that badge with pride, despite having come through a Kent pathway. And obviously they'll be very grateful to Kent for the journey and how they've helped them, but they're really excited to get out there in a Surrey kit. I mean, ADR might have had a little bit of a scary moment when she was trying on kit and seeing a Surrey badge on her chest for the first time, but she's totally on board and really excited to get started.
Yeah, and I think from a Surrey perspective, to be able to integrate players of the quality and the heritage, of players like Alice Davidson Richards, as you say, ADR and Tash Farrant and people like that, who are brilliant players, to be able to bring them into the Surrey family is something I know that Surrey fans should be incredibly excited about. And I suppose that gives me another question. Surrey, in the men's game have brought in players like in recent years. Obviously, Dan Lawrence came in from Essex and things like that. Is that something that you foresee developing in the women's game in terms of that contractual cycle and then being able to approach players and bring outside expertise?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, like you say, there's a lot of our players who have come through either Kent or Surrey pathway just naturally because of where we are, but we do have players that have come from other counties. So Paige grew up playing for Sussex and has been at Southern Vipers, so the Hampshire-based team. Paige Schofield, and we have made an external signing this year who'll join us from November in Alice Monaghan. So Alice has been at Vipers as well. So again, we will be, if we need to, be looking elsewhere to bring players in. Like I say, the hope is that we can develop players through the Surrey pathway and into the senior team. But as we've seen with the men's side, there are sometimes gaps within that team. And we would be open to looking at other teams to fill those gaps in the future.
So this is something that's super interesting. Obviously, it's talked a lot about in football, and I wanted to in a minute, Emma, go into your background as well, which I know includes a bit of football as well. But scouting.
Like we were kind of pioneering on that front, even as South East Stars. So we were the only team that employed a regional scout throughout the summer. So we had someone in that position to get additional information on players, and as you said, that might need expanding in a new world where we're looking further afield potentially, but there is always a lot of opportunities to go and see players at comps that the ECB put on. For our academy, they put on academy festivals and school games and things like that. It's a great opportunity to see players from other teams and see how they flourish. And again, the England environment, there's a lot of work with the under-19s and with England A, so we're getting to see a lot of girls at that higher level from different places too, which is a great opportunity. But that's only going to grow and develop now that the game's growing.
I suppose something else in terms of scouting, which is really interesting, is overseas players. Again, you've had overseas players to some extent in the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards up until now, but probably not to the same extent that they've starred in competitions like the Blast or the county championship. is that going to be something that we can look forward to next year? Are we going to be looking at big name overseas coming in and lifting the side with their experience and their talents?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last season we had Tasmin Brits who came in and put in some phenomenal performances with the bat. This year we had Georgia Redmayne, who again, unfortunately didn't get to spend as much time with us as we would like due to injury, but we'll continue to look to bring in an overseas player in our squads moving forward. Yeah, we're only allowed one overseas at any time. It's a little bit different to the men's, but it's definitely something. For me, it's not just about what they can do on the pitch, it's about having someone who is there and can help teach the girls a lot, because a lot of our players are young, and these girls have incredible international experience and can teach the young players quite a lot along the way as well.
And are we looking potentially at, as we do in the men's game, as specialist overseas players in different formats, different overseas players coming in at different points throughout the summer, or how are you going to look at it, do you think?
Yeah, obviously it's slightly different in the women's game because we only play white ball cricket, and it's quite transferable 50 over to T20, especially the style of cricket that we look to play. We're quite an aggressive team. So even in 50 over cricket, we like to go for it. So I think we probably wouldn't have the same as the men do. Obviously, red ball, white ball, different overseas. We would probably look to have some consistency, but it all depends what people's international schedules look like. That's been the thing, really. It's always been difficult to have just one overseas for the summer because their international schedule doesn't allow. So hopefully we will get just one player in who will cover all comps. But yeah, it'll depend on international schedules. That's super interesting. So you talk about schedules a little bit. This year, you've had the way the women's season has panned out. You've had the Charlotte Edwards Cup at the beginning of the season, and then the Rachel Ho Flint took over, and then there was a break, and then you had the 100, and you got the Rachel Ho Flint back again. You know, as we're having this conversation on Friday afternoon, the South East Stars are playing in the Rachel Ho Flint semi-final tomorrow, so we won't know. Those of you who are watching next week as we're having this conversation, we don't know whether how that's gone. So do bear that in mind, please, as well. But what is the schedule? Do you think going to be looking like? Are you going to be talking about a lot of double headers, or is it going to be completely different again? You know, what does that look like? Yeah, we've actually seen a draft schedule for next year, so it looks very similar in terms of, like you said, starting off with some 50 over cricket before we move into T20 block, going back to 50 over cricket, then the 100, then 50 over cricket again. We're increasing the number of our what has now been announced as Vitality Blast women's comp fixtures. So we were 10 group stage games this year, will be 14 next year, and with those 7 home fixtures, our aim is to play all of those at the Oval, and for a good majority of those to have them as double header fixtures. We think that the double header format is particularly powerful. It's proved very successful. We had over 5,000 in for our women's game of our double header this year, and we want to keep pushing that forward. And we've seen how successful it's been in the 100. So yeah, we'll look to do quite a few double headers with the men's team through our Blast competition this year.
Yeah, which I think is super exciting because I really think there's a massive market for women's cricket in South London. I think there's a massive market for women's sport in London in general. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity for the club to now have this elite competition to elite players to really sort of tap into that market and really show sports fans in London of all types of sports fans, what women's sport at the Oval is going to look like. I think that's really a really exciting opportunity for the club, don't you think?
Yeah, 100%. It is incredibly exciting, and seeing it grow year on year. Last year we did a double header and we had 2,500 in. This year we had over 5,000 in, and just seeing that level of growth and knowing what we can do and what we can achieve with it is just incredibly exciting.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating. Talk to me a little bit, Emma, about your thoughts on the general evolution of women's sport. You know, this season we're just chatting around the start of the Women's Super League season in football. Arsenal are talking about playing virtually all of their home games now at the Emirates, and they're attracting crowds of 60-odd thousand. Chelsea are bringing in tens of thousands of people to Stamford Bridge for their women's games as well. Tottenham are starting to catch up a little bit as well. They haven't quite got that legacy of women's football at Tottenham that they do at some of the other clubs in London. But yeah, London is really proving itself to be a city that's massively embracing women's sport. And do you think that's something that we can jump into?
1,000%. And I think what we're seeing is people taking women's sport at its own merit for the first time, instead of comparing and contrasting to the men's game all the time. They're taking it for what it is. A lot of the time, women's games are a lot more tactical in nature and are actually just a completely different game to enjoy. And I think we can definitely tap into that. What we're seeing is definitely different audiences for women's cricket than we are for men's cricket. It's a lot younger, a lot more family feel, a lot more women attending, which again is really exciting. And we do see a crossover. You do tend to see that you're not just a Arsenal women's fan, you're a women's sport fan. So you'll go and watch any form of women's sport. Rugby in particular in the women's side has been growing massively in terms of its audiences. So yeah, I think it's really exciting to see it grow and for people, like I said, to take the game in its own merit and not always have to compare and contrast it to the men's.
So two questions, I suppose, that leads me to ask you. One, so you think there's less tribalism in women's sport in general?
Yes, I do.
And do you think do you think that's a good thing, or do you think that's something that's just come from the fact that it's the women's sport is still very quickly and rapidly evolving? And do you think that's something that will come as the sport continues to evolve?
I mean, we are seeing it a little bit in women's football in terms of like, I know I went to so I'm a Burnley fan for my sins, and I went to a Burnley women's, Newcastle women's game, and Newcastle brought so many fans, away fans. They had about 4,000 at that game, and that's incredible. And that does come with that. There was that tribalism, and there was songs in the stands, and there was a little bit of argy-bargy, which I like. I've grown up watching football. I love a little bit of that, but I do think genuinely the people who are wanting to watch women's sport just want to see it flourish in any way, shape or form. And that might be going to watch a team that you don't necessarily support and you have no connection with, but just because you want to give something back into the women's game and you want to go and watch it grow.
So I suppose that the second question that led me to ask is I'm Surrey fans. Obviously, Surrey fans are going to support any team that has got the three feathers that we've talked about on your chest. But if you were to just sit down for a drink with a regular Surrey fan and they said I'm open-minded, I want to support this team, I want them to succeed, but why should I come? Why should I really sort of devote myself to this? Why should I make this another big sports team that I spend time learning about and caring about, and their wins and losses affect my emotional equilibrium? How to sell me, use this as an opportunity, Emma, to sell Surrey fans on why they should allow this team into their sporting heart.
Well, just why wouldn't you want to come and watch an entertaining game of sport? Like,
absolutely.
I can't say anything beyond that. Like, I think it's been really incredible. I spent a lot of time with some of the members this season, and especially at the double header when they've come along, they can't actually believe the quality of the cricket. And yes, the women's game has grown massively in years. I think people are still surprised about the standard and the levels of that game. So I would just encourage anyone to come down and watch and to truly see that, because the standard is incredible. And these girls work incredibly hard all year round to put on those kind of performances. So for me, it's why would you not want to come down and watch what I think is some of the most entertaining sport that there is, and especially getting to come and watch it at somewhere like the Kia Oval, which we're now going to call our home.
It's so exciting, yeah. And also from the perspective of a Surrey member, purely and simply more cricket. There's more cricket. As I said, we're going to be playing 7 T20 home games hopefully at the Oval next year, at the Kia Oval next year for the Surrey women's team. That's just more cricket for you to come and watch for teams that you support at the Kia Oval. For me, it's just a huge win.
You buy one ticket, you get 2 games of cricket. What's not to love?
Yeah, or you remember, so you don't need to anyway. Just come along early. There you go. More bang for your membership buck. We talked a little bit about the players. Let's go into a bit more detail about that now. So obvious place to start is Bryony Smith.
Yes.
We at Surrey have been talking about Bryony for a long time. She was a part of the Surrey Stars team back in the Kia Super League era. She's played for England. As we speak, she's playing for England again over in Ireland, having a great series over there. So tell the Surrey fans that are watching here, a little bit about Bryony's heritage and how Bryony sort of came up through the system. And then I'd like also just interested why it was Bryony that you chose to be your first leader.
Yeah, Bryony is Surrey through and through. She bleeds the brown and blue, and I think well, that rhymed. That was a bit cheesy, actually. Let's not make that into a song.
We're going to paint it. We're going to paint it on the wall.
She's been part of the Surrey pathway all her cricketing life. She's a Surrey girl, born in Croydon, state school girl, and she has been an incredible talent. Her journey has been fantastic. Like you said, she played in the KSL, she's played for England, she was part of that Commonwealth squad. And I think just in terms of, she exemplifies how we want to go about our cricket. So the style of cricket she plays is exactly how we want to play, and she's not the most outspoken of people. She's quiet, she goes under the radar, but when she speaks you listen, and I think that's a really exciting leader to have. She's still early on in her leadership journey, but the girls would run through a brick wall for her, and I think as a leader, if you've got a team that will do that, then you're always going to be successful.
I think it's really interesting to hear you talk about some of the qualities that you've ascribed to Bryony there. And I think with the exception of the fact that she's relatively early in her leadership journey, a lot of what you're saying there could also be applied to Rory Burns as well.
Yeah.
In terms of how he's come through the Surrey system, come through the Surrey pathway, not the most outspoken of people, but has the faith and the faith and the belief and the passion of that dressing room. And you're right, when he talks, you listen. So it's again something, a dynamic that hasn't existed for a long time. But what do you think is the potential there for Bryony and Rory to work together and spin off each other as leaders?
Yeah, I'm sure they will, especially because we're going to be under the same house training, right? So those winter days where they're coming in to graft and we overlap on our training, or we're having lunch at the same time, I'm sure they'll pick each other's brains on things, and that'll be really exciting to see. Imagine just walking down the corridor and your two skippers are just having a chit chat about cricket. I think that'll be pretty cool.
That's class. Yeah, I love that. I love that image. Let's talk a little bit about a couple of other players in the England squad at the moment out in Ireland. Paige Schofield, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Tell us a little bit about those again. People who may not be super familiar with those players and their careers up to this point. Tell us a little bit about Paige and Rhiannon.
Yeah, Paige has been on a really interesting journey. So she's been with us for 2 years. She was previously at Southern Vipers, and I personally saw a lot in her. Reason she was one of my first signings when I took on the role. I've never known anyone with a work ethic like Paige. Her drive, her determination, the person and the character that she is, she just exemplifies everything that you would want in a teammate. And we really believe that we could develop her skills, and I think that's obviously, she's worked really hard with Johan Myberg on her batting, Darren Stevens on her bowling, and just to see her progression in that short 2 years has been fantastic. She wasn't playing in the 100, and this year she opened the batting for Oval Invincibles and scored 70 odd, and she's put in some incredible performances for us. Last year on debut she scored a century, and I think just seeing how she's come on as a cricketer and earning her England cap in this Island series, she just fully deserves that. She's an incredible person to have in the team, and I'm really excited that she's going to be part of our Surrey squad moving forward.
Yeah, really exciting. I know Paige. Obviously, a lot of people. She's been a certainly name on people's lips around the game for a long time. So yeah, it's wonderful to see her and the team and making her debut. Tell us a little about Rhiannon now.
Yeah, Rhiannon, a very young, exciting cricketer. She was obviously vice captain for the under-19s World Cup. Not this January, the one before, and that really helped develop her as a cricketer in terms of some leadership skills and different elements of her game. She's had an absolute standout season with the ball with us, and actually made career best with the bat as well just recently in the Rachel. So really excited for her that she's also made her debut for England, and I really see that just continuing. She's just going to grow from there.
That's great. I love how you call it the Rachel. I didn't realise that. Is that what it's known? Is that how you know about the Rachel and the Charlotte?
Well, it's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. So
it is. Yeah, I suspect the great woman would apologise for her name being such a mouthful as well. Such a quality individual that she was. And let's just talk a little bit about some of the more experienced players, some of the names that people may have heard a little bit. We talked to. Mentioned about her a little earlier, Alice Davidson Richards. What a player she is.
Yeah, I mean, she's been around the game for a long time. She's a very experienced cricketer. Some of the performances she's put in this year with the bat for us have just been completely standout, which has been shown in the fact that she's in the MVP rankings. I think she's currently ranked number 7 in the women's game for the Rachel. Called it the Rachel again there.
I like it.
And that's without having bowled. Alice hasn't bowled for us this season, just managing something with her there on that side of things. And so purely with the bat alone, she's made it into that top 10, which I think is a fantastic achievement. And look, whilst Bryony's been away and Tash has been injured, we've had Kira be our captain, but she's very much guided and helped along the way with ADR, and seeing ADR, how she's helping those young bowlers develop and grow into their game is really exciting. She is not just an incredible cricketer, she is an incredible human and really is the lifeblood of our team. She's the first person to wrap her arm around someone. She's the first person to check in on a teammate or a member of staff. And yeah, it wouldn't have been the team without her. So again, incredibly excited that she's putting the fact that she's a Kent girl to one side and joining us at Surrey moving forward.
And again, Alice, in possession of something that not many female cricketers are in possession of, which is a Test match 100.
Yes, on debut, Test match century, which, yeah, like you said, not many people can say that, especially not very many women.
Yeah, she can sit down with Ben Folkes and have a chat about scoring a Test match 100 on debut. They can bond on that. And Emma, just chat a little bit about you as well. Again, I know you've met a lot of members this year and you've been around the club and whatever. So a few people might have a little bit of idea, but you've got a fascinating background yourself. Obviously, people who listening to the interview can tell you're not Surrey born and bred, you're not London born and bred. But tell us a little bit about you, what you've been before and how you ended up here.
Yeah, you mean I've got a very strong northern accent, is what you're trying to politely say?
Well, I'm saying it's an obvious thing that you're not from London.
No, I'm not. I'm from the north. My journey started. I played cricket at Lancashire growing up. But I played cricket at a time where there wasn't a route to being a professional cricketer. Even the England women's team at the time were only being paid expenses. It just didn't seem like a viable life choice for me to go into playing cricket. So yeah, went off to university and did that, and then ended up working in investment banking for 6 years. So worked with Morgan Stanley for 6 years, but my passion, my heart was always in sport, and I knew that I wanted to be in sport and sports leadership and management, particularly moving forward. So from working in investment banking, I made the move into sport, but with an investments lens. So I was head of treasury for City Football Group. So City Football Group owned Man City, New York City, 13 clubs around the world, and was looking after all of the cash and the investments for their football clubs. A very different world, especially to the one I'm in now. Very different numbers flowing around, as we all know with football. But was part of some really exciting things whilst I was there. I remember week one, it was when we were signing Grealish, and that was all action stations and thrown into football at the deep end, basically. So did that, and then here I am now as director of cricket, obviously having been at South East Stars, but moving into Surrey. So this is an incredible opportunity again for me to do something I'm so incredibly passionate about, and doing that at a club that I genuinely believe is at the forefront of the women's game in terms of its passion and its enthusiasm to help it grow.
Well, Emma, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. It's a fascinating time. It's going to be a fascinating winter. So keep your eyes peeled on Surrey channels. If you're a social media person on X and on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, on the Surrey website. There's players. This program starts in earnest November 1st. That's when the contracts kick in, right?
Officially, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully, as we say, as we're recording this conversation on the Friday afternoon, hopefully there'll be one final South East Stars game to get behind next Saturday as well. It'll be amazing for the South East Stars to go out with that trophy if that's possible. But yeah, it's going to be it's an extremely exciting time for the club. Incredibly brilliant thing to be adding this women's team to the roster of Surrey teams. Make sure you get down and support next season. As I say, if you're a Surrey member, you get 2 teams for the price of 1 now. It's just going to be absolutely brilliant. Any final words, Emma? How would you want people to go away remembering this conversation?
Just that next year you've got 2 teams to support, and I look forward to seeing you all there.
Fantastic. Emma Calvert, Director of Women's Cricket at Surrey, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Fabulous stuff there. John Surtees in conversation with Emma Calvert, Surrey Director of Women's Cricket. Superb developments in the Surrey women's team. How that's all coming together. With perfect seamless timing, we are right back in the hub of the action here, and it's going to be Jordan Clark. He bowled just half a dozen overs in the first session, but he'll be barrelling in from the Vauxhall end, JM Finn stand end as it's now known. And Surrey will be pretty content with things as they transpired in that morning session. Gorgeous shot to get going though. Ollie Robinson off naught with the first ball of the afternoon session, and a glorious punched on drive to get us going. You feel like Durham, Yas Rana, who is with me alongside Andrew Sampson, the human encyclopedia over there, who will be steering us through. You feel, Yas, that the counter punch might be the way to go? These two players are natural counter punching players anyway.
Yeah, possibly. I wonder if the makeup of Durham's lower order being slightly different to what it usually is might mean that they're a little bit more circumspect than usual. Often you got
expand on that.
Well, someone like Bryden Cast who comes in at 7 or 8, or Matt Potts who comes in lower down the order, or Ben Rain, I think he averages 24 or 26 with the bat at Durham over a very large body of work. And not having that same depth this week, you know, we talked about the number of bowlers they've got out. So in their place are Kamar Holder, Daniel Hogg and young Minto on debut. So it's possible that they're all very capable lower order batters, but they have done less. So I wonder if that means that they're a bit more circumspect. You know, Beddingham's a full man. His recent form is totally ridiculous. In his last 2 innings, he scored 188 not out off 129 balls for South Africa A against Sri Lanka A, and then last week scored 279, which is literally the highest ever score anyone for Durham has ever got.
Playing a miss. Tempter. Ollie Robinson gave it the full works. Fortunate to get away with that. 3 slips, no gully. But you're always in the game in the office here at the Kia Oval. This is the pitch with pace and carry, and just enough lateral movement for a seam-heavy attack such as Surrey's out on the park today. No out-and-out front-line spinner selected. Dan Lawrence is your only recognised slow bowler.
Yeah, it's been a season of 2 halves really for Ollie Robinson. One of the players of the first half of the summer. There's a lot of talk about whether he'd get the gloves for England's Test team. Scored one particularly brilliant 100 against Lancashire in a game that Nathan Lyon was playing in. But his returns have fallen away a little bit since the break for the 100, yet to pass 26 since the championship resumed after that competition finished.
Yeah, I heard Daniel saying something not dissimilar just before lunch. I couldn't help thinking it was mildly harsh. If you look at the body of work across the course of the summer in his debut season in the top tier, many questions regarding how Durham would conduct themselves, how they would go, how they would fare in Div 1, and how some of these emerging players would manage it. I mean, he was running at a run a ball for a very high average and 1,000 runs last year in Division 2. Well, he's put up over 800 runs at 55. And if you look at it in the round...
Oh, it's a brilliant season.
That's a seriously fine piece of work, considering he also takes the gloves. Just very briefly, Tom Laws. First time we've seen Tom Laws this afternoon. And you imagine if we saw some movement from Dan Worrell, then you're going to get appreciable movement as well from Tom Laws, who swings it late. Change of bowler, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together. SSE Energy Solutions supporting the broadcast across the course of the week. Great to have them on board.
My point around Robinson wasn't that he's not had a brilliant summer. He has obviously had a brilliant summer. It's more, I guess, a question over what is form, right? He scores all those runs in this season, but it's actually quite a long time, given the amount of white ball cricket that takes place in the second half of the summer, since he put on those scores that put him on the brink of England recognition.
First runs off David Beddingham's bat for the afternoon.
You know, for example, early in the summer, the way people talked about it was if he was in a straight shootout with Jamie Smith for a spot with the gloves, but it looks like Jordan Cox has jumped ahead of him in that queue. Jamie Smith is likely to miss at least one test of that New Zealand series for the birth of his first child.
Jordan Cox named in that Pakistan touring party. No shot played. Yeah, just to re-emphasise the point, Jordan Cox named as the reserve keeper in that touring party to head off to Pakistan. There may yet be some changes, of course, for the New Zealand leg, which follows soon after the Pakistan 3-test tour. But yeah, it's a fair point that perhaps Ollie Robinson's time is not imminent after all. I think there was some serious conversations regarding his readiness. Jamie Smith, though, you cannot hold a cricketer like that back. Runs behind square. Deep third is pretty square. Ryan Patel tidying up, but a couple.
I think Robinson's a brilliant player, and in another era, I think, would have got this opportunity in the Test side and no one really batted an eyelid. I think over the last few years, England have built this extraordinary depth of viable wicket-keeping options in the around the Test group. Obviously Smith's come in, but that's after years of the Bairstow, Folkes, Butler debate. All of those guys are still of an age where they could be playing Test cricket. Talked about Jordan Cox, Ollie Robinson. If you go slightly younger, James Rew at Somerset is someone who has started his career phenomenally. Averages something like 45 in first class cricket. A real key figure in Somerset's title race.
Shortish and wide enough for the steer behind square, but just a single. So Ollie Robinson will retain the strike. 30 overs gone, 92 for 3. Interesting times around the provinces. Lancs 5 down now for just 114 in the big one against Somerset. So Surrey's direct rivals at the summit are doing it pretty well up until now. Craig Overton with a couple. Lewis Gregory, who had a particularly good finals day, I thought, nipping in with one as well. And Casey Aldridge, brilliant, emerging, sort of barrelling, muscular all-rounders, picked up a couple there as well. So Somerset doing well. Lancs, been the story of their season, struggling somewhat. Essex are all over Warwickshire. 78 for 9 now up at Edgbaston, Warwickshire. These two sides had kind of nearly seasons really in the Championship. Warwickshire struggling, although there is a bit of daylight between them and the foot of the league, and Essex frustrated. Edged but down. Pushed quite hard at it. More of perhaps a kind of leading edge than a thin one. Didn't carry, or even close to carrying, to Dom Sibley. We've had a few of those actually that have died after beating the bat.
Yeah, it's interesting because the carry's actually been pretty good on the whole so far today, and you wouldn't say that Robinson played that ball with particularly soft hands. Yeah, that has fallen well short of Sibley at second slip.
Foolish this time, aiming for leg stump. Ollie Robinson is equal to it, clips it away past straight mid-wicket and will come back for 3.
Just on Ollie Robinson's season, I mentioned that 100 against Lancashire. It was an extraordinary knock. I watched a lot of it. It was at Blackpool. So Durham were chasing 474, and these two, Bedingham and Robinson, both scored hundreds. Robinson scored 171 not out off 206 balls. Ben Stokes was a position below him in the order, so would have seen that knock. And that Lancashire attack that day, I know Lancashire have had a difficult season.
Foolish and slightly outside edgy, but no gully, and again slightly false shot, but on the way down. So another single.
Yeah, the Lancashire attack that day not only had Nathan Lyon bowling 32 overs in the fourth innings, but you had Saqib Mahmood, a rare outing for him in the Championship this year. Will Williams, George Balderson, Tom Aspinwall. So it's a pretty good Lancashire attack with 2 international bowlers in there, and he looked totally brilliant in that knock, and he looked like someone who's ready to take that step up to international cricket.
Comfortably in behind that. Repair job at work here for the visitors. With, as Yas says, a pretty raw and callow lower order. With some young quicks just making their way in the game, really. Middle order runs here are absolutely essential. Got a good engine room here with Ackerman, Baz the leader as well. At 6 and 7. A lot on these two.
Yeah, these two are the real middle order heavyweights. Ackerman, the leader to follow as well. Beddingham's story is a fascinating one. It's his 5th season in England, and his record is ludicrous. I don't know if, Samo, you can compare his record to pretty much everyone else in the country since then.
Just casually tosses in that one.
But, you know, we were talking about it on the podcast the other day, comparing him to, is he a modern day Hick in the way that he bullies county attacks? You know, an average of 59 pretty much since he joined Durham 5 years ago. And that tally includes 1600s. He's made a really good start to his Test career, averaging 40, 100 in New Zealand early this year.
Yeah, and it was a good 100. It was a good 100 as well, because I watched that live. There was a bit going on the track as well. And again, he's a counter puncher. He plays kind of within himself. He reminds me a little bit actually of Neil Mackenzie, who was more of an opening bat, but a kind of South African style, a puncher through the offside. There's not too much flourish. He plays quite compactly. And obviously in England, where you do get that movement late, it's a technique that is well set up for scoring runs in these kinds of conditions. Laws to continue. Wideish lets it go.
Durham deserve a lot of credit for sticking by him, because when he first came to Durham in 2020, he wasn't an overseas player, but he was for 2021. And he actually had a relatively quiet year in that Bob Willis season in 2020, but Durham took somewhat of a punt on him, and it's obviously been paid back. So quick work from Samo. So Beddingham is the leading run scorer in first class cricket in England since he came here in 2020. Just a few more runs than Haseeb Hameed, who's in second place, but from 7 fewer games. And also looking at that list of leading run scorers, this is all first class cricket, so including Test cricket. He's got the most hundreds with 16. Second place on that list is Joe Root on 14. So really outstanding record, and one that stands up against the very best in the country.
Top edge, where's that gone? Who wants it? And he's put it down. Dom Sibley spiralling. Second slip, moved comfortably enough. Rather tumbled in the attempt. And it spilled out. What a moment.
It's a huge moment. We're just bigging up Beddingham's record. Shorter, slippery bumper from Tom Laws catches Beddingham by surprise. To top edge. Sibley had ground to cover, but he did get there. It's a chance he'll expect himself to take. What a moment that could be. Beddingham with a life.
Ollie Robinson back on strike this time. They did take a single. Yeah, big let off for Durham star man there. He got in a bit of a tangle. Looks like it came off the toe as well. Spun round the batter, assumed he was a goner. 3 men converging on it. It was Dom Sibley's catch. And as Yas says, he did get there. He had a bit of time to spare. It just popped out. Would be disappointed.
Some more info from Samo. So if you sort those leading runs was take a look at the drop catch again, wider angle, just to see how much ground Sibley covers. He did really well to get there. Couldn't quite hold on to it.
It's one of those where you know it's spiralling in the wind as well. Quite breezy out there, and they're never easy. They drop on you as well. But he will feel that having got there, got good hands as well. That's one that's gone by. 3 down still, 97-32 gone. Laws and Clark getting into their work.
Yeah, so if you sort those leading run scorers in the country in that time by average, Beddingham's is the 4th highest average, but the 3 guys ahead of him, Ingram, Pujara and Sharma Masood, have all played much less cricket in that time, so it's not quite a fair comparison. But of those guys who've basically played every year since 2020, Beddingham is top of the pile with an average of 58.73. Second place, Joe Root, 57.15. And what is interesting about Beddingham as well, he scores at a good rate. That's a strike rate of 68 over that 5-year period.
Yeah, he's an attacking player. In List A cricket, 50 over cricket, he goes at better than a run of ball. Strikes 135 in T20 cricket as well, so he's an all-round player. Brutal on his day. That 279 was quick as well last week. Yeah, he's an international class player, no doubt about it. South Africa have found one there as well. Both cricket and culture sort of mutually benefiting one another, really. Good to see.
Huge half an hour or so for Surrey. Durham's key middle order men at the crease have just let a chance pass them by, and for the first time really this season, Surrey in the Championship having to really bounce back from a difficult week, obviously against Somerset and Taunton, losing that game in heartbreaking fashion at the very end, 3 minutes left on the clock, but also 2 days later having to go to finals day against the same opposition. But once again on top in that contest, Somerset prevailed once more, and then another very short turnaround before this crunch game in the Championship. Just 8 points separate Surrey and Somerset at the top of the table. So it's a slightly different feel about Surrey at the moment. You know, earlier on in the season they had so much momentum. That momentum has gone somewhat. Got to pick themselves up when things don't quite go to plan. And it's harder to do that when you don't have that momentum behind you.
That's close, very close. Jordan Clark on his haunches. He was convinced. That was a sincere appeal. He's just inquiring politely enough as to what that may have been missing. Well, you can make your own judgments at home, folks. But that was close enough. Maybe height. Jordan Clark's a big lad. Hits the pitch hard. But caught on the crease, David Beddingham. Clark's just got to keep going here. Got to put that away. Playing a miss, extra carry and bounce. Bit more energy, bit more spice to that delivery. This is good here by Surrey's two seamers. One coming in hard at you and the other one trying to take the top of off stump.
Yeah, it's really good from Clark. 2 balls in a row, threatening Beddingham, hitting him on the pads with a slightly fuller ball and then beating him one that reared off a length.
Foolish, driven, slight misfield, and I think that will run away for 4. Indeed it does. Could only parry it at short extra and well struck. 100 up. It's been a hard slog, but Durham are hanging in there okay here. It was there to strike, there to hit. Jordan Clark trying to find a bit of late movement, and instead it just came on nicely. And so a boundary 4 to finish the 33rd over, and some respite for David Bedingham, who is living a charmed life. Here is that LB again. Caught on the crease, angling into middle and leg, certainly not missing leg stump on line. Yas can only be height, if at all.
I think it's fair enough for the umpire to not be totally certain. Aerial again, but this time Robinson picks up one. Yeah, I think that's one that's very close. But Bedingham, he's not completely back. He's sort of on his crease. That's hit him relatively high up. It's not properly full from Clark, so I can understand, especially with the good carry we've seen today, why an umpire would have enough doubt in their mind not to raise their finger.
May have kept a tiny bit low on David Bedingham, but he was good to it.
It's a couple of times now that Laws has hurried Bedingham.
Yeah, he's a skiddy bowler, but he has half a yard more in the tank than perhaps he gives the impression of having. He's a relatively slight bowler. He's not a particularly muscular presence, but he hurries you up. He has a change of pace, and he gets late movement. He's a wicket taker, is Tom Laws. Cleverly played into the onside on length, punched to wideish mid-on for a single.
It's a fascinating passage of play because these two Surrey seamers are bowling really well, but at the same time both Bedingham and Robinson are players who like to take the attack to the bowlers. And they've created a couple of chances in the last 3 overs. Surrey unable to take that all-important 4th wicket.
But I think that is the way that they need to go about it. I think if you sit on your bat here against this attack, then your days are numbered. I think you have to come in hard. You have to be prepared to change the initiative, shift the momentum back against Surrey's seam attack, which is relentless, and it will keep coming at you. And if you play passive cricket, then you'll come unstuck. We've seen it so many times here in the last 2 or 3 years. So these two are primed for the counter assault, you feel. It's the way they naturally play anyway. And a single into the onside.
Update from Old Trafford. Lancashire have had a bit of a collapse. They were 114 for 4. They are now 115 for 7. Overton has 4. Aldridge 2. Gregory 1. Reminder that Somerset started this round of fixtures 8 points behind Surrey at the top of the Division 1 table.
Yeah, and Notts, who are also languishing, 156 for no loss against Kent. Scythed away, and that will beat Ryan Patel, who've just come a bit finer down at deep third. Cut away beautifully behind square for 4 more. Bedingham getting into his work.
Yeah, a bit of width on offer from Laws, not a lot of it, but Bedingham needs no second invitation. He's a sort of player who's his skill level so high that your margin of error as a bowler is really low. There's not a lot wrong with that delivery. That's really only 1 or 2 stumps away from being pretty much exactly where you're targeting as a seamer.
Yeah, indication of the mindset though, playing on the rise.
And that was the point I was making a couple of overs ago, is that as well as Surrey are bowling here, the game is likely to move on quite quickly with these two at the wicket.
Yeah, talking about Surrey having to bounce back from those 2 setbacks. It's been a vintage week for the county game, really. Extraordinary game, whatever your allegiance is, last week at Taunton, and then a finals day with a result for the ages, really. Gloucestershire's maiden win. Stirring stuff. More runs behind square, but just a single. Shortish boundary down there behind square. Yeah, maiden win for Gloucester on Saturday night at Edgbaston, and they did it with real swagger as well. And it's one of those results that reverberates around the game. Anyone who bleeds for the 18 club model, anyone who feels the throb of county cricket and the value, the collective value from top to bottom, can't fail to have been moved and stirred by what they saw. More runs coming relatively comfortably at the moment. Just Durham enjoying a mini passage of positive play after that dropped catch. Yeah, and Surrey, who have been relentless across the last 2.5 to 3 seasons, of course, winning back-to-back championships and going for the much vaunted three-peat. Nonetheless, you don't get anything for free in sport at this level, and the chasing pack have been scrapping like mad to try and hold on to this team of stars. Foolish, driven, 4, beautiful. There to hit. Ollie Robinson just drops the hands onto that longish half volley, opens the face just a tiny bit to get it between the gap at extra cover and mid-off. Shot of his innings up until now.
Yeah, it's a glorious shot. Slightly over pitch from Clark, and Robinson really leans into that one. Sorry, not attacking quite as much as they were earlier on in the day, just 2 slips in place, 2 ring fielders in front of square on the offside, but Robinson finds the gap, picks up 4 more.
Short one, frustrated Jordan Clark, and that has climbed and soared over the outstretched hand of Ben Folkes. 4 byes, nothing Folkes could have done about that. Runs starting to come here.
Yeah, and no ball called for height, so 10 runs off 1 legal delivery. This partnership suddenly worth 41 in fewer than 10 overs. So Durham motoring along nicely here. Remember, there was that drop catch just a few overs ago. Wonder how pivotal that will be come the end of the day. I wonder if we're not too far away from seeing Conor McKerr for the first time today. He was very impressive in his previous outing for Surrey in the Championship. Took 6 wickets in the game against Lancashire and bowled with real pace.
Yep. Yeah, he will be alongside Jordan Clark as the quickest, I would say, of this. And there you go, more evidence of it. That's climbed from nowhere. This sextet of quicks. Not bad if you're Ollie Pope trying to juggle 6 seam bowling options, and Dan Lawrence still yet to see him, but we will at some point, you imagine, with his right arm off breaks. So 35 gone. Durham doing this okay. First half hour after lunch. They've kicked on. Began very positively with that punch down the ground to the first delivery after lunch. And while there's been 1 or 2 scares, they're doing this all right so far. Going to be laws to continue. Driven, 4 more. Gorgeous. Again, Ollie Robinson just leaning into the long half volley, not trying to overhit it. David Bingham, in fact. I knew this would happen. They are the same stature, the same bat make, and a not dissimilar kind of staccato punching style. I knew they'd get me. I knew they'd get me at some point. I almost got through my half hour. Anyway, it's David Bingham, 29 not out now from just 36.
Yeah, we were praising the shot he hit through the covers in the previous over against Lords. This one slightly wider, slightly fuller.
And there's 4 more. Beautifully timed off the hip. Played with a straight bat through straightish mid-wicket. Knowing exactly where the fieldsmen are, there's a deep square. And so deliberately played with a straight bat. 8 from 2. Runs beginning to flow very nicely here for the visitors.
Yep. 3 boundaries off the last 3 balls that Tom Laws has bowled.
Sprawling stop by Conor McKerr at backward point. He's done well there.
It's the 50 partnership between Bingham and Robinson. It's coming exactly 10 overs.
It's 1:41 in the afternoon and 11 wickets have fallen at Birmingham already. Warwickshire bundled out for 78, Essex 1 for 1. 11 already.
Yeah, Law's just battling with his lines a little bit here.
Yeah, you're right. He's just struggling for rhythm a touch.
Started really well. Very nearly took the big wicket off Bingham. But Durham going up through the gears at the moment. Talking of going up through the gears, Nottinghamshire 171 without loss after 34 overs at Canterbury. Ben Slater already has 101 off 114.
Yeah, tough times if you're a Kent fan. It's been an unremittingly difficult summer for them. Long consigned to playing Division 2 cricket next year. .36 gone, 129 for 3, 50 partnership up in that over, as Yas says. Wondering if there could possibly be a change here after Jordan Clark's previous over, but he's back in. Cap removed. Rory Burns backing his man here. And he's still got that wicket-taking option with Clark. He gets that extra bounce, extra climb and energy off a length. Just stretching out the back. A touch, but he's good to go.
Yeah, Clark currently wicketless, but I think he's been really good. Threatened Alex Lees' stumps in his opening spell. And his judgment was really good. Left a few balls on length. But Clark caused issues going from around the wicket. I think he's been really good since lunch as well.
Again, looking for that late movement, being prepared to throw it right up there. But it's a relatively docile period in the game here. The ball has just stopped misbehaving for the batters. The sun is out, the pitch is settling down. Surrey just having to work for their money here. Burns keeping the field as it is, just 2 slips. Ring of 3 on the offside. That's very close, and he's gone. Jordan Clark knew. Full, breaking back into the right-hander, and that is taking out leg stump, middle and leg stump, and Ollie Robinson has to go. Huge moment. This is what Surrey do time after time after time.
It's what Jordan Clark does time after time after time. There was a huge shout against Bingham a few overs ago. This one slightly fuller. Traps Robinson in front. Looks pretty adjacent to me. And that's a huge moment in this second session. Durham, their 2 key middle order men were going very well. 50 runs came in no time really. And Clark, in his second spell of the day, picks up the wicket of the dangerous Ollie Robinson, who's had such an outstanding season for Durham.
Real effort ball, you can see it, the way he comes over that front leg, braced front leg. All the energy in that delivery, and just beaten for pace really. Trapped on the crease, beaten for pace, got to go, no complaints, he knew as well. So pivotal moments here, 4 down Durham after that mini recovery.
a huge little period for Surrey. They've got that opening. We talked about it earlier on in the session, that Durham's lower middle order, that is so often a super strength of theirs, isn't quite as strong at the moment given the number of absentees they've got. No Bryden Cast, no Matt Potts, no Ben Rain. So Surrey will fancy their chances here if they can pick up another 1 or 2 quick wickets, expose that tail and get ahead on day one.
Colin Ackerman, new man.
It's too good.
Oh, that's so frustrating for the batter. Right out of the meat. Cannons into middle stump.
Talking about Kent's predicament earlier, Samo confirms that if Notts draw this round of games, Kent are down.
Yeah.
And they are playing each other, and Notts are 175 without loss, so not looking good for Kent.
No, you could say that. It's been tough times for them. They just can't find a way to 20 wickets. Essex are fighting back. They are 5 for 1. 11 wickets fallen in 30 overs at Edgbaston. That's extraordinary scenes. And that is me done, just for now. Daniel Norcross will be stepping in. Durham 130 for 4.
Jordan Clark with that huge breakthrough, that of Ollie Robinson, brings Colin Ackerman to the crease. Another really outstanding county championship player of a number of years. Long time player at Leicestershire, captained them for a bit, averages 41 in first class cricket. Laws to continue to Bingham.
It's not quite been the golden arm, has he, quite this season? He was a bit unfortunate with Sibley's dropped catch. But he got a reputation, didn't he, for partnership breaking and putting catches in the cordons, encouraging the loose drive.
He's just not played as much as he did last year. Had a couple of injury problems earlier on in the summer. And given the schedule, if you have a relatively minor injury at the wrong time, you can miss quite a lot of championship cricket. That's what happened to Laws early in the summer.
So in those blocks of games, isn't it, in April and into May. Now slip cordon is being strengthened. Third slip goes in now for the new batter. Ackerman, Surrey would love to go bang bang here. They've broken this partnership. It's a dangerous looking one as well. Runs flowing pretty easily now. That third slip's moved to gully.
Yeah, Ackerman is one of several, I think, quite shrewd signings that Durham have made in the last few years. Several of them, must be said, are from Leicestershire. Ackerman, one of 3 ex-Leicestershire players who are regulars in the county championship for Durham, others being Ben Rain and Callum Parkinson. But Emilio Gay is another one. They seem to be very good at picking up players who've got something to prove, almost. Guys who've done really well in Division 2 but yet to really establish themselves in Division 1. I think Emilio Gay, in an interview talking about his move to Durham, was talking about how seeing players like Ollie Robinson, etc., really step up. He thinks his England credentials can be improved at Durham in a way they perhaps might not be as strongly at Northants, purely for the reason that Durham look well placed to be a stable Division 1 club for a long time now.
I just want to point out that Tom Curran's in quite an interesting catching position, almost a catching position at a forward square leg. As if this might be a plan for Ackerman.
What sort of ball do you think he's in there for?
Well, I don't know. I suppose the one that might duck in and it maybe falls over that front pad.
Well, it's the one where you almost instinctively just flick without thinking about where the fielders are. We've seen Surrey take a few wickets like that this season, caught leg slip or leg gully, where a player almost plays a shot and they look back, oh no, Didn't know there was a guy there. Forgot he was there.
Curran started a fair bit squarer, actually. He's moved 3 or 4, 5 yards further in front of square. Oh, I say, that's a tight leave. A good one, though. So Laws has bowled 5 overs in that spell. Yas is taking a break. Might be time for Laws to take a break. We may get to see Conor McKerr, who is the 6th seamer in this lineup, as yet unused. Andrew Sampson thinks it's too many. Clark is going to continue, having made the breakthrough the previous over, the LBW of Ollie Robinson. But Bedingham is really finding his feet. He started very scratchily, plays and misses. And he's had a life. How costly will that prove to be? Cameron Ponsonby is back.
Hello.
G'day, Ponsers.
Good day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would quite enjoy if, for the comedy option, Rory Burns bowled Ryan Patel before Conor McKerr.
Would you?
Just to kind of really twist the knife a little bit.
I'm not quite sure how Conor would feel about that. right. I suppose you might get to see Dan Lawrence. In no small part because Surrey's over rate isn't great. It's not bad. It's -1 at the moment, but they don't have a lot of spin options to speed up the game if they need to later on. A long way away from that, of course.
I can't imagine Conor McKerr's operated as a 6th seamer often in his career, if ever, more to the point.
Oh, a slash and a miss. Bedingham, that did keep low. We've had, I wouldn't say massively uneven bounce, but to start with, when the ball was harder and newer, it was really carrying well. Just either side of lunch here, we've seen a few go through low to folks.
And we have even there was a couple of occasions in the morning session where folks was taking ball with his fingers pointing up. But every time I kind of would hear that mentioned on commentary or kind of look out for it myself, I'd always see him taking it on the second bounce down by his knees. So I was a bit confused.
Clark's got a good rhythm going here at the moment. Surrey will look to keep Bedingham quiet. They want to attack at the other end with the new batter Ackerman in now. Just a couple of slips in place. 3 in the ring on the offside. Deep square leg, a long leg and a deep backward point. The boundary riders. Away, but only finds point. Starting to time it very nicely is Bedingham. There's a really good noise off the bat. Also, I do like that when he accesses the onside with quite a well-timed shovelly bunt.
I think he's a man who is finding batting quite easy at the moment, with north of 450 runs in his last 2 innings, 279 for Durham, and unbeaten 188, I want to say, for South Africa A.
Inside edge there, gets away with it, and will keep strike at the start of the next over with that single. Frustrating for Surrey. 134 for 4. T, just a reminder, T is when there are 32 overs remaining, so it's not a fixed time, it's when we get minimum remaining today comes down to 32, so 25 overs to go till T. There's a bit of a hubbub, there's a bit of a wind as well, it's picked up again, easterly wind. An unusual direction.
I was very impressed with your attention to detail to note the kind of the change of wind direction.
Well, it's important that it determines which end Worrell's going to bowl from, doesn't it? It's the most potent Surrey threat. Laws is continuing, and Folks has actually fumbled again. There was a possible bye on there, but they didn't take it. Folks just having a little bit, I say scrappy time, but I think he's having a difficult time because the ball's just dying out there.
The wind's blowing the other way.
I think
his muscle memory's all gone.
It could be that.
I think this has wobbled after it's passed.
He does do that.
Bedingham.
Laws, he is a wobbler.
He really has kicked on and kicked downwards. If it's possible to kick downwards and away from Ben Folkes. You don't think so?
No, I think it is.
Okay.
I think you can kick down. Oh, nibble through to the keeper. That is the golden arm of Laws, and it's the huge wicket of Bedingham. It's a wicket that Surrey thought they might have had about 20 minutes ago, but that drop catch has not cost them much. Bedingham goes for 37, just poking at one in the channel. That little nibble through to Folkes. And that is a big, big wicket for Surrey. It's exactly what they needed. It slightly exposes Durham's longer tail and slightly less experienced tail, with no cars and no pots. He'll be irritated with himself here, though, will Bedingham, won't he?
Oh, I don't know if he'll be too irritated with himself. That's a beautiful delivery from Tom Laws. It's the same shape of delivery as his previous ball, but the line was that just a little bit tighter to Bedingham. So rather than being able to leave the ball or the ball leaving him, just claimed the outside edge, and Folkes was able to take the ball this time, falling away to his right. And for Tom Laws, it's a mightily impressive scout, because if we wanted to be particularly cruel to Dom Sibley, we could say that Tom Laws has just got the form batter in the country out twice in the space of a couple of overs. And it's a huge wicket in the context of this match.
It really is. You can see what it means to Surrey's players there, because they know that Bedingham can be, well, he can bat for hours and days, but he won't do today. Laws with his first.
It was a remarkable change, because I completely agreed with you where after those two deliveries in the previous over, where Bedingham kind of shoveled the ball to mid-on in a kind of bizarrely beautiful way, where he timed it the ball wonderfully, and then he hit the ball out to point. And I kept on thinking, every time I see him play a shot, he is hitting the ball to the fielder. I was like, well, this is a man kind of in perfect form, in perfect touch. And then there was just a space of 3 deliveries where the ball caught the inside edge, he nabbed the strike, he then didn't run that by when he potentially could have got himself off strike. And to complete the hat-trick, the third ball of discomfort in a row found the outside edge, and he was on his way.
Brings Bas de Leede to the crease, a veteran of Netherlands cricket. He's only 20, he's 24, he'll be 25 in November. It seems like he's been around quite a long time. Every time I watch the Netherlands in World Cups, I see Bas de Leede. I also hear commentators try to manufacture really bad puns out of him.
Are there many puns available for Bas de Leede?
Well, follow de Leede.
Wow.
You can get that every time the next person comes into bat after he's out.
That is very true.
Yeah.
What? It can't be.
Leave. I like his leave. It's very curtain rail leave.
Can't be too often you have 2 Dutch internationals at the crease at the same time in the county championship.
Ooh, that's a very good question. The man to answer that is sitting to your left.
I just put these things out into the ether, and I wait to find out if an answer comes back. And of course, as we all know, everyone knows this. I don't mean to be so obvious, but Bas de Leede, of course, a former Cheam CC player in the Surrey Championship.
Cheam, was he?
He was indeed.
So far he's managing to avoid the temptation of Laws here. He's just getting his rhythm nicely going here, but he's into his 6th over. I don't know how many more he's got in him in this spell. 4 Surrey players have taken wickets today. The only one not to, Sam Curran, and he bowled Alex Lees off a no ball.
I was wondering if something was going on from that end this morning, because both 2 batters got out in remarkable fashion leaving.
A slightly half inquiry, maybe a bit of inside edge onto pad, but warm applause for Laws for having taken that crucial wicket of Bedingham. Durham 134 for 5, just rocking a little here.
When I say 2 players got out, I of course meant 1, and the other was
yes,
bowled leaving a ball, but both were entirely bizarre leaves, especially Emilio Gay, he's left a ball that's kind of almost struck him on the thigh pad.
Now Sam Curran's coming back into the attack, still no sign of Conor McKerr. I wonder if he fancies a pavilion end, is just waiting for Laws' spell to end perhaps. 3 slips in place, 2 relatively new batters to the crease here, Ackerman and Deleda. Curran had a fine first spell, none for 18 in his 5 overs, but he looked threatening. That's nicely played, straight out of the middle of the bat, but picks out mid-on. So is your season done now, Cameron?
Do we have to talk about it?
Is it over?
It is over, and thank goodness.
Oh really? Why?
It was just like, as a bowler you're meant to take lots of wickets and go for very few runs.
That's often the plan.
I kind of reversed that order.
Okay.
And so, which didn't go well for me, to be honest.
Are you being unnecessarily harsh on yourself?
No. I went at
20 wickets?
No, my economy rate this year was 5, which is a disgrace in club cricket.
5, yes, that is.
And my average was about 30. And I think in club cricket, if you're a bowler, I'll take away the kind of first 11 Premiership from this. I think 20 should be your average if you're a club bowler, because 200 wins games. So as simple as that. So no, I look forward to forgetting this season as quickly as possible. To be honest.
How many wickets did you get?
15 or so.
Oh, beats the bat. That one just kept going. Curran generally try and bring the ball back into the pads of Ackerman. You saw that with his first ball. But he is able to take one past the outside edge. Just goes on with the angle.
Did you play a match this year?
I played one match this year. And we fielded first on a day when it rained at tea. I didn't bowl.
I
really hurt my leg. Foolishly forgetting that as a 55-year-old man. Oh, again he beats the bat. Diving to stop a ball is... I did stop it. But
I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, it's quite painful. Let's just take another look at this. This is another one that goes past the outside edge. 2 in 2 here for Curran. That is a beauty, isn't it? It's well played in the end by Ackerman. He's just covering off stump. But there's encouragement here for Curran. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you get any runs?
Oh no! Don't be ridiculous.
No.
Well, this was the thing, is I was playing in teams that were quite successful. They're winning kind of despite me.
Oh,
so
well, that must be a bonus, or
I think so, maybe. And then, but it's just so you wouldn't really bat, so I normally bat kind of 8 or 9. But
well, it's an important question for a club cricketer. Would you prefer 4 for 28 in a losing cause, or none for 50 and win? End of the over, 134 for 5.
Well, I think I remember discussing this at length with a friend of mine. There's 4 ways to enjoy a cricket match.
4. I like this theory.
You can win and contribute. That's the best way to enjoy a cricket match.
Yeah.
And you get very few of those a year, realistically. You can win and not contribute.
Yeah.
You can lose and contribute. And you can lose and not contribute.
Who knew?
You wouldn't be able to guess that before I started.
No.
But I had to get all the way through.
Yes. Finds the gap, but hasn't got quite enough on it to just pick up a single. But it will get him off the mark.
But I guess, to continue theorising, and now I'm making this up, where your kind of allegiance lies to whether you're a club person or a kind of a selfish individual, or how emotionally attached you are to the team you're playing in.
Or somewhere on
that
graph.
Those two will then potentially swap around, whether you'd rather lose and contribute and have your own day out. I think if you're playing 15, 20 games a season, you losing and winning and not contributing is better than losing and contributing. I hope you're across this.
I'm trying to follow it. It's been quite a fertile area for Durham today, that little push just to the left of mid-wicket, the right of mid-on. It might be a slightly shorter side towards the Galadari stand of the gas holder. There's not a lot in it today. I don't think that's going to be preoccupying the captains when they think about who's going to bowl from which end. More interest is the prevailing wind direction. Oh, now then, has he got a little bit of bat on that? Folks diving away to his left. He did. I mean, it's hard to call that a chance, because it sped away a long distance away from Folks, but he wasn't a million miles away from this. Oh, he's about a foot.
The leader got more of a bat on that than I had realised at first. I thought it was a kind of stereotypical strangle down the leg side. It's just glancing off the edge of the bat, but he got a fair chunk of wood on it. I think we'll let Ben Folks off with that one.
So Laws is coming towards the end of his 7th over in this spell. Is Captain Ponsonby keeping him on, or is it time for a change? Is it time for Conor McKerr?
Well, I'm warm-hearted and want everyone to have a game, so I'd be giving the ball to Conor McKerr now.
I think McKerr is very much sort of earmarked for the tail here, isn't he? He's got that bit of extra pace. There's quite a callow tail that Durham have got today. Oof. Playing a miss off the last ball. No foot movement at all, really.
Is that something you've considered for the majority of the day, or is that's a kind of a plan you've built here?
I don't know, but what I do know is that there's a slight discrepancy on our screen and on the scoreboard. So there's still a ball left in the over according to the scoreboards here. Yes, that has now been changed. So that is the last ball of the over. Might be the last ball of Laws' spell. Just to tire a little bit, perhaps, towards the back end of that over. 140 for 5. 42 gone. We've still got 22 overs to go until tea. I'm just trying to check in. It's part of the sort of self-help thing that I think cricket fans need to do in September.
Yeah.
You know, about how you're mapping out the dread months of October, November, December, January. I could go on.
What was that? February, March?
As indeed the months do.
There's 4 ways of enjoying a cricket match.
Are there? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can either enjoy it in April and a bit of May. Sam Curran resuming here.
Daniel, do we have exciting news from Andrew Sampson?
Do we? Andrew, right, are you going to give him the headset?
That feels most sensible, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Right, we do something very technical here. We're going to bring Andrew Sampson on.
How many times have 2 Dutch internationals batted together in a county championship? Very interesting question.
Thank you, Cam. Thank you for that interesting question.
Very interesting answer as well.
Oh! Okay. Now, for it to be an interesting answer, it's either going to be about 412 times, or
which
1.
Seems unlikely, or 1.
Or 1. Van der Merwe, of course, yes, he might have for Somerset. He might have batted with.
The answer is 1. This is the first.
This is the first time. This is the first time that 2 Dutch internationals have played in the county championships and batted together.
Yes. So
that is amazing. That's well teased out by Cameron Ponsonby.
Yes.
Brilliantly discovered. Oh, the one that goes across the right-hander. Before I let you go, because people are going to want to know how you came up with that. I mean, obviously, you haven't suddenly skim-read like Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man every single every single scorecard. So how do you get a query like that to work?
Okay. The way I do it is I create a squad of players who've played for the Netherlands, which is relatively easy. You just select all Netherlands games and who's played for them.
Well, there could have been a run there, but good work at mid-wicket. Keeps the batsman honest.
And you might be interested in the fact that there are 16 Netherlands internationals. We're talking about official internationals, not
that have played 4-day county cricket.
Played 4-day county championship matches.
Well, that could be fun.
Well, the next question is trying to guess them, of course.
Yeah.
But then, wait for this ball.
Oh, thick edge, gets away with it, races down to the boundary. Loose shot from Ackerman. Surrey have only got 2 slips in place. If there'd been a third, might it have made it. Might it have gone to hand. Ifs and buts.
And then the next trick is to select partnerships. Just list all the partnerships in County Championship cricket. We don't have batsmen for all of them. Well, you know which batsmen were batting at the time, but we do have for the era in which the Dutch players would have played. The first one was PJ Bakker in 1986. And then match those players to the squad and see if both of the players are in the same squad, and the answer is there's none.
And that is absolutely, what a time to be alive.
Until today, yes.
You know, it's given a little spring to my step, you know.
I'm happy for that.
That we're watching something that no one else, I think if you are watching this now on the Surrey live stream or Sky YouTube, you are experiencing something unique in county cricket. 144 for 5.
That's a nice little Dutch attachment to it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
You can have your cans back.
Thank you. I always think that, is that now? It's a very convivial way to spend the afternoon. I'm not sure about the water in a wine glass.
I'm wondering whether it is water, Daniel.
How are you?
I've seen that trick before.
It's a very, very dry white wine if it's white wine, and if it's vodka or gin, it's a very, very strong vodka or gin.
Dan Morrill's come on for a bowl.
From his favourite end.
Well, only because the wind's blowing
yes.
from our left to right now.
And no sign of Conor McKerr. That's a lovely shot. Again, finds that gap. And it's going to make it all the way up to the boundary in front of the Galladari stand. Bit of a loosener from Worrell, just slightly over pitching into the pads. Deleda taking toll. It's been a feature of Durham today, hasn't it? They've scored runs in that area.
I think Surrey, given they've got players such as Worrell and Sam Curran, who are such natural kind of away shapers of the ball.
Oh, bits the bat again. He's done that many times today.
Basically, Surrey are looking for that delivery.
Yes.
Kind of almost every time. We'll see a replay here. That ball's going to leave the surface. Oh, just held its line a bit more than I expected there, actually. I was expecting the ball to continue moving away from the right-handed Deleda.
Another thing to note there is that Deleda is just coming out of his crease a little bit, trying to negate that swing. Let's see if he walks again towards the ball. Not on this occasion.
And if you are searching for that away movement, where you miss, if you're trying to keep the stumps in play, is that ball that stays a bit straighter and goes at too sharp an angle down the leg side to be able to swing back. And so you kind of expect Durham, the opposition, to be scoring a lot of their runs through that mid-wicket region when Surrey miss leg side. Because if you were to miss slightly offside, that ball's still going to be moving away from the right-handers, and they're going to be less likely to kind of try and play at it.
Worrell's definitely been Surrey's go-to man this summer. And it's his first spell in the afternoon session. He bowled a lengthy spell before lunch. So he's had about an hour and 3/4 since his last bowl.
Rory Burns as captain, and with this kind of Surrey bowling line-up is reminding me a little bit of Ricky Ponting with the kind of Australian team in the early 2000s, where you can just pass the ball to whoever you want.
People always used to think that about Clive Lloyd and Viv Richards as well, didn't they? It's, you know, there's no real skill in captaincy is the assumption, because Malcolm Marshall's bowled his 5 overs and now it's time to bring on Joel Garner. And
it's a good idea, great idea. End,
Michael Holding's had 5 overs. Let's bring on Colin Croft. You know?
Every bowling change is a great idea.
It does feel like a good one, doesn't it? But there is a bit more to it than that, isn't there? You've got to make sure you've got the right bowlers at the right ends. You've got to make sure that they stay fresh and firing for when you really want them. You've got to think about the match situation. Who's at the crease? Who are your best matchups? Now that went through nicely to folks. That was around about shoulder height. Just that 4 off the over the first ball when Worrell did stray on the pads. Other than that, He's in the groove. 148 for 5. The last man out. Bingham. Big wicket. That was. Caught by folks off Laws for 37. He'd had a life, but that 4th wicket partnership added 51. Took Durham from 79 for 3 to 130 for 4, and then a couple of quick wickets. Since then, Durham just trying to bed back in.
This is a very important partnership for Durham here. On the card they've got, well, on Cricinfo has the Callum Parkinson listed at 10. Their card on Twitter has Callum Parkinson listed at 11. But between James Minto and Daniel Hogg, they both have 0 first-class runs between them. For James Minto, he's on debut. That is to be expected.
It is to be expected, yes.
And Shamar Holder has fewer than 200 first-class runs. So this really is the kind of last pair with any real batting stock. Although I'm potentially doing Callum Parkinson a diff service there. He's got 1,400 first-class runs. Just a single half century, but an average of 18.
Oh, sticky. Yeah.
A sticky average.
Well, you'd be comfortable with that, batting that far down the order, wouldn't you?
Well, that's why I'm intrigued. Well, things that excite me at a day's play of the cricket. Will Callum Parkinson come out at 8? One of the things today. That's just getting me there, going, this could be an exciting moment.
Have you been following the progress of Bangladesh speedster Yas Rana with great excitement as well? Oh, nearly got through there, did Curran, but it's well played in the end by Ackerman. He's going to get a couple of runs as a pigeon scatter at deep square leg.
I have not been.
150 is up. I can't believe you've not been keeping your eye on Yas Rana, because I know Andrew Sampson will have been with great excitement. He managed to go through 19 consecutive innings without scoring a run. 12 times he was out for a duck. 7 unbeaten ducks. And then he got a run in the Test match against Pakistan at Rawalpindi. 1 off 3, I think it was. Next innings, a duck.
This is wonderful.
The world is healing. He has the most extraordinary record in that until that one run, all 11 of his first-class runs had been scored, I think, in his first 4 innings. Thereafter, not a run in sight. He absolutely demolished former record holder Mark Robinson's record of 12 consecutive scoreless innings. The former England women's coach. 19 times. And I think in those 19 innings he faced something like 76 balls or so. It was only about 4 balls per innings. But to manage not to score a single run across that entire run, you'd have a swish somewhere, wouldn't you? Get an edge at some point.
You'd assume something would happen.
You'd assume something would happen. I haven't actually seen footage of the run. I mean, I'm believing it because I believe the scorers. Curran changing his angle of attack, coming round the wicket to Ackerman. Good fielding in the covers.
Well, Yas Rana in first-class cricket.
Scored 12 now, 12 runs?
He has indeed. 18 matches, 24 innings, 9 not outs, 12 runs, a high score of 4 not outs, and an average.
Well, he's got 12 runs in 15 innings, so he's got 4/5, 0.8.
It's annoying doing this job with someone good at maths. I was looking forward to the reveal there.
Oh, well, you sort of had revealed it. Swish and a miss. Oh, a loose shot from Ackerman, chasing after the last ball of the over, but he survives. Durham 150 for 5. With 19 overs to go before tea. I mean, Andrew must have been thrilled at that. Those are the sorts of things you just can't quite get your head round. 19 consecutive scoreless innings. And that if you take the 4 not out, he's only got
2 innings of 4 in first class cricket, both with 4s.
2 innings of 4. Apparently both were boundaries. So he's so a maximum of 6 scoring shots.
Out of 107 balls he's faced. This
not bad.
Fantastic.
Isn't it? You've got to love that.
I thought I was enjoying the Dutch thing.
Oh, there's so much to enjoy today at the county cricket. Worrell stays in the attack. Delaney gets off strike straight away. There's a little bit of inside edge, and I'm waiting to see what umpire Long. No signal from umpire Long.
It was actually his 19th innings of the sequence where he got the run, so it was 18 scoreless
Sorry,
innings.
I beg your pardon. Yeah.
But it was 74 balls in total without scoring a run in those 18 innings.
6 not out noughts and 12.
A couple of not outs, not a run out without facing.
Oh, that's great. If you can pull that off. Yeah.
So, you know, and that's 17 of those balls were in his first innings in that sequence as well. So the innings tended to get shorter and shorter as the sequence went along.
So he faced 57 balls in his next 17 innings. It's
a phenomenal effort.
It really is. But however much we may laugh, he was up there with his compatriot Ebadot Hussain, who at one point had one of the great records until a test match in New Zealand, in which he blotted his copybook terribly by taking a fifer and scoring. I can't remember, Andrew will find out for me. Before that innings, I think he averaged 0.75 in Test cricket with the bat, and something truly startling like 60 with the ball.
He averaged 1.
It's nicely driven away. It's running off towards the boundary. Fielder won't get there. 4 more. Lovely fluent drive from Ackerman. A little over pitch from Worrell.
Yeah, going into that famous match at the Mount Maunganui, at that point he had scored 4 runs at 0.5 in 10 test matches and taken 11 wickets at 81.54.
You see, you can't really get
and he
a
got
more magnificent record than that. And then tell us what he did.
6 for 46. The runs were actually a little bit later.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, so he was averaging 1 after 16 games.
Struck on the pads, going down, I think. Umpire Long agrees. You can see, actually, folks moved a long way to his left, rather giving the game away.
And then he scored a 21 not out against the West Indies.
That's what blew it.
In St. Lucia, yeah. I don't know why they do that.
It's very disappointing, isn't it?
It's very disappointing when they do that.
To be averaged 80 with the ball and 0.5 with the bat after 10 tests. And people have the temerity to be a little bit sniffy about the number of opportunities, for example, that Zach Crawley was given.
Crawley did average a bit more than 0.5.
Well, he certainly did, yeah.
But he didn't average 81 with the ball.
No. I mean, that is absolutely terrific going, isn't it? But then came back with a bang, picking up 6 for.
Ebadot is also wonderfully interesting because he was a volleyball player for the Bangladeshi Air Force.
Is that right?
Before he became a Test cricketer. So that's in effect why he was so poor with the bat, is he didn't really play.
Didn't really play, but he bowled a lot.
And he had the natural flat.
Yep.
He probably thought his average of 80 was quite good, having bowled on the runways.
Ackerman steals a single off the last ball of the over. He'll keep strike. This partnership just starting to build now. 156 for 5. 50 overs remain in the day. It's time for me to take a break. Leave you in the very capable hands of Cameron Ponsonby and Phil Walker.
$156 for 5 then. Surrey fighting back well in this afternoon session. I'm hearing 0 for 1. Somerset against Lanks. So wickets tumbling in that one. "14 wickets have already fallen at Edgbaston as well. Warwickshire, Essex. Essex 49 for 4 in reply to Warwickshire's 78. Only in the game between Notts and poor old Kent has it been a run fest. 196 for 1, Notts. Rides the extra bounce tidily enough, picks up another single, and so these two have got a recovery mission on here. Durham's big two, Bedingham and Robinson, started the session so positively. look to be claiming the upper hand, and then as Surrey tend to do, we've seen it time after time, they hit you hard and then they come in even harder after that. Suddenly Durham staring down the barrel a little bit on a pitch that is beginning to settle down just a touch. 5 down, and these last two here, their last two recognised batters. The leader, a batting all-rounder really, and then you are into the bowlers. Callum Parkinson, useful but high-ish at 8, you would say, and then a callow bowling attack to follow, and so much depending on these two here. Gone up for it, but a stifled appeal. Sam Curran unmoved.
The crowd quite enjoyed that one, more than I was expecting. There wasn't too much of an appeal from the players out on the pitch.
It's good numbers out there as well already, good few thousand in. And just bear in mind, folks, if you are just joining in on this broadcast, it's free after tea, and we will get a good amount of cricket in as well. Still the best part of 50 overs to bowl. We are just under an hour away from the tea break, and so you'll get plenty of cricket here at the Kia Oval. If you fancy it, if you want to come along in the vicinity, kicking around in South London, then this is the place to be. Surrey on the charge here. A round arm by Sam Curran, fullish, trying for the Wazzy Makram-like in-ducking toe crusher. As it was skewed from an outside edge by the leader, and it does run away for a much needed boundary 4.
I think that was the first time in a while that Sam Curran, as you mentioned, his arm did get a lot lower, and that was very purposely trying to get that shape back into the right-hander. But rather than, he beat Ackerman's outside edge a couple of times in one of his previous overs. But it wasn't a case of the ball shaping back into the right-hander and nipping away off the seam. The ball was kind of pitching on middle leg, and continuing to leave the right-hander. There hasn't been much movement through the air from Surrey. It means Curran's bowling to a very kind of fine margin of error where he could miss kind of with his line.
Yeah, he's moved backward point. Back now onto the boundary. End of the over. 47 gone now. And so we did mention earlier that Somerset had lost an early one. Blanks all out for 140. Somerset in reply. And they've lost an early one.
Where Tom Bailey will send down
Here
the
it is.
first over of the Somerset first innings, and a bowls.
Edge gone. Draw the bat.
Taken
Nicks
by
off the
Jennings
second slip. Much needed
second
scalp for Lancashire, who are on the canvas really. And Andy Hamid goes for a first bowler. Caught by Jennings in the office from Tom Bailey.
It's Andy Hamid's third match in a row with a duck, and second in a row with a golden duck, facing the first ball of an innings, which isn't the happiest of records. It is in the theme of our conversations of the last 20 minutes on the County Championship live stream. I got caught between a Dan Norcross and Andrew Samson. Samsung? Not giving him a call. Andrew Samson, kind of numbers fest to do with Bangladeshi seamers. I felt vastly out of my depth.
Yeah, were you floundering?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It happens, Cam. It happens. Packed offside field now for Dan Worrell. Still 2 slips. He's going to explore that channel right there, outside off stump. As the leader opens the face and plays that tidily enough, though, behind square for a single. And so, still embryonic, but a partnership now of 29. They're just beginning to repair the damage that was done with that quick 1-2 earlier in the piece this afternoon. Worrell and Clark doing the business as ever. Tom Laws as well nipping in to remove the danger man Bellingham for 37. That's what he does. Tom Laws never ever lets this side down when he's thrown the ball.
And in breaking news, Conor McKerr is warming up. So expect Surrey's 6th seamer.
And perhaps the quickest of the lot as well.
Well, Daniel Norcross was musing earlier about the idea that maybe he was brought in almost especially to blast out the tail. And if you are able to pick your 11 in such a way that allows you the luxury to keep one seamer fresh for the back end of an innings, where the top order may have put some kind of miles into the rest of the attack's legs and they might be a bit tireder, what a luxury that would be. Not even what would be, what is.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Colin Ackerman just getting going here, 16 not out. Looking solid up until now. He's been in rich form as well in recent weeks. Made 196 in back-to-back games in the 50-over competition, and then when the first-class stuff came around last week, he made 186 in the slipstream of David Beddingham's 279 against Lancashire, and so he's had a good few weeks. They need more of that here desperately. 163 for 5 feels like one of those innings where it can fall away quite quickly, or with an enterprising partnership here they can get up to something 250 to 300 and then have something to bowl at. And there it is, constant chances being created. You can never relax against this seam attack. Dan Worrell into his 13th. The real champion of this attack. Playing a miss. A rather leaden-footed waft in truth outside off stump, but Ackerman survives. 48 gone. This game is on a knife edge, you feel. 5 down for 163. Cameron Ponsonby departs. I'll be joined by Yas Rana, who has another list of averages open. He's going to throw some more stats at me, I fancy.
That wasn't the plan, but if you want me to just read out every Durham player's average for the season, you're more than welcome.
Conor McKerr, the new bowler, thankfully. And a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. SSE Energy Solutions. Thank you so much to our partners for this game. They'll be with us all week. And it is going to be Conor McKerr, the 6th seamer we shall have seen today. In good form. Capable of some real chin music as well, and that's cut away for 4, bit of a loosener, bit of rubbish for Conor McKerr just to clear that out of his system and then go again. But yeah, with 2 men out, Yas, on the leg side boundary, and a longish boundary as well, you wonder with his extra yard he may employ a bit of the short stuff. We shall see how it goes. No need necessarily at this point with Durham's 2 batters still getting going, both still in the teens, but he does have that potential, he does have that option should Rory Burns require it. Shortish again, bit of extra rise outside the off stump, but as the leader rides it okay, moves into the 20s.
Yeah, keep an eye on the speed gun with Conor McKerr, because he bowled a genuinely hostile spell in the second innings against Lancs on his previous home appearance. Bowling the sort of stuff that Phil was alluding to. Short and sharp, men out on the leg side. Took a while to find his rhythm in that game.
And again, definitely a bit of extra bounce. Wonder if Rory Burns might just look to fortify the cordon. maybe bring in another gully. There's a backward point, but a more conventional distanced backward point. I wonder if he might just be tempted to plug that gap. Nothing doing just yet. But that's 2 deliveries that have climbed and then got off the splice behind square. Oh, and it just evades second slip. It's a valiant effort by Dom Sibley, diving full length. He may have even just got a fingertip to it, but it was not a drop by any means.
He's done so well to get even close to it. Not for the first time, Baz the leader flashing hard at a ball with a bit of width. And this time it just evades Sibley at second slip. Picks up 4, but you wouldn't say it's a chance for Surrey, but it's another occasion where they've come very close to picking up another wicket.
Field stays the same. Another shortish delivery up on his toes, taking the upper part of the bat. It's been a hostile start here. 10 from 5 deliveries though. Durham will take everything that they can get at this point. 173 for 5.
And when we were on last together, Phil, you were saying that it's important for Durham to be proactive and not just let Surrey bowl at them. And the leader in at number 7 is doing just that, 24 of 25.
Clubbed just out of the reach of the bowler. That would have been an unconventional caught and bowled, as it is. Just eluded Conor McKerr on his follow through, and so another couple of precious runs, a dozen from McKerr's first. Durham up to 175, and as the leader, as Yas alludes to, is counter punching here quite effectively, living a little. It makes sense that he's going to have to adopt that kind of approach. Can't play passive cricket here. It's been the story for Durham really. 36, 23, 37, 17. Just that one single figure score. Emilio Gay on debut made a rather painstaking duck. And then 17 not out, Colin Ackerman. 26 to Baz the leader. Going to be another change. Tom Curran this time. So Rory Burns, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, is ringing the changes here. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. SSE Energy Solutions. Bowled well earlier, I thought, Tom Curran.
Yeah, I think he bowled well at Taunton as well. For a guy who's really not played much red ball cricket over the last few years. I think he's been very impressive with the ball, obviously with the bat as well at Taunton. But it's not that long ago that this is a guy who played Test cricket for England because of his work with the red ball in the county championship. Attack leader for Surrey. 2016, 2017.
Short, wide, rather towed, and so it won't run away for 4. It was there to hit. Colin Ackerman will be frustrated that he didn't crash that away across those practice pitches, but he'll pick up a couple. Better than nothing. A loosener.
Yeah,
and then some.
Bit of a loosener from Curran, not too dissimilar to how McKerr started the previous over. Yeah, Curran, the older Curran brother, evolving as a cricketer. You'd say that his batting has really come on in the last few years. So much so that he's a viable top 6 option for Surrey in the Invincibles.
Well, I think that's a very good point you make. So I think he came in at 7 at Taunton, Tom Curran, I think. But he played like a player who is better than that. And I think there is every chance, if this cameo in whites in red ball cricket might have just whetted the appetite for more, then there is every chance that you can see him bed himself in that middle order, not necessarily doing the hard yards with the ball, driven tidily off the back foot, but definitely as an option there, as a game changer, both with with bat and ball, perhaps even in that order in the fullness of time.
No, definitely. And I thought it was a real show of faith that Surrey batted him at 7 ahead of someone like Jordan Clark, who's had an outstanding season for Surrey. Bailed them out on a few occasions. 100 and a couple of 50s, averaging around about 35 with the bat. And I guess that, you know, we talk about how important it is for young white ball players to have a foundation in red ball cricket, but I think what we've seen with Curran's batting is how, if you're someone like him playing the standard of white ball cricket that he plays so much of, when you're coming across bowlers of the pace you come across in those T20 leagues, particularly the IPL, that must do wonders for your batting long term.
Edged again through third this time. 2 in 2 now. Doesn't run away for 4. Ryan Patel does some good work down there at deep third, but more runs and more chances created.
Curran this time really good length, drawing Ackerman into a drive that wasn't quite there, playing away from his body. And as Phil says, for the second time in 2 overs, a ball flies through the vacant third slip region at a very catchable height.
What chance Rory Burns puts in a third for the start of the next over. You can't do it immediately, of course. That's on the first page of the captain's handbook. Another one ticks by then. So Durham rebuilding quietly here, but purposefully. Partnership of 46, 50 gone now. Still 46 overs left in the day. Just another mention, free after tea, folks. So do come in by all means if you're in the area. Come and watch this cricket here. Top class cricket between two very, very good sides.
Yeah, definitely do come in after tea, but really healthy crowd in.
Already.
Around about 3,000 in through the gates, and given it's a weekday start, school term.
They've split the slip cordon, so Dom Sibley is now at a conventional third slip, I would say. Another short one. Dan Lawrence has moved to 1.5. Sibley's moved to third.
Yeah, in the previous over, McKerr sort of flirted with what I'm sure will be the ploy, which is send it in short, try and get Ackerman on the hook. Got 4 men out, deep, either square or behind square, although the man on the deep point boundary has just moved 10 yards or so to his right, slightly further in front of square.
More runs this time, and that boundary rider is employed. Yeah, it's a sign perhaps that Burns is aware that this is not necessarily a 400 plus track, and that runs, while they have control over Durham at the moment, ticking up towards 200, 181 for 5. Got to be mindful of that total ticking up towards 250, maybe even 300. And if Durham can get up to 300, you feel like there will be some chances, albeit for a greenhorn attack. Nonetheless, this is a pitch that gives the bowlers something to work with at all times. And so the old Shane Warne dictum, really, attacking with the ball, defending with the field, and as Yas says, 4 men out on the boundary, 3 in the ring, or 2 in the ring, 1 at mid-on, and 2 splayed slips. Can't have them everywhere. Pulled in front of square for 4. Powerful statement shot by Colin Ackerman, and that is the 50 partnership. Brought up in good time here. Good counter punching here by Ackerman and Delida.
Yeah, McKerr bowling with a short ball ploy, but that's not quite high enough to really threaten a player as good as Ackerman. That one sat up quite nicely. And it's always a sign that the player has got time when they put it that far in front of square, as Ackerman does on this occasion.
One of those where nobody moved. As soon as it came out the middle, everybody knew. Again, another short one.
And also just a sign of how quickly this game has moved in this session. 102 runs scored by Durham. The loss of just 2 wickets in this afternoon session. They lost Bingham and Robinson in quick succession, scoring 130 and then 134. But this partnership now worth 52. They're rebuilding really nicely. The leader scoring at runner ball and Ackerman going up through the gears as well.
And this is the way they do it as well. You know, Ryan Campbell, the head coach at Durham, has been very clear about that. They're a front foot side. Foolish this time and beautifully driven down the ground. One of the shots of the day. Imperious.
Yeah, it's another really good over for Durham. 10 from it. McKerr's first 2 overs have been expensive. 22 off his first 2. And we saw the previous boundary was a bouncer that probably wasn't quite high enough. And this time McKerr pushing the ball fuller. But Ackerman more than equal to it. You wouldn't say that was a genuine half volley, but just full enough for Ackerman to get forward, and that was a delightful shot through mid-on. 190 for 5 now. 134 for 5, Phil. I think Surrey would have had their sights on restricting Durham to a score around about the 200 mark, especially with that slightly fresher feel to that lower order than we usually expect from Durham, given the number of absentees that they do have.
Colin McKerr coming back into the cordon now. Again, has a slightly wider third slip, more fourth slip position. So there is that gap between him and Dom Sibley. But still fortifying in the catching area, necessarily so after last over. Curran again. Another play and a miss this time. As the leader walking at him, trying to perhaps cover that late swing, but nothing doing. You mentioned Tom Curran as a test player from a few years back. That brings me out in let's say a cold sweat, but kind of the opposite really. His second and final test match to date was at Sydney in early 2018.
Were you there, Phil?
Yeah, I was. I'll never forget it for various bad reasons. Australia, 649 for 7 declared. Thanks for coming, folks. And day 4, were you there, Andrew? Yeah, you were there. Day 4, do you remember how hot it was on day 4? 46 degrees. I think it was the hottest day on record in Sydney since 1930 something. Yeah, that was a tough one. Tom actually got away with it. 1 for 82 from 25. He's bowled really well there. Mason Crane, 1 for 193. Moeen Ali, 2 for 170. Stuart Broad, 1 for 121. Anderson, listen to this. 34 overs, 14 maidens, 1 for 56. In a kiln. In a furnace, when you're already 3 down.
His first spell was 5 overs, 0 for 6. One of the best spells I've ever seen.
Yeah, Andrew Sampson. First spell, Jimmy Anderson's 5 overs, 0 for 6. One of the best spells he's ever seen. Absolutely that.
Obviously you knew watching it that day how hot it was, but if you were watching it on the TV, could you tell from the action that the players were so strongly affected by the conditions? Could you tell, like, in the movement of players, the intensity of bowlers throughout the day?
Well, at the end of day 4, Joe Root ended up in hospital, so there was evidence, yeah, with acute dehydration. I feel like, Yas, I may have crossed this story towards you before. Is that fair to say? I'm not talking to you though. I'm talking to the listeners, of course.
Quite right.
Yeah. But Joe Root's final hour on day 4 was one of the most extraordinary passages of play I think I've ever seen in my life. I've watched a lot of cricket, and he was ghostly and entirely unmovable as Cummins and Stark and all the rest of them came in and bombed at him, and he knew that he was going to go down 4-0, and he knew that they were going to lose by an innings. Nonetheless, he was indomitable, and he had no energy at all. As I say, within an hour or 2 of the end of play on day 4 at Sydney in 2017 or 2018, he was rushed to hospital. But for that hour, he was just magnificent, really. Resumed the following morning, collapsed at lunchtime, fell asleep in the dressing room. We never saw him since. So, another change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, a game changer for businesses, including this one. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. Jordan Clark. Understandable, really. Conor McKerr didn't quite find his lengths, I think it's fair to say, yes?
Yeah, I think the plan was obvious, but he wasn't quite able to execute it as well as he did in the previous home game against Lancashire. Not quite as hostile, not quite getting the ball up towards shoulder height. Though it did create one, not quite a chance, but induced an edge from Delida that flew through the vacant third slip region. But Clark has bowled well today, back into the attack.
Right on the money straight away. That was the length that he discomforted Ollie Robinson so much earlier in the piece, and then in the end smashed him on the back leg for a palpable LB.
How good does the ground look from that angle? With Vauxhall in the background and the city. Clear over looking splendid in mid to late September. Our last home Surrey game of the summer.
Weather set fair as well for the rest of the week. Foolish and well played straight down the ground.
Supposedly 25 degrees tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. Supposedly 22 degrees now, but I was outside earlier. Definitely didn't feel that.
I'm running home tonight, yes. From
Literally?
here. Yeah. I've got my trainers in the other room.
Is transport down?
Well, I'm doing this sponsored run thing.
Okay.
So this qualifies as training, I gather. Dreading it. Meeting my wife for the run home.
You've said to me before that you don't view yourself as a runner.
I've got small legs. Okay. You know, I'm not a good distance runner. And perhaps a misspent youth might be contributing to that as well. But anyway, I've never done anything like this before. I'm doing it in a few weeks, doing the Royal Parks, as they call it, the one up in Hyde Park.
Look at the run scored of Jordan Clark's bowling.
Not behind square. Yeah, those boundary falls through the offside, and when he's just been looking for the bit of late swing.
I think as a bowler, I think one of the reasons why he's really come on in the last few years is he's got lots of very effective ways of attacking. I think when the ball's swinging a little bit more, he's got that ability to swing it in both directions actually, but when he can be quite attacking with his lengths. But equally, when the ball's doing less, he tends to use the angles at the crease to his advantage, as that's dabbed behind square by Ackerman to pick up at least one.
Played really nicely actually, he's ridden the bounce, played softly.
Yeah, Clark just varies his angle of release, really attacks the stumps. Well, stumps, as we saw with that dismissal of Robinson, he had a huge shout against Bingham with a very similar delivery and over two before the wicket of Robinson.
Very good. Sorry, yes, very good by the batsman. Been rock solid, really. Another one ticks by. 53 gone now. 192 for 5.
It's exactly that sort of area that Clark gets a lot of joy from. Sort of angling in at the stumps, and just by changing the angle at which he releases the ball, poses problems to the batter. Sometimes making them think they have to play at ones that they perhaps don't have to on that occasion. Very, very intelligent bowler. Major reason that this club has had so much success over the last 3 years.
They've made a few inspired signings in recent years, but none better than Jordan Clark. Tom Curran to continue, 9 overs for 23, he's been good. Picked up that key wicket, Emilio Gay earlier. A couple of runs perhaps into the offside. Come back comfortably. As the leader will not be becalmed here. Going at a good rate, 29 from 34. Very useful player to have at number 7. Bowls some cheeky medium paces as well. All action kind of cricketer. The star of Dutch cricket. And making a good play here in the red ball stuff. Really emerged at the end of last year. Becoming a key part of this setup.
Yeah, Curran and Clark just been able to keep things a bit tight in the last few overs. There's a brief period where Durham were scoring very quickly. Curran and Clark been able to be really tight with their lines. Not offered much width at all. See there, the leader motioning, flick through mid wicket.
Advances again down the track, the leader, and picks up a tidy single into the onside.
Yeah, we just see him use his feet there. I guess that's a testament to the accuracy of Curran's spell. A lot of the runs earlier in the session came through balls that just had a bit of width. The leader very eager to throw his hands at any balls that were wide or off stump. Not had many to feast upon in the last few overs. Slight change in the field for Ackerman. 2 men out on the leg side boundary, one just in front of square, one at long leg. 2 slips rather than 3.
One game we haven't mentioned too much today, Hampshire against Worcestershire. Down at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire batting first, 201 for 4. A couple of wickets for Amir Verdi down there, Yas. He's getting through some good work for Worcestershire. After a quiet couple of years on the Surrey staff, he's on loan at New Road and he's going well here for Worcester. And it's good to see Worcester on the verge of survival, which would be one hell of an achievement, really. Don't get any of that, Colin Ackerman. Yeah, we interviewed Joe Leach, Worcestershire's star man, talisman if you like, and he said at the start of the season if we finish 1 point above 8th place then it'll be a great year for us. Well, they are comfortably placed in mid-table at the moment, and a few points from this game and then they'll be fine.
By any measure, they're the form team in the country.
Yep.
As Ackerman defends the last ball of the over. 3 runs off it. Durham 195 for 5 after 54. Yeah, 3 wins and a draw in their last 4 games. A run of form that has taken them well above the relegation zone. And actually really in that mid-table pack. 7 points behind Durham before this round of fixtures. So you have a look at the card there. Lots of starts. No one yet to really kick on for Durham. Still a lot of cricket to play, not just today but in this session. Take a look at the bowling figures. Dan Worrell with 2 wickets, Clark with 1, and then 1 each for Tom Curran and Tom Laws. Really crucial passage to play this before tea. Still plenty of time for Durham to build a healthy lead, but also for Surrey to get stuck into the Durham lower order.
Just a single, he's caught up with that nicely as the leader and controlled that pull shot.
Do you know what I mean, Phil? This is the sort of passage to play with. We could easily be 220 for 8 at tea or 250 for 5.
I've seen this story so many times here in recent years. Teams arrive here in South London and they have a plan. and they fight tooth and nail to execute it. But it's always precarious. These two have played excellently. Partnership ticking over to 63. It was essential, really, because Durham, with that inexperienced tail, were really scrapping to stay in this game, 5 down for 1-3-4. But the repair job is only really getting going in the broader context of this game.
Yeah, they're working really well as a pair because the leader is batting particularly positively, and it has allowed Ackerman in his slipstream to just quite quietly go about his business, but he's a player of real class. And with the field slightly further pushed back, he's been able to just quietly go about his business, and he's moved on to 34 off 60. The leader, 31 off 38.
Yeah, he's a classy first-class cricketer, isn't he? Colin Ackerman averages 41 across a long period of time. He's done it in lots of different conditions as well. South African born and bred, of course, but served Leicestershire brilliantly for a number of years. Versatile as well. Gone up for it. Jordan Clark very interested.
Yeah, it's done a bit off the pitch, I think. Squared the leader up. I think another one that's potentially a bit high. Take a look at the replay now.
Yeah, just the bottom part of the thigh pad, perhaps just a bit high. Yeah, 33 now, Ackerman, and probably knows his game better than at any other point in his career. Makes runs in all the formats.
Plays inside that one. But yeah, that LBW shout, sort of what I was talking about a couple of overs ago. Clark is able to find enough nibble with the old ball to attack the pads of the right-hander. Yeah, Ackerman's a really smart signing. In a way, such a good signing that I don't think Durham's scouts deserve that much credit for it.
So good probing length again by Jordan Clark. He's been brilliant today. 15 overs, 14 overs he's got through, 1 for 39, 197, 4-5. And it'll be Dan Norcross along with Yas to take you up to tea.
Yeah, a very productive partnership this between the two Dutch internationals. Now worth 63. It's come at a decent pace as well.
It has.
It's Dan Norcross.
Now, we were very excited about the fact that these are two Dutch players playing together, batting together at the same time. Well, I've had a couple of bits of correspondence on Twitter just inquiring as to whether Roland Lefebvre and André van Troost never managed to bat together. And they're playing for Somerset. Would it be Somerset?
I feel like this one's directed to the man to my left.
It is directed to the man to the left, but Andrew said he'd crunched the numbers. Van Troost never played an official international for the Netherlands. One day international. Well, there you go. That's your answer. But I guess what it does do is it gives us one of our other Dutch players in Roland Lefebvre.
A guest on the Wisden Podcast this week.
Was he?
Yes.
How spooky is that? Why did you, may I ask, have Roland Lefebvre?
So he is the performance director of Dutch cricket, and he, alongside other people in similar positions, have a willingness to be quite vocal in a relatively unusual way, actually. Vocal publicly about the ICC's lack of scheduling for the top associate sides in women's cricket. So there's a fair bit of annoyance at Zimbabwe's admission to the ICC Women's Championship, which on one hand, forms part of the World Cup qualification in women's cricket, but also just gives teams at that level a lot of fixtures against teams that they otherwise might not play.
Oh, it's a good diving, sprawling stop that from Folks. I don't know if there was any bat on it though.
And there's a sense that Zimbabwe have been given that opportunity based on the performance of their men's side, not the performance of their women's side. So Scotland, Thailand and Netherlands, so Thailand for example, are basically ranked where Pakistan are in ODI cricket, and those three teams are way above where Zimbabwe are in women's cricket, and Zimbabwe have been included in this 11-team league, and nothing has been announced for what the ICC will organise for the top associate sides. So not only were those teams deprived of the opportunity to play at that level, but also nothing's been organised yet below that level, so it's quite hard for those teams to put together a schedule, and it's quite difficult for their players to make decisions about what they want to do with their lives with so little cricket lined up for them. So that's what Roland's doing these days.
Oh, it's leapt a little, just taken the glove of Deleda. Another over ticks by, another 8 to go until tea. This partnership really developing, really irksome for Surrey, splendid for Durham. They lost their 5th wicket. The door was nearly ajar. One more wicket would bring the bowlers, and it's quite an inexperienced bowling attack that Durham have brought in the absence of the likes of Matt Potts, Bryden Cars. It's not just Surrey who are struggling with international call-ups.
Well, Durham, it's more than that. Ben Rain, Coughlin as well. Really depleted attack.
Clark continues. It's his 15th over. Yes, it's getting to that point in the season, isn't it? As well, where tired, weary bodies. Now Andrew Sampson looks like he's found something. Andre van Troost and Roland Lefebvre never batted together in the county championship. Well, that's what you come on the Surrey live stream for, and Sky Sports YouTube channel, to find out these esoteric facts that'll keep you warm through the dark days of autumn and winter.
Can we encourage viewers to email in questions about did X and Y ever bat together?
Well, do you know, I did once do a game at Leicester many years ago, about 2015-16. It was raining, and as I was toddling across the outfield from the commentary box back to the car, this fellow arrived with loads and loads of bits of paper in, you know, one of those ring binder file things, which were clearly for signing. You get the gist. You see a lot of people who like to collect autographs, and as I was walking across, a rather panicked voice shouted at me. He said, "Do you think they're going to play?" I said, "I'm sorry." He said, "Do you think they're going to play?" I said, "Well, I'm not 100% sure. It's rather wet. The outfield feels a bit soggy." He said, "They've got to play." I said, "Well, wasn't a great deal riding on the game. You know, towards the end of the season, I don't think either side could go up or anything like that." So I was slightly baffled as to why he was so desperate for this match to take place. And then he announced, he said, I can't remember which umpires they were, but let's say, you know, Ben Debenham and Jackie Hampshire, which was the very end of his career. He was actually a mentor, I think, by then, 2015, but you know, something like that. Ben Debenham and Steve O'Shaughnessy, let's say. He said, I've got every combination of every umpire when they've stood together. This is the last one. Debenham and O'Shaughnessy, they've never umpired together, and I need the signatures. I said, well, you can get the signatures anyway, surely, can't you? I mean, they'll be here. They won't have gone down a pop from the house. They'll have to call it off. He said to me, doesn't count unless a ball's been bowled. So, fair enough, you know, he's got his own standards for how this works. So I just quiz this again. I said, quite honestly, you've got every single combination of standing umpires at the moment when they played them together. Said, yeah, every one. And it must be quite a hefty list. And he showed in his binder as proof that this was the case. And then I said something that I've regretted for the rest of my life, because in retrospect it was quite cruel, but it was the question that was right at the forefront of my brain, so it came out of my mouth. Now then, that's gone down to long leg, but safely enough. And brings up the 200, just 50 more runs for a first batting point for Durham. This partnership continues, 66 they've put on, end of the over, 200 for 5. So I said to him, the thing that was in my mind, I said to him, but if you get the signatures, what are you going to do then? He looked at me and said, I don't know. And ever since I felt very guilty about that. But it was the obvious question to ask. I mean, you might say the obvious question to ask was why, but I think we all know why. We collect weird things, don't we? You used to collect weird things, Cameron?
I can't believe how rude Yas was to leave there moments before the punchline. It was my fault for being an over late, but that's not the point.
No.
I would never have left you mid-anecdote, Daniel.
That's right, can't you?
So I collect weird things? I don't think so.
No. Beats the bat. Thought just for a moment there Curran, he might have got a little edge, but there was no sign of interest behind the stumps.
I think my collecting days have been firmly in the mainstream of kind of Panini sticker books.
Panini sticker books, yeah. Do you know there was a cricket one?
I did not.
1983, I think it is. There's a book out at the moment about
the 1983 Panini cricket sticker book.
Yes, yes.
Oh, genuinely?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I was being a bit facetious.
Well, no, it's out of there. It's a very fine book. The author, I'm so sorry I can't remember the author's name, but it's available in all good stockists. And he goes to interview a player from each county, because it was done by county. So
okay.
He interviews a player from Derby, and often he chooses not necessarily the high profiles. He did choose Graham Fowler from Lancashire, who was high profile, but some others that perhaps might be slightly forgotten names. I believe it was the last time they did it.
Such was the success of the of the operation.
Maybe it was in conjunction with the '83 World Cup. I don't know.
I have you down as having So actually, I used to collect all my match day tickets if I ever went to a game. So I used to have an envelope in my kind of bedside table, and it would kind of stretch all the way from kind of QPR versus Tranmere Rovers through to. I remember my mum's Scottish would take me to Wales versus Scotland in the rugby every now and then, and so I had all of those, and then it was very satisfying to peel back the curtain. Then have my sister works as an actress, and so if I went to see somewhere if she was in a play, I'd keep that ticket.
It's nicely played, soft hands. It's running down to the boundary. There'll be 4 more. This partnership is irksome for Surrey, splendid for Durham. Played quite deliberately, maybe not entirely where the leader intended, but he plays it with very soft hands, and there's only a couple of slips in place, so there's no real danger. It's not a full-on greeble. A fellow I used to play cricket with used to describe a shot that goes off the edge down, sort of dribbling away down to deep third boundary as a greeble.
What an imaginative young man.
He wasn't that young.
What an imaginative old man.
Manny. Bit of fine partnership between these two. There's been a lot of sort of assuredness of footwork which I've liked to see. And when they came together at 134 for 5, Durham were in more than a spot of peril. Surrey with plenty of fresh bowlers. Conor McKerr hadn't been used at that stage. And they're just getting miles into the Surrey bowlers' legs here, and going on at a decent rate as well. Oh, now then. Taken. And that is the breakthrough. Cameron Steele at mid-wicket. The ball banged in. Deleda just getting a top edge, and it looped in a gentle parabola to the sub. And that is the breakthrough Surrey have been looking for. It's a second bonus point as well. That 6th wicket. The partnership broken at 70. Came together at 134. 204 for 6 now. And that does expose Durham's tail with around about 7 overs or so to go until tea.
The simplest and also the most horrible of catches for Cameron Steele. He's duped everyone, including our cameraman, who naturally swung out to the fielder on the boundary rope. The ball had come off the cue end of the leader's bat, under no control at all. And it's a crucial wicket for Surrey, because as you say, Durham have this lengthy tail, and this had been a partnership that had been very profitable for Durham. But as it happens, and now the complexion of the match changes, where you go, well, actually, Durham are facing potentially being bowled out for less than 250 here, and Surrey gaining a very strong position in the match. Cameron Steele was the substitute fielder. I think he got a number of kind of ironic pats on the back for that catch, as people kind of appreciate how horrible those catches are when you have just so much time to think about how embarrassing it would be if you were to drop it.
Yes. Yes, they're so simple that you can be made to look slightly foolish, but kept his eyes on the ball. Not as easy with the sun coming from right to left as we're looking at it, from, if you like, from offside to leg side.
Sun going from right to left, wind going from left to right.
Yes, it's all.
If anything, it's the best catch I've seen all year.
Now you've got your wish, because Callum Parkinson is batting at number 8. And I know this was something you were really looking forward to, Cameron Ponsonby.
It was something I was very much looking forward to. Just something I'm not enjoying, though, that's happening out on the pitch, is I've noticed how low down Durham's names are on the back of their shirts, because they have their sponsor at the top, and their name effectively cuts across the middle of their back. And it's a very important point that must be raised immediately.
Okay. You think there's an optimum place for
I think naturally. I think a sponsor's had its way. If you have a look at the screen, right, well, you see when it cuts back to the main view, when the bowler's running into the batter, you'll see Callum Parkinson's name is kind of sprawled across the centre of his back. And to be honest, the more I talk about it, the more boring I'm finding it. So,
think of the children. Now, in Callum Parkinson's nickname, I want to see if you can guess it.
Well, Parky is the correct option.
Parky is the correct option, but what do you think his brother Matt's nickname therefore is?
I'm going to go for Parky.
Well, no.
No?
No. Now, his nickname is Daddy.
Yes.
Who knew?
Is that it?
Well, I mean, I
thought you were going to have a reason.
Well, I can't give you the reason.
He must be the elder of the two identical twins.
I suppose that must be it.
We have some ball going through hoops, or not going through hoops, excitement.
It's got to go through one and it's not got to go through the other. Now, what we don't know is whether it's not supposed to go through that hoop or not. Now, and I think we can gather from Nigel Long that the ball is going to be changed. A ball changed at the Oval, well. There's a precedent for that. Around about a year ago, so a new box of balls will be brought. Well, actually, a box of older balls will now be brought on. The umpires will select one they think is roughly commensurate in age. 58.5 overs we've had, so I think that's our first ball change of the day.
That is indeed our first ball change of the day.
And I know one shouldn't make a great deal of fuss about this, but in the last few years, changes of ball have been very much to the fore, and I can't quite work out whether it's an issue with the balls or an issue with the severity with which they're being hit these days.
Well, I think that's kind of Nasser Hussain's and a number of other kind of cricket pundits point an objection to kind of the relative ease that fielding teams can have the ball changed, is because often it may come after a period of time where you go, oh, the ball stopped swinging. Right, it's not swinging, so we're going to go short. They bang the ball in short of a length, obviously. The ball gets pulled out to the boundary, it hits advertising boardings, and it gets mucked up.
Yes.
And then off the back of that they go, this ball's rubbish now, it's all out of shape from being whacked around so much. And they go, we must change that ball immediately, where actually the reason it's out of shape and not doing as much is because the batting team have succeeded in their task. So it seems rather cruel on the batting team to be punished for their success.
It's just jagged back too far. Keep also the bowler or umpire remotely interested, but Clark's still getting good pace going here. Into his 16th over.
It's also a very well-timed ball change for Surrey, because they have that new batter at the crease in Parkinson, the slightly longer tail. If you are able to get a ball which, by evidence of one delivery, skips off the surface a bit quicker, is a bit harder, you're now kind of in a advantageous position with 20 overs still to go before the new ball arrives.
I often wonder as well, I mean, cricketers these days trying to keep the ball obsessively dry. You know, you remember Jonathan Trott was never allowed to touch the ball because he was famously sweaty. Alistair Cook never sweated, so he was very much allowed the ball. And of course, a ball that comes out of a box, sitting around for a while, is probably going to be about as dry as you're going to get. It's going to be a nice dry, and it ought to be a little bit firmer. Sometimes the seam might be just a little bit more proud. And if the evidence of a couple of balls ago is anything to go by, just a little bit of nip. End of the over. A maiden over from Clark. 2:04 for 6. We've got 5 overs to go now till tees. You see the scorecard there. 4 players with starts. Unusual scorecard, isn't it? Lees with 36, Bedingham 37, Ackerman 36. He's still going, of course. Delaney with 36. So players have got in, but Surrey with this 6-pronged pace attack been able to take wickets, as you can see there. 2 apiece for Worrell and Curran, 1 for Jordan Clark, 1 for Laws. McKerr just at 2 overs was expensive, but made things happen in those 2 overs, but just too leaky.
Is the thing that happened boundaries, or was it?
Well, there were boundaries, but there was occasional edge as well.
It's hard to nail down the role as a 6th seamer.
I think that is quite a tricky one, isn't it? Yeah. Tom Curran's going to continue from the pavilion end. And he's got Callum Parkinson in his sights, with Surrey eager for another wicket before tea if they can.
I had a bone to pick with you.
Oh, really? Which one?
I just remembered it. That wasn't the last time we were joined together in these chairs.
Yes.
A fantastic statistic that revealed itself, where I pointed out that 2 Dutch Dutch internationals were batting together at the crease.
Yes.
Andrew Sampson then said...
Yeah, and I tweeted it.
You did indeed tweet it,
but I gave him credit.
No, did you?
Yes, in reply to somebody doubting the veracity. I said, well, this has come from Andrew Sampson and his splendid database.
It sounds to me like you wanted all of the credit but none of the responsibility.
Well, I felt I curated it.
Did you?
Yes.
Goodness me. I felt completely the opposite. The brains of that operation were on this side of the room. Exactly. He should have said, what a wonderful statistic unearthed by the combination of Cameron Ponsonby and...
Well, surely you do this for the greater good of the nation. You
don't
do it for approval. The Netherlands and for the nation of cricket.
We all reveal our true selves at the moment we least expect.
Well, indeed.
I was more defending Andrew.
Well,
Andrew's on more than anything.
He got a mention.
50% of the job done then, isn't it? So.
Now, Curran's been a bit wide of the mark here to Parkinson. He's got new batter in. He'll be wanting to force him to play. He's got 3 slips in place, 3 in the ring on the offside. Just the 1 boundary rider out at deep backward square leg. It's a little closer, a little more tempting for Parkinson, but he's got Ackerman at the other end, so he's got a strong incentive to dig in and bat for his partner.
It's a very fine opportunity for Parkinson here, who has interviewed him earlier on in the season, and he did mention that batting was something he was very frustrated he kind of let fall by the wayside. He'd kind of growing up, he'd been the batter of the family, and as of late Matt Parkinson scored some runs for Kent this year.
I was going to say it wasn't the highest of bars, but actually Matt Parkinson has had quite a season with the bat.
He has indeed, but
he did not get a half century in one game, I think, batting.
He's got a number of 40s, and thankfully the wonders of Cricinfo will answer me some of these questions. Yet to score a first-class half-century, but Cricket Archive will then do the rest of this work for me to tell you his average this year.
It's very good of you to give credit to all of these databases.
Well, I just naturally am inclined to do it.
Well, I can see.
So the very high bar that we were mentioning for Matt Parkinson, he's averaged 12.5 with the bat this year. So sorry everyone, but after you.
End of the over, 60 gone, 204 for 6. Well, I mean, look, Matt Parkinson was always seen as a little bit of a walking wicket, wasn't he? So getting that average up into double figures is a good sign of progress.
It's been 7 years since Callum Parkinson's sole first class half century, made in 2017, high score of 75. So
average at the start of this season, just a little tick under 19. Cameron Steele goes off, having taken that catch. Tom Laws back in the attack, bowling from the Vauxhall end. He's bowled his first spell, his only spell of 7 overs was from the Pavilion end in this session. 2 sips in place, quite wide apart.
No other moments of Callum Parkinson-based trivia is he was part of the most extraordinary age group at Lancashire, where they had obviously Callum Parkinson, along with Matt Parkinson, Saqib Mahmood, Haseeb Hamid, Josh Bohannon, and also Harry Dearden. So they had 6 players go through and become professional cricketers, 4 becoming international. And I believe that must be some sort of record.
Yeah, Josh Bohannon, I think, is an unlucky cricketer. Seen him defy Surrey here in a pink ball game. It was the first time I think I saw him.
Oh, goodness.
It was a brilliant match. Ended with a catch at short leg off Morley Morkel, as I recall.
I was here in the stands for the end of that match. I was perched right underneath the changing rooms. I was greatly enjoying it. That match, and also the game that Surrey played against Essex, final game of the 2018 season.
Oh, what a game that was. I think Surrey remained a little bit, I don't know, regretful perhaps, because they'd won the title and it was...
Yes.
They were unbeaten going into that last game. And it was a game of extraordinary twists and turns. I think they conceded a massive first innings deficit.
They did indeed. I'll get the scorecard up, because it is, for those who won't know what we're referring to, it was the final game of the 2018 season. Surrey had won the title and they batted first.
Wide looping delivery that from Laws.
And they made 67, all out.
That's right.
And then in reply, Essex made 477 for 8 declared.
Quite a big lead of 413, yes?
Indeed, yes, correct. Centuries for Tom Westley and Simon Harmer. And then Surrey came back and made 541, which is a lot of runs, but not when you scored 67 first time round.
I think we were scurrying around for greatest disparities. And that's clattered away, but brilliantly fielded at extra cover. That is magnificent effort.
Sam Curran's made that stop, and he doesn't look...
Done a few today.
He also doesn't look particularly pleased that he's succeeded in it, to be honest.
Well, I think he might have hurt his left hand a little bit. Yes, because that's when we went hunting around for that match involving, was it Hampshire, who were bowled out for something extraordinarily pitiful and then scored 600 in their second innings. Back in the 30s or so. Now then, where's this gone? High in the air, and it's just going to land in front of long leg. Dan Worrell positioned down there. Didn't know a great deal about that. Didn't Ackerman. It took the run, so Ackerman will keep strike. 205 for 6, 3 overs to go till tea. It was a bizarre game, and then Essex just got over the line. Did they? Was it 1 wicket or 2 wickets?
So chasing 132, they won by 1 wicket.
That's right.
They were 55 for 5. A big partnership, 40-run partnership took them to 97 for 5 and kind of almost home. Then they lost 2 wickets in an over, so 97 for 7. And then with 8 runs to win, Matt Coles was run out in kind of very comical circumstances, and so it came down to this fantastic kind of fairy tale, or as close to cat as can be, finish. And so I enjoyed that very much. I think I'd finished university that year, and I was sat here unemployed, waiting to start my first job a couple of weeks later.
Happy times.
Yes.
It's been clattered away, but again, it'll only be a single as Skipper Rory Burns sprawls to his left, pull off a good stop. Don't think Tom Curran will be too displeased about that because he gets the bowl at Parkinson.
Just on Sam Curran's fielding, I've seen him on a number of occasions for England do the most extraordinary warm-up. I remember I've always just caught it too late to kind of film it and kind of prove to people it's actually happening.
What is it? What is it?
Effectively, he's standing, I don't know, around 10 yards away from the fielding coach, who basically just leathers the ball as hard as they possibly can to Sam Curran's right, and he takes 5 catches one-handed with his right hand, and they swap over 5 catches one-handed with left hand. But none of the opportunities are far enough away to demand a one-handed catch. If he so wished, all of them could be caught with 2 hands. But the speed and the kind of efficiency of the exercise.
That's nicely worked away.
Has always staggered me.
First run. Yes, I mean that's an example of actually wanting it, isn't it?
Yes.
That's sort of. There are many differences, of course, between the professional cricketer and us here in the commentary box, but I think choosing to have someone smash a ball at you incredibly hard so you can take it one-handed from 10 yards away is very much up there as an indicator.
I've often thought that when, on the rare occasions I play 11-a-side football and hear someone shouting he doesn't want it enough, I'm like, you're completely correct. Spot on, well done. Not very interested, it's cold, it's wet. You can win that 50-50, it's fine.
You would like to retain control of your shins. Tom Curran loves that, but just didn't feel quite right. That little bit of height maybe going down. We'll have another look at it in a moment. He's an enthusiastic appealer, Tom Curran. I sort of think if you're going to do it, appeal, you might as well. Unless you're taking the Shane Warne view, and then Graham Swan used to do this a little bit as well. There'd be the strangled appeal 3 or 4 times. And the explanation to the umpire of why it wasn't out. Almost so that, at the end of the over, 207 for 6. When you go for the really strong appeal, the umpire thinks, oh yes, it's probably out then.
It's a mighty fine system.
Do you employ that system?
No, I don't appeal very much.
Often,
no.
no.
I'm bowling right arm round the wicket, pitching outside leg stump, and so you kind of have to. What do you want from me? Don't look at me like this. Why are we talking about my cricket again with this Surrey are playing?
Well, indeed. I don't know. 2 overs to go till tea.
I do like the idea of you can go one way or the other. The kind of Tom Curran, as we saw from Tom Curran earlier, but you just celebrate and kind of employ the idea of like, come on, sir.
Appeal. Yep.
It's so obvious this is out, so I'm not even going to ask.
So this will be Lawes' last over from the Vauxhall end before tea. Surrey won the toss, they elected to bowl. A colleague of mine hates the expression elects to field. He says
really?
He says no one elects to field. No one likes to field, they like to bowl.
This isn't kind of pedantry, this is just genuinely that's no one wishes to do that part of the sport. I wonder what in the laws, what does it say?
It's a very good point.
Yeah, well, you're the wrong person to ask really, aren't you?
Yeah, well, we got Andrew Sampson here.
We've also got Adam Collins. Adam Collins would be across that.
He loves the laws. He loves the laws. Since it is coming towards tea, let's have a little look around. And Somerset, they're going very well against Lancashire, having bowled out Lancashire for 140. Lowly Lancashire, who are close to the trapdoor. They're currently second bottom. They were bundled out for 140. Somerset 58 for 1. They lost an early wicket as early as you can off the very first ball of the innings. Andrew Umeed caught by Jennings off Bailey, but since then Archie Vaughan, who continues to be a thorn in Surrey's side, is unbeaten on 21. Tom Lammonby Oval Invincibles legend is 35 not out. So
Played a very important role in their victory.
They're going nicely. I didn't really know a great deal about that one, didn't Parkinson? Hopping about a bit in the crease. There's a humdinger of a game between Warwickshire and Essex. Warwickshire bowled out for 78 earlier. 5 wickets to Shane Snater, 3 for Porter, 2 to Cook. One of the unluckiest bowlers on the circuit, you might say, not to have been selected for England.
Well, we have breaking news. Lancashire are now 2 down. Vaughan has gone.
Oh, Archie Vaughan's gone.
And we will have a clip for you whenever it's ready. As soon as it's ready, even.
In reply to that 78, Essex 91 for 5, which constitutes something of a recovery. They were 50 for 5, and Thane was out for 1, but Matt Critchley, another very underrated player, unbeaten on 25, and Michael Pepper, a seasoned campaigner, 17 not out.
Me and Andrew have something else that you can tweet out later and not credit.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, come on.
The law says as soon as the toss is completed, the captain of the side winning the toss shall decide whether to bat or to field.
Right. Well, there you go. I think the point may still stand, as there's 1 over to go before tea, 207 for 6.
I believe we're going to have a replay, a clip of the second Somerset wicket. George Balderson to Archie Vaughan. And that is out, caught behind.
Well, a loose shot, a loose waft. One that Lancashire desperately need. This is not about, just about the title race at the top. It's about who's going to go down with what will surely be Kent. Firmly rooted to the foot of the table. Oh, play and a miss. Slightly nervous pre-tee play and a miss, that from Ackerman. Now Nottinghamshire are the ones that they're going to be keeping their eyes on. Lancashire. And Ben Slater's going well. 143 not out, opened the batting with Hasib Hamid, formerly of Lancashire, of course, who made 56. 264 for 3. It's a good day so far for Notts. Ackerman continues to blunt the Surrey attack in that partnership with Deleda. He was very solid. He's looked very assured. Good footwork today. He's in the danger zone, though, for batters in this match.
36 to 38 zone.
No one's got to 40 yet.
Ooh.
Gets right on that front foot straight away, doesn't he?
Can also be kind of a source of double concern for Durham, where if you have a scorecard where every batter has found it easy enough
to get in,
and you still find yourself 200 for 6, it suggests it's not masses of demons forcing everyone to lose their way.
That's a lovely shot, but it won't beat mid-on. It might suggest that, but Surrey don't have Ollie Pope, they don't have Will Jacks, they don't have a full complement of batters. They do have the 2 Curran brothers batting together at 6 and 7. And they bat relatively deep with Jordan Clark. He's just slightly gone off the boil with the bat in the latter part of the season. Again, too high to interest the umpire. We've got 1 ball to go before tea. 3 wickets have fallen in this session, 3 in the first session. If you bowl first, you've really got to bowl a side out on the first day, haven't you? I think that's sort of the general gist, you'd think.
Yeah, but even if Surrey were to bowl Durham out within the first half an hour tomorrow, it means they've got no more than kind of 300 and 310. So they'll be they're still in pole position here.
Oh, play and a miss off the last ball. of the session. Tom Curran turns on his heels. It's a good spell that. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 33. Finishing up with a maiden there just before tea. Tom Laws, 9 overs, 1 for 31. Dan Worrell used sparingly in that session. It's a couple of overs from Conor McKerr. It's a few overs for Sam Curran. Rory Burns able to rotate the seamers as you see them walking off in the bright oval sunshine. Dan Worrell deep in conversation with Tom Curran, who's just moving slightly stiffly perhaps. Rory Burns and Jordan Clark there as the batters walk off. 207 for 6, 64 overs gone. Surrey have picked up a second bowling point in that session. And the game is, well, I suppose it's quite evenly poised. You'd say Surrey are just about on top, having elected to field, you say?
Naturally.
Naturally. You don't strike me as the sort of man who would elect to field. You very much elect to bowl.
I can't say, it hasn't once passed my mind ever in all 29 years of my life, but in the meantime, 207 for 6 at the tea interval. I think I'm slightly more optimistic in Surrey's view of Surrey being in control of this match than it being a level playing field. I think Surrey, with the new ball only 16 overs away as well, they'll have 2 opportunities this evening to bowl Durham out. I think they'll be looking at trying to bowl them out for less than 250, let alone 300. All in all, a very fine day's work.
Well, it's been gripping and enthralling cricket, hasn't it, throughout, as Durham have at times threatened to build a substantial partnership, and then just as it looks like they've done it, 60 for the first wicket and then 60 odd for the 6th wicket. Thereafter, a couple of wickets have gone down quickly to arrest their progress. It's tea. We are going to be back just after 4 o'clock, but to take you through the tea interval, here's a look at one of our second glances.
Welcome to the first game at the Oval.
Players are lined up here before the start of play to remember Keith Booth, first team scorer for 23 seasons.
And that'll be 4 more, beautifully timed.
Oh, now then, hang on. It's got him.
It looked like the best place Surrey could get a wicket was a run out, and they've got it.
Easily tucked into the onside, and there it is. What a knock by Tom Lammonby. Making an even 100, Tom Lammonby has played all around a straight one round the wicket.
Oh, he's got another. First ball.
Well, that's it. That finishes it. That's nicely worked out towards the boundary by Burns. He's going to get 4 more all along the ground.
Beautifully played.
It's been a great fight back from the champions. 196 for 1 on a cloudless sky, and suddenly 7 for 20. Edged, but in front of second slip. Played late, played softly.
Build up the courage to play with a bit more freedom and come out and play a few more shots.
Goodness me, it's just gorgeous to watch, isn't it?
He's only been out there 15 minutes and he's hit 2 of the shots of the day already. Carbon copies, really. He's coming back for a second, and there it is.
First runs for the club. It'll be a boundary.
Surrey on top, that lead of 73. Today about Dom Sibley, Rory Burns and Jamie Smith.
Welcome back to the Keir Oval for day 3.
Now.
Siblings bounces straight away, sharp.
Short and chopped on. Jamie Overton can't believe it, but Casey Aldridge picks up 5. Down the leg side, and Dixon gets a little tickle on it, and Ben Folks Takes a very smart catch behind the stumps. And Lawrence strikes again, he picks up his third.
Yeah, it's great to come and get some overs in and thankfully get a few rewards today.
Slow day in terms of runs scored, but an enthralling one with wickets going down. Sibley underneath it, takes the catch. Cameron still picks up his 5th wicket.
Makes room and goes high and handsome over the rope. Plays it off.
Burnsy was saying it all down the field, we'll chase whatever you set us, and sadly we couldn't get over the line.
Hands are being shaken, that is the end of the game, and well, it has been a terrific game.
Well, the ball.
The game started with a minute's silence for Raymond Sabaro.
Dan Worrell's a threat with every ball here.
Over the last year or so, last 2 years, we've really made sure that we make use of the new ball and get off on the front foot and make sure we set the tone for the game.
Nicked, gone. James Vince has to go. It's not going to happen today. 2 in 2.
Played that pretty awkwardly, but in the end, fairly well, Gubbins. Sharp. Oh, it's got him. The first wicket for Atkinson. It's gone straight up in the air, and Jordan Clark takes the catch.
In off the rope. That took some catching from Roach.
Yes, please. He's gone high, and it's just carried to Kemar Roach. There you have it. Something quite special taking place on the outfield. He's receiving his county cap.
Obviously, naming him vice captain, that shows it in itself how valuable he is.
4 beautifully timed.
Outside part of the bat from Burns.
Shot. Good shot by Rory Burns on top of it.
Patel seeing him really nicely. Punching again. Patel's looking really good.
Captain Burns on 39 and the night watchman Roach yet to score. And with the clouds forming above the weather, looks threatening.
Pretty sensational from Burnsy.
To put down that marker for myself as much as anything, really, as much as well the boys, like the situation it was in. Yeah, obviously, like really pleasing.
And here comes Jordan Clark.
I think he cut his 3rd one away, and I was just like, he's on it.
Flayed away for more. Goes all the way.
A captain's knock from Rory Burns.
Driven hard and beats the man, and that runs away for 4 straight down the ground.
It was all the Jordan Clark show, hammering a century in a session.
Yeah, I did really enjoy it.
Hope he wants to chat. We're handling up, hoping he can chat.
Edged and gets the second slip. Pope's so good in there.
That's nicely played. Squirted away past 3rd slip.
Edged. And that's taken at second slip. Liam Dawson flashing at 1. He's frustrated, hitting his blade as he leaves the square. Shot. Nice response.
Brown rocks back. Got him! Caught the second attempt, and Atkinson picks up his 2nd wicket. What a shot that is from Ben Brown. Brown goes again and finds a fielder.
Edging and Pope! Of course it's Ollie Pope!
It took only 2 and a bit hours for Surrey to seal the deal. It was the Dan Worrell and Ollie Pope show. The Seamer taking 5 wickets and Ollie Pope completing 8 catches for the match. Surrey victorious by an innings and 11 runs.
Yours will be easier than mine.
Welcome back then, folks, for the evening session from the Kia Oval. 207 for 6, Durham. It's been Surrey's day up until now. Durham have fought hard. They started well, they recovered well twice, and yet Surrey have broken up their wickets in 3 clumps of 2, really, to leave Durham 207 for 6 and scrapping hard for that first batting bonus point. Colin Ackerman has been classy through the afternoon session, and he remains not out, with Callum Parkinson at the other end. No Durham player has made 50. In fact, no Durham player has passed 40. A clutch of 30s, including Ackerman, 38 not out from 87 balls. He will resume alongside Parkinson, who just has a single to his name. Surrey have shared the wickets around their 6-pronged seam attack. 2 for Dan Worrell, 1 for Jordan Clark, a couple for Tom Curran, who's been very impressive, and 1 for Tom Laws, getting rid of the danger man David Bellingham. So things are moving afoot across the provinces here, and there's been plenty of action in the big one between Somerset
Edge
and
caught.
Lakes.
And that's
Somerset
the end of Lammonby. A good catch by George Bell.
Of tea. They lost a couple back to back. Here are those wickets now.
This is edge and caught, and that's the end of Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Another catch to Matty Hurst.
Hanging in there. That one now is in the balance. 140 all out Lancs, and Somerset 4 down at tea for just 62. So all to play for there. We're right back live here, and it's going to be Tom Laws. Change of bowler, actually. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions.
Left alone first up from Callum Parkinson. It'll be really interesting to see how Durham play it from here, because not only was their progress steady before the fall of Baz the leader to Tom Curran, but it was also pretty brisk. But since that wicket, Durham has scored 3 runs from 6 overs, so not really going anywhere. And we're 16 overs away from a second new ball, 32 overs left in the day, so plenty of time left. It feels like, given the broader context of this game, this is a good time for Durham to try and score some runs quite quickly, because, as we alluded to earlier, normally they have a very, very strong tail, but for various reasons they are short of their first choice seam attack. So don't quite have that batting depth today. Parkinson is a more than capable lower order player, but Kamar Holder and the 2 teenagers might have a lot of batting talent, but they've yet to do a lot with the bat in professional cricket.
Colin Ackerman played nicely, complementing the leader's more expansive stroke play, and they put on a very tidy partnership of 70 to repair the damage. But with the leader's dismissal just before tea, it does put the onus over to Ackerman, who, as we said before the tea break, he's a very versatile player. He's got an excellent white ball record, and he's in prime form as well. And you felt with the leader at the other end making plays that Ackerman was comfortable enough to play in his slipstream, but now he becomes the main man, and the question is, can this lower order show a bit of stickability alongside him? As you say, Parkinson is a doughty, nuggety lower order player. Experienced now, and you feel like he will offer some kind of foil, some kind of resistance here. But it's over to Ackerman. But then if you go too quick too soon, then you're suddenly into the tail, and so it's that classic balancing act with one recognised player left, one recognised batsman left. I think what we have seen though today and throughout the summer is that you can't just sit on your bat against this side. You've got to come looking to get at Surrey, take a few chances. All over to Ackerman, who will be taking strike.
Tom Laws getting that 65 over old ball to really talk there. Considerable movement into Parkinson, who lets that one go, but could have left that on length as well as line.
It's going to be Sam Curran then, replacing his brother. Another change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. Thanks again to our partners for the week, SSE Energy Solutions. Immensely thankful to them for their support. It's going to be Curran, the left armour. It's going to fly away for 4. May have just clipped.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, the inside edge of the bat, maybe even a bit of glove. 4 runs to the batter. Just eluded Ben Folkes' left hand. I think he may have just got a touch on the webbing. Yeah.
Yeah, glove. Folkes does so well.
Oh my word, if he'd pulled that in.
Does so well to get that. Even for him, that would be close to the top of the list in terms of outrageous Ben Folkes grabs.
Because that's a big deviation. That's a legitimate leg glance, really. The fact that he's got anything on it at all is extraordinary. Anyway, 4 more to the total. Ackerman, the first man to breach the 40 mark in this innings.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Durham play it. Generally, what batters do these days when batting the tail is they sort of bat normally when they trust the defence of their partner. And to be fair,
picked up tidily, but straight to the man at long leg.
To be fair, whilst I point out the slow scoring rate before tea, Callum Parkins is a guy who averages best part of 20 with a bat in first class cricket, more than capable of hanging around. So Ackerman might just think, actually, could put on good 20-30 runs here without taking too many risks, and I can take the risks if another wicket falls. I can see why that would be the way he goes about things as well.
A mild inquiry, but nothing doing. It's one of these, it's hard to judge what a decent score is because of the asterisk against Durham regarding their attack. A broadly full strength attack, and I don't know for you, what you think, Yas, but anything in the late 200s up to 300 I think would have been a decent effort really on a pitch which has offered something to the seamers throughout. But with no Cast, albeit they've got used to not having him, but no Ben Rain, huge loss. And of course with no Matthew Potts either, then it's a seriously depleted seam attack. Now you never know, you lose one big name and it frees up space for another one to make a name for themselves, so you never know. But as you said at the start of the day, you felt like Durham needed a bit of a buffer to help get these greenhorn seamers into the game. It's going to take something special from Ackerman in the tail here to push up towards that 300 mark. But that will be what they'll have to target, you feel. Another one ticks by. 66 gone now, 2-1, 2 for 6.
Yeah, I don't want to completely write off that Durham bowling attack. Kamal Holder's played Test cricket.
Sure.
Daniel Hogg on debut took a 7-foot. Very exciting. Minto, although he's a 16-year-old on debut, he's someone who's played young Lions. But yeah, it's a fair point. It's not the attack that they're used to fielding in the Championship. I think the wickets played pretty well here today. I know sometimes you can look at a scorecard where lots of players have got in, but no one's kicked on, and maybe say, well, it's a difficult pitch because you're never always in. But I think there have been periods through the day where it's felt relatively benign, where it's felt fairly flat. The forecast is really good, not just today, but particularly day 2 and 3. I think Surrey have done pretty well to create as many chances as they've had. And although on paper it's 6 seamers, they're not very similar in terms of style. So
you would feel 300 would be below par, irrespective of your bowling attack?
Not below par, but I think 300 is a decent score, but is about par. I don't think 300 is a particularly brilliant score. And for all of Durham's absentees in the bowling department, it's a very, very strong top 7. Lee's been one of the best players in the country for several years now. McKinney, extremely highly rated. Gay, I know he's on debut, but excellent record for Northampton in the last couple of years. Bedingham, arguably the form player in the country. Robinson's had an outstanding year. Ackerman was part of a 400 run stand last week, and Baz Delede is an excellent player at number 7 as well. So I think, given the batting that Durham had, I think Surrey have done pretty well to prize out 6 wickets for 212. But it's difficult to judge it because we're viewing it through so many different lenses. We're looking at the score at Old Trafford earlier today, and Lancashire have had a bit of a wobble before tea, but Somerset before that mini wobble looked well on course for a big win.
Yeah, soon to resume. 65 for 4, Somerset. Hit hard again through straight mid-wicket. We saw a carbon copy of that just before tea. Gorgeous shot all along the floor, off the front foot, just rocking back, transferring the weight onto that back foot and clubbing it through straight mid-wicket. 47 not out. It's been an all-round classy knock by an all-round classy player who is possibly in the form of his life.
There's so much to play for in this session. We're speculating what a par score may or may not be. But with Ackerman, as you say, in the form that he's currently in, Parkinson, very capable of batting for long periods of time. Very plausible that the Durham do get a score in excess of 300. And things could move very quickly if Ackerman chooses to go up through the gears with the tail. So I'd say probably just Surrey's day so far, but that can change very quickly.
So Ackerman content to see that over out, picks up the 1 boundary 4 from it. And so he's not concerned about relinquishing the strike for the start of the next. 67 gone. He's playing conventional orthodox cricket at the moment. As well he might. Only 6 down. As we say, Callum Parkinson averages 20 in first class cricket, so very useful number 8. Squares him up on the bounce. Doesn't carry to McKer. Well bowled though. That's the line. He's definitely bowled a couple of deliveries today, Yas. Slightly more round arm than I've come to expect from Sam Curran. Is this a new thing? Have you identified it yourself?
Interesting you say that. There was a clip of Curran taking a 7 for against Durham. And the last time these two teams played against each other in the Championship, all the way back in 2016, I think, when he was 18 years old.
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
And it's quite interesting to see how much more swing he used to get out the hand, which isn't necessarily ideal, because if you get the ball to swing too early, then that can become quite predictable. But he's someone who must have adapted his technique for the different cricket he's played. Played so much white ball cricket over the last few years.
Gone up, straightish. Umpire's looking hard. Nothing doing. Must have been slightly leg side, maybe pitched outside, yes.
Yeah, that was my initial instinct. Take a look at the replay here. Not sure that angle's going to tell us where it pitched, but very full. I have to imagine the umpire thought that was pitching outside, leg stump. But yeah, even Curran's role in white ball cricket is, in T20 cricket, he's not really someone who opens the bowling. He's not really like a Trent Bolt or like a David Willey type new ball bowler who really tries to get the ball to hoop through the air, target the stumps of the right-handers. He's someone who's forged different roles for himself in the harder periods of an innings to bowl. He's very clever, very good at adapting to dimensions of a ground, individuals, players' relative strengths and weaknesses. And it'll be a challenge for him playing more first-class cricket, if that is what he ends up doing in the next year or two, because your mindset's quite different. In that sort of cricket, you're relatively defensive in especially when you're bowling in those phases, if you're a power play bowler in a T20 game, you're on the hunt for wickets. But even if you're on the hunt for wickets later on in innings, it's quite often caught on the boundary. It's not necessarily swinging the ball in and targeting the stumps.
Oh, got him. Easy as you like. Held its line. It's been an excellent over. Kept Callum Parkinson guessing. And it's his undoing. It's a flat-footed, wafting drive. And easy as you like to pouch behind the stumps by Ben Foakes. And Sam Curran deserves that. Just his first wicket of the day, but he's bowled a beautiful over here. Complete control.
Yeah, that's really swung in, and Parkinson almost overcompensating. Key there for Curran is the length. Bowled a really attacking length that over. Very, very full. Had an LBW shout, turned away. Again was very full. Probably just pitched outside leg stump this time. He gets his line right. Considerable movement through the air, especially with such an old ball.
Yeah, and that's why my instinct is that 300, which is looking a long way off, don't get me wrong, they're 7 down now for 216, but 300 I think would have been a good score because the ball has offered something all day long. 1 or 2 have kept low as well, 1 or 2 have flown through. There have been some quiet moments in the game when Durham's batters have got themselves in, but there's never been any question that if you show a bit of endeavour and technical acuity out there, then you can make runs. That's never been in question. But as a bowling side, you are always in the game. So the question for Durham is, what can they excavate really from this innings? 216 for 7. So much on Ackerman's shoulders now. Brilliant though by Sam Curran. Picks up his first of the day. Just a pause by Ackerman, deciding in the end to take that single, but it was, to the naked eye, it looked like he was considering whether just to sit on his bat, take a bit more of this over. No, he's entrusting the new man. Daniel Hogg, of course, just really well, making his way. Still 2.5 months shy of his 20th birthday. Just his 3rd first-class game. Short. He's a big lad, but he manages to evade that one.
Yeah, for viewers who've not seen Hogg in action before, 19 years old, only made his first-class debut last month, less than a month ago. And what a debut it was, taking 7 for 66 in the second innings for Durham as they bowled out Nottinghamshire for 285 in an innings victory at Chester Street.
Playing a miss this time. Now, he's in at number 9, Yas, and this is a small sample size, but in his 3rd championship game he's still looking for his first run. He bagged a pair last week against Somerset. He does have, however, 3 runs in List A cricket, so no one can take those 3 runs away from him. Almost beats Rory Burns for his first red ball runs of what we hope and expect will be a long career. As Yas says, he's a richly promising young quick. Two deliveries to go in the over. Lets that one go by. Tom Lawes will be frustrated with himself. New man, tail ender in, you've got to make him play.
It's a common across most of the higher performing counties, and it's an obvious point to make, but Durham's quite long standing production line of homegrown players is really something to celebrate, I think. And Hogg is one of 3 teenagers in the Durham lineup, all homegrown players.
And another quick. You think of the number of seamers that have come through, not just the Dawn County cricket, but the highest levels. You can reel them off. It's a real hotbed for fast bowling. And whatever happens to Durham this year, you know, mid-table respectability, maybe finishing 4th, maybe 5th, but they'll be in that kind of spot. But for next year, there's reasons to be really optimistic, I think. Steered away, and he's going to run hard here, is Ackerman, but he's going to have to settle for the single. Frustrating. So he's taken singles from the first balls of both overs now, opening up Sam Curran to have a run at the new man. But yeah, the signing of Emilio Gay is a good one. Didn't happen for him today, but he's a very, very good young player. He'll slip into that top 3. They've recruited well, as you say. Ackerman is an inspired signing from Leicestershire.
Championship winning captain Will Rose set to join them for the start of the 25 season as well. It's a real competition for places in that top order for next summer. I think what will take them to the next level is being able to secure a bowler overseas, probably, who is around for a lot of the season. They've had a few overseas seamers this season: Scott Boland, Peter Siddle, Kamar Holder, Neil Wagner. I think if you can have someone who, alongside Potts, Rain and Carse, is around for a lot of the summer.
Leg slip in. Leg side. Not settled yet though. There's Dan Hogg. He looks a bit awkward to the delivery coming back into him. And Ackerman just goes down the track just to have a chat. Clear a bit of rubbish away, a bit of debris on the pitch. Just try and take some of the tension out of the air here. 3 deliveries to go. Curran bustling in again. Punched tidily, but still no run. Looked shaped up better there.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, run's not really a problem for Durham this season. Bedingham, Robinson, Lees, Ackerman, all had outstanding seasons. McKinney's come in and looked good.
And I think they would have taken that. I think they would have taken that single if it had been earlier in the over, as it is. The big man, 19 years young, Daniel Hogg, remains on naught here. We're all urging him on.
Potential run scoring opportunity here is.
But will they take it though?
Yeah.
Will they take it? Last delivery.
Square leg goes out. Leg slip in.
Sorry, he's going round the wicket now. Wait on. We roll on. 70 gone. So Ackerman will face up. Just a delivery to go. Sorry, just 1 run required for his half century. It's been a very, very classy innings. I gather there is more information.
Somerset have lost another wicket, and here it is, George Balderson getting James Rue with a beauty for 4. Somerset 71 for 5.
Outside the off stump. Maybe he didn't need to play.
He's doing all sorts, right?
Connotations at both ends of the table.
He's doing all sorts there. Climbs into it. In fact, it skews away, and it will just bisect those 2 fielders. He didn't get much of it, but he got enough. Much needed boundary. Brings up his 50 from 99 deliveries. Colin Ackerman, it's been a really, really classy innings. Chanceless, completely at ease, playing his own game on his own time. 7 boundary 4s. He needs to go on.
Yeah. Aerial, but he played that with the swing from Laws and found the gap between the 2 deep offside fielders. 53 off 100 deliveries. Ackerman's 450 plus score of the season. Follows up a massive 100 last week. Classy player in really good form.
Keeps that pull shot down, very tidy indeed. Man out, so just a single, and he's happy enough to take it. Second half of the over exposed now to Dan Hogg.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It's the third time that Ackerman's taken the single, and we shouldn't be too quick to judge Hogg's aptitude with the bat. If Ackerman trusts his defence, this is completely fine.
Yep, that's fine. Let that go by. So yeah, 15 wickets have fallen at Manchester. Lancs bundled out for 140. Somerset still 65 behind, and they've lost their top 5. Tom Abel remains as of now undefeated, joined by Casey Aldridge, who's a very good young hitter all-rounder. But in the battle for bonus points as well as results. And he's away. He is away, and he'll pick up a couple. After bagging a pair last week. And Big Dan Hogg picks up his first-class runs. Tidily played as well into the offside for a couple. 2-2-5 for 7. 1 delivery to go of the 71st. Just needs to hang in there, support his man here. And that's all good. 71 gone then.
Yeah, defended nicely from Hogg. You can see why Ackerman has placed trust in Hogg's defence. Still though, just 9 overs until that second new ball, which I can guarantee you, if it gets that far, Surrey will take it straight away.
Yep. We haven't seen Dan Warren in a couple of hours.
Exactly.
He looms large, always, when Surrey are in the field. Okay, so we have a pretty spread field here. Deep square, both sides. Ramrod straight, and so Ackerman tidily in behind it. He'll be looking for the gaps here. So 4 men out. 2 men behind square on the onside and the leg, and 2 men square as well for the cut and the pull. And then a tightish ring of 4. Just the 1 slip now. Gorgeous 4. Absolutely fabulous stuff.
Yeah, slightly fuller from Curran and drilled through mid-on from Ackerman. Curran's been searching for that slightly fuller length, attacking length, trying to maximise the swing that's out there.
That's as good as it gets as well, because it was slightly on the rise. Just leans into it, gets the hands extended through the ball. Beautiful. So, repeat dose. 3rd ball of the over, picks up a single. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, Surrey in the last few overs just pushing the field right back for Ackerman. 4 or 5 men back on the boundary, so lots of gaps for him to target, and Durham won't mind this at all if Ackerman can pick up a boundary early on in the over, get himself off strike. Hogg get through the rest of the over, just tick along at 4 or 5 runs and over. That's very steady. And Hogg looking slightly more assured now he's got those first runs in first class cricket, which I'm sure would have played on his mind.
Looks like Conor McKerr is warming up from leg slip. Maybe to replace Tom Laws from the Vauxhall end. Good judgment shown here by the tail ender. This is good stuff. Just another delivery to negotiate.
Yeah, it was a little tempter from Curran. Full and bit of width. Inviting the young tail ender to have a swipe through the offside, and Hogg pops against it. But yeah, it looks like McKerr, who had a lot of joy against the Lancashire lower order a few weeks ago, he's warming up at leg slip.
Beats him this time, but a play and a miss, and so he survives. 72 gone, and it will be Conor McKerr then. So replacing Tom Laws, change of bowler powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants.
Very similar, that ball, to the one that dismissed Callum Parkinson a few overs ago. Full length, swinging into the right-hander, challenging the outside edge as well as the stumps.
Bang on cue, Adam Collins has marched into the box, and so he will take over.
Big spell this, you feel, for Conor McKerr. Expensive earlier on in the day, 2 overs for 22. Let's see how he responds here. And again, early on in the over, Ackerman opts to take the single. He trusts his teammates' defence, and why wouldn't he? It's been a good, steady start from this pair. Put on 15 runs now. 15 handy runs. Welcome, Colo.
Thank you. Yes, the you're right about the opportunity for McKerr. Bowled really well here against Lancs. Picked up 4 wickets in a hurry in the second innings to finish them off inside 3 days, wasn't it? Took the chance then. Trusted at the business end of the season. Away from us. So he's got the 2 slips, fine leg, a conventional 6-3 field. Some protection at deep third as well.
Yeah, not quite as all out on the short ball ploy as I think I expected when McKerr came back into the attack, and particularly for what I thought he'd do to Hogg, the tail ender. Just one man back on the leg side boundary. It's a very conventional field, actually. Fine leg and deep third, the only 2 men out.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Hogg as well. I mean, they'll be thinking about what they can do across the next 4 days, but if you want to be very crude about the way the table sits at the moment, they're 18 runs away from securing their spot in Division 1 for next season. So 1 point for Durham here is the first little hurdle to clear, and that'll guarantee they're in the top flight in 2025. So Burns set back on the 1. Ackerman, that massive partnership last week, 424. I suppose the difference, and we've got Samo here, can pad a bit of this out too, with a club that's been in the championship for 32 years, is that but the all-time records aren't as unattainable as other first-class counties, and that was shown on a number of fronts last week. The definition of a record-breaking victory. So we had the partnership of 424, which was the biggest ever for Durham in championship cricket. Looking for the nod from Samo on that. The 287 for Bingham, which was the highest score. 279, my apologies. 279, which was the highest score in Durham's history. And the 9 wicket bag, the 9 for 68 for Matty Potts. The best analysis for Durham since they joined these ranks in 1992, wasn't it? Extra pace there to finish. 233 for 7.
Early days, but Hogg looking pretty comfortable against short stuff from McKerr. I guess the thing for a player as tall as Hogg, it's really, McKerr's got to bang that in really short to get it up to where he wants it to. But yeah, as you see there, Hoggs faced 20 deliveries, providing more than competent support for his teammate at the other end, Colin Ackerman, who moves on to 61. Curran to continue to Ackerman.
Swing and a miss, well wide of the off stump. And also a little bit of a relief for Hogg here today, acknowledging that his only first-class innings before was the game against Somerset and Taunton, where he bagged a pair. I wonder how, and I'm sure this is another one for Samson, what the most number of ducks in a row upon starting a first-class career. I'm not saying that 3 would have been remotely record-breaking, but I wonder what the sequence is. I'm sure there's a 5 or a 6 or something like that. We'll find out.
I feel like every other Bangladesh seamer at the moment that comes in is threatening these sort of records.
Norcross is obsessed with this. Just wait till he gets you going on the Bangladeshi seamer batting averages.
Ebadot Hussain had several records, I feel.
I'm firmly of the view that there should be a book written about Hopper Reed, who played a small number of test matches in the 1930s. Worked off the hip. He had a first-class average of like 2.4 or something ridiculous. Maybe it was his test average. Either way, it's in that Chris Martin level of ineptitude. Ultimately, his test career came to an abrupt end when his place of work said, nah, we don't want you to play cricket anymore. So he was like, oh, I guess I don't play cricket anymore, despite at the time being described as the fastest bowler in the world. He hit Jack Hobbs's cap off here at the Oval on debut, and the cap fell back onto the stumps, or so the story goes. The interwar period, it was pretty loose, lots of stuff going on. Leg gully in for Curran, round the wicket.
Pommy and Bangor, of course, one of the great tail-enders. Test match average of around 2. ODI average of 4.85.
I think when you sort of get beyond about 6 or 7, people stop talking about it. That might have been Glenn McGrath was in that range. But number 11s have regrettably gotten better. Change of angle, back to over the wicket. I mean, think of who are the quintessential Test number 11s these days? I guess Jimmy was the ultimate, wasn't he, until very recently. Jimmy had a...
Yeah, they're just not as bad as they used to be. It's like Trent Bolt was probably one, right?
Yeah, quite.
And,
yes.
And he's unconventional and actually quite a fun watch, but his record's incomparable, I'm sure, to your Chris Martins.
Well, Trent Bolt's got more sixes than any number 11 ever. What is it? He's got 36s, Trent Bolt, in Test cricket. Hogg will keep the strike, or will they want to? No, they're happy with the single. 235 for 7 at the end of 74. So still 22 overs remaining on this first day, provided light holds out. It should. It's looking pretty good here. But yeah, Trent Bolt, who averaged in Test cricket, you know what? A princely 15.8 for a number 11. That's pretty handy. Nathan Lyon is a double-digit average man. I think he's come very close to a couple of Test 50s. Nearly got one against Mark Wood at Hobart a few years ago. Here we go. Seymour Clarke played 5 first-class matches as a wicketkeeper for Somerset in 1930 and didn't score a run. That's from Samo. Steering here to begin. Hogg giving the strike back to Ackerman. So yeah, Seymour Clarke, 9 innings, 2 not outs, 7 ducks in 5 matches. Wow. Maybe there's a book on him as well. I think Daniel Norcross isn't far from taking over. He'll tell you all about Ebadot Hussain and Bangladeshi averages. He's got a special spreadsheet that he curates around these topics.
More Ebadot.
Maybe why don't we try this? surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I don't think we've done this today. If we haven't, we should. Another punch from Ackerman, taking all the singles on offer at this juncture. Your favourite number 11s. Doesn't have to be the worst, although that might add to it. But your favourite number 11s, you can choose your reason why. surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and we'll get certs next door to filter them through to us.
I think one of the great shames of professionalisation of cricket is that number 11s just don't look as village anymore, which is why I think Trent Bolt has so much love. Is that even though he averages 15, His technique is so chaotic. You know,
short.
If you go back 20 years, someone like Courtney Walsh, you know, like on the move at all times, that sort of thing.
Well, Bolt is Walshian.
Yes,
in his movements, including the putting his hand out occasionally for no particular reason. I suppose Steve Smith does that. It goes okay. I'll try and dig out that Hopper Reed one for you. He's one who always comes up in worst averages ever. Played. It was just one test match, so ignore that. 54 first-class games. 3.6 was his batting average. Catches the call, but it's going to get out to deep backward point on the bounce.
Just looking through a list of number 11 Test cricket. Shannon Gabriel, career average of 4.46.
Can we free Shannon Gabriel? Now he's retired formally. Can we free Shannon Gabriel from what happened that fateful day?
No.
I've got a slightly different view on this.
You think it was a percentage shot? Field was in.
You got it. I've heard him have that. You can hear the crunch right out the middle of the blade. Ackerman to 67. McKerr hasn't had a good time of it at the bowling creases yet. Watching it here again. Just stood up and with a flourish too. He's in great nick after a big 100 last week against Lanks Ackerman. And a big season all round.
This partnership already worth 26. Pesky runs from a Surrey perspective.
So one of 4 sweepers back at deep square leg. Is that you done? Yas Rana departs. Are we hearing from you again today? That's him. Well, we'll hear from Yas tomorrow. I can assure you of that. You've been terrific. Ackerman now beyond 600 runs for the season. 243 for 7 as Daniel Norcross jumps in next to me. Do you think that's a reasonable perspective? Like Gabriel's explanation for the why did he do that moment is that 9 men around the bat, me trusting my defence. This was fraught against Yasir and just trying to get anything on it with a swing.
Well, he batted for about 29 balls and it was about 5 feet wide of his off stump. So I'm not sure that it does really.
Retrofitted logic, perhaps. Curran again from the pavilion end.
No, I mean, I use it, that example, as you know, when people say, what is it that you like about Test cricket and things like that. I think it's possibly the very worst shot ever played in any form of cricket ever, and the reason why is because of the context of who it was against, what the situation in the match was, the fact that the match had gone to the very depths of the 5th day.
Oh,
it was just a shot of. It was, as Fazir said, unbelievable. And the beauty of Test cricket is that you amplify the greatness of things because of the length of time the game goes on, the significance that we attach to it. So having taken the game that deep, don't forget that Pakistan had never won a series in the West Indies.
Misbah's last test, Yunus last test.
Roston Chase at the other end, unbeaten on 100 with 1 over to go. You just, I don't think you can beat it. Why did he do that indeed? Why?
Well, that is why.
If
you want the answer, question for the answer, it is because he thought that his defence with 9 men around the bat wasn't good enough. We were asking before on surreybroadcast@gmail.com favourite number 11s. Let's broaden it out. Worst dismissals. I've got one in mind, which I think's perhaps one that we've spoken about on a podcast or something like that. The first ball of the 1936-37
Stan
Ashes.
Worthington. It is.
Why did he do that?
Why did he do that? And also, why did Neville Cardus describe it as a searing short ball that was really well taken by the keeper?
Yeah.
As
Ernie
opposed
McCormack
to
bowling at about 62 mile an hour.
If that.
Yeah.
The keeper's standing in this weird position about 8 yards back. It's worth going and YouTubing.
Well, I was going to say, this is the beauty of YouTube and the Pathé newsreel reports at the time is that
England's captain wins the toss and elects to bat.
Yes. Yeah, shot again. Ackerman head over the ball when contact's made. He Doesn't get 4 because Patel's a busy boy out there. Does take him to 70. 245 for 7. The partnership, a very useful 29 for the visitors.
England captain, of course, would have been Quisling traded Gubby Allen.
Was Gubby Allen, yeah.
And if you look at the footage, he does a lovely little skip when he wins the toss. Leaps in the air. England win the toss and they're leg to bat.
Yeah, that's
with fateful consequences for Stan Worthington.
Yeah.
England went on to win the
yeah,
game.
England win by a long way. Australia all out 58. Gubby Allen routing them on the final day into the over. 245 for 7.
What did he get?
5 for not much. 5 for 36, and Bill Vose down the other end 4 for 16. Absent hurt Ernie McCormack.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that was it rained during the test, didn't it? And there was some funky stuff that went on. Well, there was lots of funky stuff in 36-37. The Melbourne test with the
reverse batting.
The reverse batting order, the declarations at weird times, and Bradman's 270 not out. Anyway, we don't need to necessarily talk about that because Dan Lawrence is going to have a coffee scroll. Here we go. It's a change of bowler. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together.
Now, part of this is got two things in mind here. Overrate is currently -3, and there's 4 overs until a new ball becomes available. And with Dan Worrell not having bowled for quite a while now, his last spell began at 2:15, I think. So they want to give a new ball to him.
Nice dip. Second ball there from Lawrence. Lots of work on the ball. 52 mile an hour. That's where he wants to be, around that low 50s.
Are we talking about number 11s because of Hogg? He has a wonderfully recherche approach.
He started with a pair. This was his first runs in professional cricket. That's how we got here. We were pondering how many innings a batter might have gone without scoring. That's where this kind of started 20 minutes ago or thereabouts.
There's certain things that you absolutely love about Hogg. It's like, just look at his trousers, perhaps, and the pads.
Oh yeah. See if we can get a close up of the backs of his legs.
He's long of limb.
It feels like the batter on strike. I'm just communicating through the microphone to our director. Hogg, who's on strike right now, the back of his legs. I feel like the bottom strap might be over his sock rather than his trouser.
Which is usually quite a good sign, isn't it? A bit of turn there for Lawrence.
For the fielding team.
48th over was the last over that Worrell bowled, so that's a good old time ago now. 29 overs or so.
It's a good point about the over rate. You wouldn't want to lose.
No.
You wouldn't want to, have one of those moments this deep into the season. So he's through the over in about 90 seconds. Just what the captain asked for. A maiden at that. 245 for 7 the score. So Durham 5 points away from getting the 1 point they need to stay up in Divi 1 next year. Why don't we just briefly take a trip to the other game of import? Can you tell me what Somerset are up to?
Well,
now?
I can. I've got that up, and the 6th wicket has gone down. That
6 down.
Casey Aldridge.
Oh, he's a good player, Casey Aldridge.
Bowled by George Balderson for 1. Lewis Gregory, though, is there with Tom Abel. When Tom Abel limped off at Edgbaston the other day, wondered if he was going to be fit to play this game, but after Banton's heroics last week, Tom Abel doing it this week, 21 not out.
So they're 6 down with Overton to come?
Overton to come, then Leach and Randall. They're 97 for 6. The deficit's only 43, but one of the significances there is batting points. 5 on offer, of course. And at the moment, Somerset are going to struggle to get 1, let alone 5.
Well, that's it. I mean, you consider that you get 8 points for a draw.
Correct.
The batting points are an underrated part of this conversation.
Well, let me scenario build for you.
Oh, please do. Short and pulled, and it beats mid-wicket.
Now imagine for a moment that Somerset get over the line against Lancashire, but Surrey draw against Durham.
Okay.
It's not an inconceivable scenario in this situation.
So Surrey draw. Let's go through the points. So we get 8 for the draw. How many batting and bowling points are you giving them?
Well, I'm giving them 3 bowling points and another 2 wickets in the next 33 overs.
So 11 there. Let's give them batting points wise. What's a measured 3 or 4?
I would think 3 with the lineup they've got.
3 for the scenario building.
So in that situation,
14 for the week.
Somerset would only gain 5 points on Surrey, and then Surrey would go into the last round of matches 3 points ahead of Somerset. Somerset then play Hampshire at home. Surrey play Essex away.
I'm about to ask a question that I should know the answer to, but it's never come up in the years I've covered the championship. In the event points are even, does it go to
wins? I believe
wins. Okay. Which is worth checking that as well. In this scenario.
It is. I believe Surrey have a 2-win lead at the moment over Somerset, so it's an unlikely scenario that you would get an even number of wins and an even number of points. It's possible.
It would require, obviously, Somerset need to win both of them and Surrey need to draw both. But could Somerset acquire 16 points minimum both weeks and Surrey a maximum of 16 and still, I suppose it could happen. Shoveled and gets there. Hog holes out. Tom Curran's limping a wee bit, but the smile is on his face when Ben Folkes is there to greet him. Laws gets a second. 246 for 7. That partnership, a useful 30. But Surrey now 3 wickets away. And how they would love to finish that particular job on day one. Watching it here, Laws on the hip of Hogg, just didn't get anywhere near enough of it.
No, he's limping a little bit there. Interesting to see Tom Curran, but yep, a bit top edgy. The shot was on, it was down the leg side. He swiveled and pulled, but he just didn't quite get enough of a connection on that. Certainly not to clear Tom Curran, and that means with that's now 2 wickets remaining for Surrey to take. 1 more to pick up that 3rd bowling point. Plenty of time to do that. As the youngest player in Durham's history,
that's it,
comes out to bat. Now I've just seen his confirmation that it's wins first, then fewest losses, then it's team achieving most points in contest between the teams level on points. That would be Somerset in this case.
Yes.
Over 8 penalties shall be included in this calculation, and then that wouldn't be level on that, but were it to be level, it's most wickets taken and then most runs scored. So I don't think we'll ever get a scenario where we get a shared title again. Surrey's first in their 50s heyday was a shared title, wasn't it?
Was that with Lancs? Or is the shared title for Lancs the one that started the drought?
No, I think it was with Lancs, first one.
Ends a successful over for the hosts, 246 for 8. Still 18 overs left on the day.
So Lawrence is going to bowl the 79th. You imagine this will be his last over. What's Ackerman do here? With the new ball around the corner, an arrested Dan Worrell who's going to be given it. You've got an over of Dan Lawrence, but the field is spread. There's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, deep extra cover, deep backward point.
They really want to have a look at the 16-year-old, which isn't unreasonable.
But does Ackerman just want to go hard here? This over of Lawrence.
Well, he does. 1 down to Whitish, long on, takes the single. No hesitation, no consideration of knocking it back. So,
well, he didn't try and protect Hogg, did he? Another left-hander.
Yeah, not much to go on for Minto in terms of what he's done for Durham. He played those couple of Metro Bank games, made 7 runs. That's neither here nor there.
He's not the tallest man.
Under 19s, he didn't get a hit when he played his game against the Island 19s. I feel like we're going to be digging a long way back into his cricket archive page to work out what he has done with the bat in some sort of competitive cricket. Not bad technique, getting well forward before shouldering arms. The England 19s game that he played against Sri Lanka. He got 15. There you go. That was in a limited overs game. Back here watching in that side, he was batting at 8. And then in the other England Lions game that he played, he made 16. So, yeah, a couple of starts there. That was in the 19s against the Lions. That was the intra-club games, if you like.
So far, he's not had to play at a ball. From Lawrence, who's rather rushing through this over.
This might give you some indication. In the Durham under-18s last season, he was batting at number 4. So, at junior level, batted the sniff to higher. And yes, Lawrence just indicating that he's going to try and attack the stumps here last ball, not unreasonably. Round the wicket.
And you know, he's got appreciable turn. The last couple of balls have really turned, which is very positive signs for Durham, who selected a spinner.
One from it. Minto does what he needs to do, 247 for 8. So Minto, 16 years and 296 days, the youngest first-class debutant for Durham, beating Gary Scott, who was 17 years and 18 days against Derbyshire at Chester Street in 2001. Daniel, what were you doing when you were 16 years and 296 days?
Well, that would have been, I'm trying to think, sort of just before Valentine's Day in 1986.
1986.
Yes. I was up to no good around then. I think I had glandular fever.
What was going on in the cricket world, I wonder?
Shot.
Finds the gap. Does it beautifully. And does get Durham beyond 250. So, a couple of cheers go around here. I wonder whether that's to recognise the fact that Durham have confirmed they will be in Division 1 next year. It wasn't really in any doubt. Everything would have needed to have gone wrong, but that's a nice hurdle to clear for Durham. Having gone up as champions in Division 2 last year under Ryan Campbell, having played a lot of good cricket this year, well and truly in this game. 251 for 8, Ackerman.
A lot of sages tipped them as potential title winners.
I was quite excited by them. I think on the basis that they really did, excuse the jargon, bazball their way through Division 2 last year, scoring it in excess of 4.5 and over, winning games quickly.
I think they got a bit unlucky early on in the season. Some of the decks they were playing on, there wasn't a lot in it for their bowlers, so they didn't really quite get the momentum early on in the season, but they pulled off some great wins and definitely looked the part in Division 1.
Oh yeah, well they got washed out in their first game without a ball being
doesn't help that,
at
does it?
all. And then their second game was a shambles against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, where it was 700 versus 500. Oh, there's that movement from Laws round the wicket, challenging Minto's inside edge.
I think there was a run on there, which he hasn't taken.
That was the extraordinary game, Daniel, where Durham had to follow on, having made 517,
yes.
which I think from memory was the highest ever, or near enough, the highest ever score where a team had to follow on. That was in the Kookaburra days of April.
We don't like to talk about those.
Leg slip in. And I kind of get the Kookaburra thing. I understand why it's happening. I understand the bigger picture approach and so on. But, gosh, it's different watching a game of cricket with the Dukes, isn't it? This time of year especially.
Yeah, and especially because also you've been building up for 6.5, 7 months, looking forward to County Championship starting, and it's a very different rhythm. I mean, it was partly the Kookaburra ball that was inflating those April numbers and taking April into the most run-drenched of months.
Didn't we work out it was the most 150s ever in a round or something ridiculous, round 2? Can't quite get off the mark as yet, Minto. 9 dot balls to start his professional career.
I like his setup. I think this is going to be Laws' last ball. We're going to see a double change. We've seen Jordan Clark warming up. Can't quite see Dan Worrell at the moment, but I would expect he will be given the brand new ball.
You would hope so if you're a Surrey fan. 16 overs with that second newie tonight if they take it right away. That's sliding. Bit of leg by, which is now signalled. It's the end of 80 overs. That'll mean that Phil Walker's coming in to replace me. The second new ball is due. Durham lost a couple of wickets since they're 253 for 8. It'll stay with Daniel Norcross and Phil Walker in for me.
Just looking at that scorecard, it's been about Colin Ackerman, hasn't it? A lot of players have made starts. Alex Lees, Daniel Bingham, Baz Deleda. Even McKinney there at the top of the order, that first wicket partnership of 60 after being put into bat. The wickets spread around, 2 for Tom Curran, 2 for Laws, 2 for Dan Worrell, 1 apiece for Jordan Clark. Sam Curran. It's not been Conor McKerr's day today. He came back to bowl a 2-over spell. Well, the 2-over spell went for 22, then came back for a 2-over spell, which was just too short, too loose, just didn't really have any rhythm today. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be a new ball, Phil Walker. And it's going to be, I say, the old firm. It feels like an old firm now, doesn't it? Clark and Worrell. And Clark from the pavilion end normally. He's bowling from the Vauxhall end today. Worrell will bowl from the pavilion end.
Yeah, rides the bounce first up. Change of bowler, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Build a sustainable future. Take action to protect the environment for generations to come. It's great to have them on board this week, as indeed with us the previous home game as well. Thanks for their support. I have an absolute screamer of a stat.
Oh, not really?
Yeah.
Should I prepare myself? Is anyone on hand with a defib and a towel?
It's good.
Yeah?
It's really good.
It's really good.
Fully, and he's clobbered it for his first professional runs. It's kind of the delivery you want, isn't it, when you're on naught and the shadows are beginning to creep onto the square. And Jordan Clark just over pitching. He shaped up nicely though, and has looked competent.
I've liked his setup. I think he's looks compact.
Yep.
Sometimes, you know, with the less tall player, you can fall into these cliches. You're compact, bat and pad close together, sort of Josh Bohannon type thing. But I think he's looked good so far.
Are you ready?
I was born ready.
This year we have had Rocky Flintoff, Farhan Ahmed and James Minto all make their debuts in the county championship. They are all aged 16 or younger. Only once before in the storied, illustrious history of the county championship. I'll play it again.
Yes.
Have we had 3 debutants in one season aged 16 or younger?
Do you know, if I was going to guess and do a Hail Mary,
yeah,
I'd go 1946, because it's straight after the Second World War and nobody knew what was going on.
Clever. And I guess they were picking from slightly depleted numbers. No, not that, Daniel. But near. 3 years out.
49.
49. Jim Presti, a name that I'm not familiar with. Short, carved away, man at deep third, but no, that's beaten him. Tidily played again. 2 boundaries in the over against the new ball. Good stuff. Crucial runs here by the 16-year-old James Minto, who joins Rocky Flintoff and Farhan Ahmed as debutants. Jim Presti.
How quickly people forget Jim Presti.
Jim Presti.
Yes.
Roly Thompson.
Roly Thompson, yes.
Yeah.
Haven't forgotten him.
And...
Oh.
Yeah.
No, it won't be Brian Close, because he made his debut aged 18.
Yeah, I'm going to actually move this screen so you can't take a little surreptitious look. Right. Well played again.
Hang on.
Yeah, now.
Hang on.
This chap had a long and storied career.
Yes, I'm going to say
across many decades. Nope.
Across many decades. Fred Titmus.
Boom.
So he played in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s.
It's Fred Titmus.
Who the?
Yeah. So there you go. Yes, of course, played into the 80s. So there you go. 1949. 3 16-year-olds made their debuts in the championship. Jim Presti, Fred Titmus and Roly Thompson. Thank you, of course, to the maestro for that one, Mr. Andrew Sampson. So there you go.
Nice work. Well done, team.
It has been a youthful championship generally, though. If we think about Ben McKinney, who we saw, tidy cameo this morning, made a brilliant 100 a few weeks ago. Freddie McCann as well in the Notts side. Another top order player coming through. Yeah, Archie Vaughan, of course. So, it's going to be Dan Worrell as we expected. Loomed large over the last couple of hours. He's been grazing in the outfield, but he's now back with that new ball in hand. So again, another change of bowler, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. So Durham edging towards a competitive total for my money, Daniel.
Oh, I'd say so. Yeah, I think they're...
The ball's done a bit all day.
Yeah.
And turned, by the way.
I saw that.
Daniel Lawrence got definite grip and turned. Carl Parkinson, of course, in the Durham lineup. Steered away, and easy as you like. Colin Ackerman happy to take that single. He's trusted his number 9 and now his number 10.
Regular watchers of the Surrey stream will be very aware of the fact that when Phil Walker is on, his beady eye is on Dan Lawrence.
Yes, well, of course.
Did you ever watch a slightly unusual sitcom with modern eyes now called It Ain't Half Hot, Mum?
It's the Windsor Davis thing?
Yes.
Yeah, it was before my time, Daniel. Which is not to say that I couldn't have revisited it, but it felt like it was of its time as well as before.
It was rather of its time, yes.
Oh, there you go. Bang on cue. Third wicket for Dan Worrell, and he has arced a banana ball back through the left-hander's defences. Clipped the top of middle stump. Still a tidy, useful 8 from the debutant. All useful runs at this stage now. 9 down, 2-6-2 on the board.
And Surrey have their third and final bowling point. As we take a look at it again from behind, it's a classic Dan Worrell dismissal, that. Starting on around middle stump, staying on around middle stump. I have brushed a little bit of pad perhaps on its way through, but maybe it just went straight on. And hitting the top of off. It's a pretty good nut to get in your first game. There's not a lot of disgrace in being a left-hander getting out to that ball. Yep. Dan Worrell has done this all season for Surrey.
Yeah, so Surrey doing this well now. They've just kept chipping away across the course of the day. Durham started it very well. 60 for no loss. That soon became 84 for 3 at lunch. And then another mini recovery, and then they were set back again, and that's been the story across the day, really. 2-6-2. It's a middling score on a pitch that has offered a little across the course of the day.
I mean, 3 partnerships, haven't there, of over 50. One for the first wicket, one for the fourth wicket. 60 for the first, 51 for the fourth, and then 70, which was the biggest partnership of the innings, for the sixth wicket. And then there was that awkward 30-run stand for the 8th as well, as the ball was getting softer. It's not a bad pitch. It suggests that batters can get in.
Well, indeed. 3 scores in the mid-30s. That'll be where Durham will be feeling they've left a few out there today.
But Surrey have just got this relentless attack, haven't they? 6 seams, albeit one of them barely used today, Conor McKerr.
So 3 deliveries here for Dan Worrell to finish things off. Holder, the new man.
The reason I ask about it, ain't half on, is that the Windsor Davis character.
I just let that one slide away.
Yes. Well, see, the Windsor Davis character.
Yes.
Has a particular fondness for one of his charges.
Okay. And this has echoes of my.
It has strong echoes of
my leanings towards Daniel Lawrence.
The pride you take when Lawrence turns the ball. Did you spot? You see how much he was turning it
on day 1. Throw the ball to him. It's gone up for it, and the finger follows immediately, and there can be no debate whatsoever. The number 11, Kimar Holder, plays all around it, and Daniel Worrell finished just as he started. He got it going this morning and has finished with the new ball. 2 in his first over, 4 for 39. The champion is at it again.
Well, it's flush on the boot, isn't it? I mean, that's out every time. And it didn't take long with the new ball for Surrey to wrap up that tail. 262 all out. It's probably a little below par, but not a lot. It'll keep Durham very much in the game. This feels a sort of classic oval wicket, a sort of 320 par type of wicket, which will be a fairly slender lead. Surrey will be looking for more than that because they've been looking at bonus points, be eyeing up where Lancashire are against Somerset. Somerset on top but struggling a bit. 6 wickets down there. As Tom Curran is staying out there to practice his golf swing, which is slightly concerning. 262 all out. Worrell again the star, 4 for 39. 2 wickets in 3 balls to wrap it up. The valiant effort from Surrey generally on a not particularly helpful wicket. Clark 1 for 49. Sam Curran bowled really well with his 1 for 44. Had a wicket chalked off for a no ball. Tom Curran 2 for 33 in 15 overs. Great effort from him. 2 for 49 from Laws. So the wickets spread around. Conor McKerr a day to forget. 4 overs, none for 33, and just a couple of sharply turning overs from Dan Lawrence, only conceding the 1 run. But I just wonder if Colin Ackerman, you can see there, unbeaten on 78, batted really, really well. Certainly in partnership with Baz de Leyder, that 70-run partnership for the 6th wicket. I just wonder if he'd be a bit regretful that towards the back end there he didn't find a way of just farming that strike a little bit better. There's perhaps an opportunity to go after Dan Lawrence when he was going to be bowling in the 77th and 79th overs. He might have thought, is it worth me going on the charge perhaps? Instead he was very happy to take the singles, very happy for the youngsters to face up, but he's been left high and dry on a very good 78 not out. Earlier Daniel Beddingham with 37 had a life when he was dropped by Dom Sibley. Alex Lees had a life when he was bowled off a no ball, and Baz de Leyder looked pretty comfortable on 36. It's a pitch on which players can get in, but as we've seen, players can also be winkled out. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers, and there's plenty in it for the batters, which is what you want from a county championship pitch.
10 overs to go then, Daniel. So 2
12?
overs.
10, 12.
12, but with the change of innings, right?
I think it was 14.2
oh,
before,
was it?
so
oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so
You might have shot your bolt there.
Yeah,
I think they're ahead of us.
Fine, my scorecard's already updated.
So
Impressive.
We're going to take a break then. We're going to take a break.
We can take a break for a couple of minutes for sure.
Yeah,
we shall
be back very shortly.
Of course. Yeah.
And well, I'll be back tomorrow because that's me done.
Lovely. See you tomorrow. Okay, good evening. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. So we have an interesting mini passage of play here. Just a dozen overs remaining in the day. The light's fine. It's a broadly azure, cloudless sky, and so we'll be sure to get those in. And while Durham would like to be batting, they will take this opportunity to just try and winkle one or two out here. They'll be coming in hard against Surrey's in-form openers, who have been brilliant really across the course of this year, both in rich form in red ball cricket. So I imagine it will be, by the looks of it, Daniel Hogg to get us going. Tall and rangy. Of course, delivered one of the spells of the summer, 7 for 66 on debut a couple of weeks ago. So I'm joined here by Cam Ponsonby for the last knockings of this first day in this crucial game. It's one of these where it's a free hit really for the fielding side, Cam. They can just come out and give it their all.
Absolutely, it's a little bit longer than kind of your stereotypical tricky little session for two opening batters. 12 overs with the best part of an hour, one imagines, and 12 overs for Durham to basically, as you say, Durham are the only person who can really win this session. Surrey of course could find themselves 50 without loss, but for the most part it'll be Durham looking to get a spring in their step.
So it's a step into the unknown for a number of these players. Daniel Hogg, just his third championship game of the year. Not bowled in professional cricket here at the Kia Oval before. It has its unique dimensions, and of course it brings its own pressures to bear as well. And you imagine it will be Kemar Holder from the far end, the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end initially. Tidy start, good lines. But I'll be surprised if we don't see a blast from James Minto as well, who just 16 years young, left arm seamer. I've seen him warming up across the course of the day. Saw him this morning, and then just now I think you want to stick around and watch him, because considering he's not yet 17, there's a lot to like. He's quick, foolish and edgy, but that will run away for the first boundary for. False shot, but all along the floor, not too dangerous. Rory Burns picks up a boundary to get himself going.
A streaky start to proceedings, or a streaky way to get off the mark. Rory Burns just looking to force that into the onside. The ball takes the outside edge, but those are the upsides you're allowed as an opener. With all the risk you take on, all the difficulties, you're allowed to nick a 4 every now and then.
And again, nothing wrong with the delivery, just no luck at all. That was a more authentic edge, but again, all along the floor, playing with relatively soft hands, and picks up another. Good lines though by the 19-year-old. So 3 slips and a backward point, no gully, no deep third at the moment. And a play and a miss. Movement away from the left-hander.
It's been a slightly unusual start from Rory Burns, kind of out of character in how keen he's been to kind of fiddle outside that off stump. He's edged 2 through third man, picked up 2 boundaries. Now for a third time with the ball continuing to leave him, he just followed that ball outside off stump. Encouraging signs for Hogg.
Leg side this time, deflected, but there is a man down at long leg. Burns comes back, scampers back for 2. Problems, got to turn on his heels, and he manages to get in the line of the ball, and so lives to fight another day. No suggestion that he was deliberately obstructing play there. He was head down trying to get back into his crease. Fortuitous though. It was a big mix-up. He was 3/4 down completing that second run, only to find that his partner was broadly motionless in his crease, and Burns had to turn, head down. Slightly errant throw by Ollie Robinson. I think he would have made his ground even without the ricochet against his leg. But an early cause for concern.
It's a very unusual passage of play. Dom Sibley was very slow to start running. At first it looked as if Surrey were content that that was going to run its way to the boundary. Burns turned, and part of the reason he went for the run is because Ollie Robinson hadn't gone to the stumps, so he knew he had time, even if the throw came into Ollie Robinson, to make his ground. Dom Sibley stayed put, and upon first viewing I wondered whether it mattered that Rory Burns hadn't really changed his course because the ball had struck him. Then on the replay you can see it's a bit of a wild throw from Robinson. The ball was travelling away from the wicket, and so a lot of drama ends in a fairly tame fashion, and, well, Burns is on strike once more.
It's Basileda going to take the new ball. Short and wide. Burns, skittish start to his innings, it's fair to say, playing a miss. And so it's not going to be the West Indian quick, although he is warming up in the covers. It's not going to be the young Southpaw 16-year-old either. It's going to be Basileda, who batted tidily earlier for his 36, and you fancy his kind of style might be quite useful in these conditions. Looking for a bit of wobble in the air. The ball has done something for the seamers all day long.
De Leeder has a relatively modest first-class record. I think we often forget, because he is a Dutch international, he hasn't played all that much red ball cricket despite appearing on our kind of TVs and however many World Cups. But he has a similar theme to his bowling where he has that extra yard of pace, often rushes batters, can be a bit expensive at times, but on the flip side often forces the way to find a wicket or two.
Not there though. Meat and drink for Rory Burns. No such dangers for that second run this time round. Yeah, just going back to that run out moment, it looked to me as if Burns just was expecting Sibley to go and then expecting again, and Sibley just refused to budge. And Burns was almost in Sibley's ground, and so you would look at it and you think, yeah, it's a pretty comfortable two. As you say, the keeper hadn't even come up to the stumps. There was almost an acknowledgement this is a comfortable two, and we move on. Anyway, Sibley to face his first delivery. And there you go. What a shot. A man in good form. Good balance at the crease. Accessing both sides of the track. And anything there, he's as good as anyone in the game.
I might retract my earlier statement that only Durham can win this mini session.
I did think it at the time.
Surrey are finding themselves, well, after a skittish start through a number of reasons. They're 14 for no loss after 10 deliveries. And sitting very pretty at the moment.
It's a good ball to get first up if you're an opener. Interesting choice to go with De Leeder. You have the more established new ball bowler currently grazing at mid-wicket in Kumar Holder. He doesn't look immensely happy to have been overlooked for the new ball.
Well, he's had that. It's a shame that our colleague Yas Rana isn't on for the start of this innings. He was telling me that Holder has the most extraordinary story after his Test debut 4 years ago.
Two gone then. Surrey off to a flyer, not without alarm. 14 for no loss.
Now, I believe the statistic is in the last kind of 4 years he has about last 2 to 4 years he has about 8 professional wickets, and he made his debut for the West Indies in December of 2020 in a Test match against New Zealand. Then suffered a horrible shoulder injury, which pretty much almost forced him into retirement. He then kind of last year, having almost fallen out of the game, was pointed towards the Pace Journal, which is they kind of run a Pace Academy and skill set program. I believe it's Shabazz Chowdhury.
On the bounce to first slip, legit edge, but didn't carry. We've seen a few of those today.
And it was Carlos Brathwaite who'd sent them towards the kind of the pace journal. They run a kind of speed camp process, and he went there, worked on his game, and found himself back in the professional game after almost falling out of it after making his debut for the West Indies in international cricket. So despite being an international opening bowler, international bowler, he hasn't got massive miles on the legs currently.
Good take, excellent take by Ollie Robinson. Saves 4. Yeah, so he's taken 88 first-class wickets at 30. So an okay record. Doesn't jump out at you. Fast bowlers develop at different stages, of course. He's only 26 and a bit. Made his Durham debut last week in the game against Lancashire on a flat one, admittedly, but went wicketless across the 2 innings. Edge this time, and just shy. Again, no ball this time. But again, another edge from Rory Burns, who's pushing outside his front pad and not really getting into the shot. This is 4th edge now. And it was dropped at second slip, but as we say, no ball. So it wouldn't have mattered at all. It was a strange passage of play.
Everyone appears to have forgotten how to play the sport at the moment, Phil. Everyone's losing their minds.
Nothing doing there.
I don't know if Ackerman's somehow managed to hear the call of no ball, because I've never seen a slip fielder go to take a catch in such a fashion, then not even attempt to either dive or move their body to or maybe get 2 hands to it, just thrust one hand out at it.
Or show any discernible reaction. Perhaps the verbal call came through quickly, so by the time the ball had hit the palm, everyone knew that it was null and void. Either way, he's looked good here, just in these opening salvos as Dan Hogg. A couple of leg side deliveries, but he's troubled Burns on the outside edge 4 times now.
Well, I'd have enjoyed if there had been 4 no balls across the course of the entire day, and 2 of them had resulted in wickets. That'd have been a statistical anomaly. 1 for Andrew Sampson. He'd have been able to do something with that.
So Burns picks up a single into the onside, bring Dom Sibley on to strike to face Dan Hogg for the first time. And that is indeed Burns' 1000th for the season in first-class cricket. Just the 8th time now he has done that. The most by a current player in the county game. He's been a storied player for many, many years. He had a quiet year by his exacting standards last year, but he's come back strong here. Looks in very good order. So dot ball to finish, 17 for no loss, 3 overs in.
And the frenetic start to Surrey's innings continues. We've had run-out opportunities, flashes through the slip cordon, bizarre non-attempts to catch the ball at slip where potentially maybe they'd heard the no ball call. Kind of ready for things to calm down, personally, in the late evening sun or early evening sun of South London.
And a bit of fortune is due for Dan Hogg as well. He's bowled very nicely for those 2 overs. It doesn't reflect in the figures. 2 overs for 12. But he's created chances and problems. Again, another good leg side take.
Excellent work by Ollie Robinson. He could find himself in line for a test debut this winter, depending on which way England choose to go, if Jamie Smith has to leave that New Zealand tour for the birth of his, or expected birth of his first child.
Gone up for it. Confident appeal, but not much support from behind the stumps, and Nigel Long, the umpire, unbothered. Yeah, Ollie Robinson not named as the reserve keeper in the Pakistan touring party, but certainly has been a part of the conversation, and not just from people like us. He's a player who's definitely on the radar of England selectors. And while they've gone with Jordan Cox as a reserve keeper for the Pakistan leg of the tour, as you say, they may yet look to bring in a more specialist keeper for the second leg if Jamie Smith is otherwise engaged.
I think it's the difference between if Jamie Smith falls over and you need a replacement for a test match, you'll give it to Jordan Cox. But if you're going in planning, knowing that you're going to lose a player for a certain period of time, you're then able to go towards the more regular wicketkeeper, Michael Pepper, who's been keeping of late at Essex.
Yeah, it would be very McCullum-Stokesian to resolve the Bairstow Folkes debate at the end of the year with Jordan Cox keeping wicket, wouldn't it? I mean, who would have had Jordan Cox on their bingo card? But that's the way they do it. You never know. Certainly it's paid off with Jamie Smith, that kind of rather strained debate that kept running and running was quickly dispensed with as soon as people saw how good he is. Driven tidily, but straight to mid-off.
Jordan Cox, kind of the Essex redhead. Got best of both worlds between Folkes and Bairstow.
He's a good cricketer. So, for my money, I would be looking to get Holder into the attack at some point before the day is done, and also throw the ball to the debutant, the 16-year-old as well. So, with 8 overs remaining of what's been a undulating day, fascinating really, absorbing play. Surrey having started their reply to Durham's 262 rather skittishly, but 18 for no loss. Adam Collins, along with Cam Ponsonby, will take us home to the close.
18 for none. Daniel Hogg to continue. All 6'7" of him, as Adam Collins slowly gets himself in order.
Thanks, Cam. Just past 5:30 local time, about half an hour to go. Perfectly placed. Across the square, 4 runs. Just where Burns loves it. Such a productive season. Burns didn't register a ton last year, but what a response it's been throughout the course of 2024. This is 200th first class game, as we mentioned earlier today, 165th time that he's represented Surrey in 4-day cricket. Hoping to do something very special if they can get the job done here and next week as well. It's been since the 60s since the team has won 3 on the trot with Yorkshire, so that's what's there for Surrey if they can do what's required of them here. All 10 wickets on day one, already capturing 3 points. Fair bit going on in the Somerset Lancs game, which we've been documenting over the last hour or so. Wickets tumbling. Might get you to bring that card up, Cam.
Well, I have got the card up indeed, and well, I don't know if you're across the very latest update. So Lancashire all out for 140, Somerset 139 for 9 in reply.
So they've put on a few for the 10th wicket then. Who's in there? Is it Overton or has he been and gone?
It's Lewis Gregory and
right.
Jack Leach. And they've put on 18 for the final wicket so far.
Well, it was the 10th wicket that was problematic for Surrey last week, albeit in quite different circumstances when Somerset had an injured Tom Banton coming in and doing his thing. Doesn't catch up with it again. There, Burns. Athletic work. The wicket keeper, Ollie Robinson.
Otherwise it would have been 4 byes, recognised by the Surrey fans and a handful of Durham fans we have here as well.
So Holder has gone for 2 very different ball shining techniques currently. He's just gone on the kind of more traditional side of the thigh, but earlier he'd gone for the inside ankle, which I genuinely had never seen before.
This time he catches up with it. That's what he was trying to do the last couple of times, and it goes the journey as well. So Rory Burns starting the over with a classical square drive, then getting the chance to hook the teenager to the shortish boundary. He's taking full advantage here.
Really has. It was quite a surprise to see umpire raise their arms to signal 6. It is short enough in that direction. They really didn't have to get much on it at all. And Hogg, after a very promising opening over where he took the outside edge of Burns twice, has just lost his lines and his lengths in his last 1.5 overs.
Just snuck through. Take some pace off it perhaps. Fingers down the side of the ball. Ends a busy over for Surrey. 28 for none. I think it's just worth again remembering that who Durham don't have with the new ball this week. It's been set and forget for seasons with Matty Potts and Ben Rain in the case of Potts. England one-day responsibilities and Rain, his wife's scheduled to give birth. Haven't received an update as yet on that front, but I was told earlier today that the due date actually is today, so hopefully all's going well on that front. Far more important than a game of cricket. But yes, that ordinarily it would be that pair, and with Potts in stunning form last week with a 9 for best ever figures for the club. Here's Big Baz. Oh, that's taken off. Extra pace there from Delita, up at 85 mile an hour. But through the season, Potts 33 at 25, Rain 32 at 30. They're the guys who have been so important, of course, with promotion last year too. So they're drawing down on their depth. No Peter Siddle, no Scott Boland, no Neil Wagner, the 3 internationals they've had at different points through the campaign as well. Baz Delata, they're 1 overseas. Although I don't think he that's a nice outswinger, by the way. I don't think he counts, does he, in the overseas qualifications, not being a full member with Holland. They could play as many. Theoretically, you could play as many Dutch players as you want because they're not full members. So associates have a slightly different categorisation.
They've got 2 of them. So you may well have missed a great moment earlier between myself, Andrew, and Daniel Norcross. We discovered it was the first time ever 2 Dutch internationals had batted together in the county championship.
Oh, be still my beating heart.
And I'll let you guess who did most of the legwork on discovering that one.
Delata in his second stint in the championship. He's turned himself into the most important player in the Dutch side. Got them almost single-handedly dragged into a World Cup last year, getting them through a must-win game against the West Indies. Really impressed over there in India with ball and bat. Had some tough days as well. He currently holds the record for the most number of runs conceded in a one-day international. That was when Glenn Maxwell got hold of him up at Delhi. It doesn't diminish the kind of all-round package that he offers both the Dutch and at the moment Durham.
He also had that kind of tete-a-tete with the Pakistan seamer, if I'm correct.
That's right. Now, who was that? That won't take long to Google. I remember there was a stoush, wasn't there? A close finish. Had a really good game when they beat South Africa. Came ever so close to beating South Africa for a 3rd time in a row. Were you at that game? I certainly was. The New York. No, you didn't do New York, did you?
Didn't do New York. Did Dallas and Florida.
The game that we were at, Daniel and I were at that game, where Holland at one stage had the South Africans 4 for 20 odd, having beaten them in their 2 previous World Cup games, one at Adelaide and one last year in India. Couldn't quite close it out.
I've remembered the Baz Delita Pakistani seamer incident. It was between him and Harris Ralph.
End of the over, 29 for none.
And it was in the 2022 World Cup T20, Ralph had struck De Leader and cut him below his eye. And in the 2023 World Cup, kind of De Leader was kind of hooked him for 6 and kind of gave him a little wink. And they're all best of friends after it all kind of came out in the wash. But
there's a lot to like about that Dutch team. They did so well in that 2022 World Cup down at Geelong, where we were both at the don't remember what they called it anymore, but the bit before the real bit. Was it the Super 16s or something like that, or the qualification?
I think it was just kind of like the first round.
The first round.
But not everyone was in the first round, etc.
Yeah. But we're going to change a bowler here. We're going to see
James Minto for the first time.
Minto, who I mean, I think as a 16-year-old, you're entitled to do a run through.
Yes,
I agree entirely. Cricket, if you're in the under 17s, you can do a run through. He's still eligible for the under 17s. What a story this is. Little pocket rocket by the looks of things. That's a very sharp fringe too.
I'm dead set he must be related to the former Chelsea fullback Scott Minto. There can't be that many Mintos knocking about.
So he's already been involved in the game this afternoon, batting in this evening session. He'll be away from us. His first ball in first-class cricket. The youngest man to ever play for Durham, James Minto. So really drawing down on their depth, Durham, when it comes to their quicks. First ball up at 84 mile an hour. That's always got to have a degree of scepticism about the speed guns that we see, but still, you can only go on what it says. 84 mile an hour, it's fine on that front. 2 slips the gully, 2 back on the leg side boundary. Peter May stand side of the ground. Or Peter May terrace, my apologies. Should have been put away, and Burns certainly had a red hot go.
He's got very slingy action, Minto, which I can imagine he'd be filed under one of those types of people where it actually feels a bit quicker than it is, because it's not a case of a kind of a beautiful, smooth action coming over the top. It's kind of action's coming from behind his back.
I know that chap, Blake by the name of Ian McCain, a regular correspondent of mine. This time he gets it up and over, 4 runs. Short and wide, Burns making the most of the opportunity to add another boundary. He's 25 from 30, he's got a flyer, the Surrey skipper. He won't mind that at all, just sitting up, waiting to be put away. He needs to settle here, Minto.
He has played for Durham before, 2 matches in this year's Metro Bank One-Day Cup competition. Took 2 for against Worcestershire. There's only 2 professional wickets and was selected in the England under-19 squad, which he was promptly withdrawn from to play in this one, I imagine. So that series is ongoing.
So he got an opportunity in that 19s versus Lions setup.
Yes.
And the game against Ireland. So he's had a little bit of England 19s exposure. Goes short again. Results the same. Finer from Burns, but my sense from our angle is he had that mostly under control. Pace is fine. He's just banging it in halfway at the moment. Needs to settle. 38 for none. Landing there, pitching before the shadow across the middle of the pitch. So really short.
See a change of field here with one of the slip cordon dropping out to deep third. I'd be looking to give the teenager some protection, let him ease into a spell. As you've said completely correctly, the pace is there. Looks like a very lively bowler who's able to make things happen, and all the other cliches. Just needs to settle on a length in his first over.
There it is, past the edge. Well, if you sharpen your bowl left arm,
there's not too much that can go wrong, really. But there's also a lot that can go right.
Well, if you sharpen your bowl left arm and you look the goods, you might find yourself in an England squad. So.
It was exactly what happened with Spencer Johnson from Australia. He was kind of became this new kid on the scene in the Big Bash, and everyone went, "How old is he?" He was like, "He's 27." He'd been broken for 6-7 years.
Yeah. The Bruce reads about him. Spencer Johnson. Much better to finish. Tailing back towards off stump, knocked on the head. 88 mile an hour. Get in the DeLorean. 38 for none after 7. 5 left on the day. Trailing by 224. You've got your laptop lid shut, Cam, so I'll do the score update at the other place. Where are we? All out 146 Somerset at Old Trafford. So they do have a first innings lead of 6, but they have failed to claim any of the available batting points. So they get all 3 bowling points. That's fine, but no batting points. So the most they can get in the event of a win is 19 from this round. All very relevant given that Surrey's into this penultimate round with an 8-point advantage. And they've already claimed all their bowling points.
Short once again from Durham. None of the 3 bowlers are yet to kind of really settle in any kind of particular area. We've seen not much movement out of the hand or off the pitch, as it were. And Surrey have been able to kind of canter along pretty comfortably so far, bar the very first over where Hogg got a couple of deliveries to shape away from Burns. Take the outside edge. As it happens, Burns is flying along on 29 off 33.
Hung out there by Delata. Nearly rewarded with an edge.
It's been a bit of a bizarre symptom of this 7.2 overs. It's because Durham have been quite fast and loose with their lines and lengths. You've seen Rory Burns quite fast and loose outside off stump. He's played and missed outside. Well, he's wafted at a number of deliveries where he's kind of had a fresh air shot. We do not associate that with him at all.
Yeah, early in the season when Rory Burns got in against Hampshire, batted for a long time for 113. Then the big 227, his career best, was also here at the Keir Oval against Lancashire about a month ago.
Just points out a little subplot from the Lancashire-Somerset game, which my heart goes out to Harry Singh, Lancashire's opening batter on debut, now having the opportunity to bat twice on his first day of first-class cricket. And if the light's holding up there, he's got a 12-over session to kind of navigate.
How did he go the first time around?
Just the 7 runs before he was caught. And so I wouldn't wish getting out twice on your first day of first-class cricket to anyone.
Beautifully placed. Burns through straightish mid-wicket. How often have we seen that over the years? 43 for none.
Well, I very unwisely said at the start of these 12 overs that only Durham could win this mini session. I think very quickly Surrey are not only winning it, but winning it quite comfortably. And it could end up very quickly being quite a demoralising day for Durham. Because if they don't get a lid on this in the next 4.5 overs, at the current rate that'll get up to 70 or 80. And that lead will be below 200.
Too easy. This is just where you can't bowl to Rory Burns. Half volley on the pads, well, at least when he turned into a half volley, followed by a ball that's there to steer and cut. He does it with such ease. He's going to run a ball.
He's had the lion's share of the strike as well. 37 deliveries to Sibley's 11.
You know what? It's exactly what they did to Lancs a few weeks ago here, isn't it? That they had a chance to bat for perhaps an hour and a half or thereabouts. They got to about 80 odd for none by stumps, and that helped shape the rest of the match. More runs. Doesn't quite make the rope. Does add 2 more. That's 11 runs from the over. Delata might have a blow after that. 49 for none. We've got 4 left.
No, I think Durham will be wise to give Holder a quick burst at the end of the day, just almost to get everyone in the game as much as anything. Keep the batters changing, having to guess and get used to a new player. And Holder is having some fairly vigorous stretches, so it suggests that will be the case.
Well, he did, as you say, he was shining the ball up. What did you say? On his ankle?
It was on his ankles, on the inside of his ankle. I've genuinely never seen anyone do that, ever.
How have you gone with the change in regulations about not being able to apply saliva to the ball? Were you a big I mean, I know you bowl off spin and all the rest of it, and whether you probably don't care whether the ball shined up, but
I was most alarmed. It's fallen out of my muscle memory completely, so I don't find myself going to put saliva on the ball. And I was most alarmed when the MCC said they'd conducted some tests and they found no difference in the amount of swing, which meant we were all just spitting on the ball for 150 years for no reason, which is quite alarming, to be honest.
Okay. No comment. Here he is, a 16-year-old. Squeeze him up a wee bit. Well, I mean, there is the option. It's Mark Wood, isn't it? And they talk about it's got the great lower back sweat thing going on.
Yes.
To load up the ball that way. I found myself doing that a little bit, so that the red patches on my clothing have moved now. It used to obviously just be down the front of the strides. Now I end up having to put the stain remover on the back of my shirt where I'm rubbing the ball vigorously, which never would have been a problem in the past.
I think it's very common. You'll see Joe Root doing this, and a lot of the way that the material that tops are made with now, teams tend to believe that that's better for shining and buffing than trousers.
All right. Leg stump line. Sibley helps himself. Every run being cheered by the Surrey faithful. That's the 50th of them. So after finishing Durham off in a real hurry, dismissing them for 262, Dan Worrell with the second new ball going bang bang. They've rattled off 50 runs in 50 balls since.
It's all been far too easy for Surrey so far. 50 up and with no signs of slowing down. Rory Burns has taken a new bat. But no, you'll see Joe Root doing it, you'll see Rory Burns doing it. They'll pull their sleeve over their hand and they shine the ball in their sleeve. And there's also not much. It's kind of been a further push towards that kind of dry shine. And just kind of buffing the ball. Whereas I remember it was the first time playing a match with someone who's just a proper club cricketer, and he was playing a game in the twos with us for whatever reason, and he saw someone apply saliva onto the ball in the first kind of 8 overs, and he gave him a massive dressing down. It was kind of like, you don't need to do that whilst the lac is still on the ball. You don't need to apply any moisture. It's just about kind of looking after it, and it's a massive pseudoscience to a varying degree. There's a new member who's joined our club from a different league, and he was talking about how there's the old emphasis is you shine both sides for as long as possible, and you're not trying to develop one shiny and one rough. None of us know what we're doing.
Down the leg side. And turned down. There was a loud noise, That's certainly what I heard. And the bowler Minto was interested. And the direction that Sibley was walking, just for the briefest moment, I thought he was walking. But no, not to be. Well, let's see it again. How close did he get? I think there was something going on here.
It's definitely thigh pad.
Thigh pad, there it is. That's the noise. Spot on.
There was just a kind of there was enough of a thud. It didn't quite seem to correlate with a kind of glancing blow of the bat.
It's better from Minto. Stumps in play. So sharp. That's for sure. 16-year-old bowling in the mid to high 80s is not for nothing.
I'm not surprised by this move at all here. Last ball of the over, just 3 runs off it. They've dropped another sweeper onto the leg side. So there's 2 fielders out on the leg side, 1 on the off. And Daniel Hogg will stay at cover, just giving Minto a little bit more protection, just to allow him to get out of this over, build a little bit of confidence.
We'll probably bump him for all of that. So he does. Down the leg side, doesn't matter. Out of the over, as you say, 52 for none. Trail by 210.
I think that was the right option for Minto there, because, well, of course Burns could choose to take on that risk with 3 overs left in the day. But in reality, he's like, well, will he want to do that? He could, if he drops it into the leg side for 1 run, I've gone for 4 and that's fine. Kind of almost like a one-day thinking. Well, perhaps this is my kind of negative mindset coming to the fore. Baz the leader is going to continue, so Holder will still wait his turn. Got 3 overs left in the day.
It'll give us enough time just to quickly skip around the ground. So Lancs are 4 for none. So the deficit there is just 2 runs. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex lead by 109 already, having outswinging Yorker was the attempt there from the leader, kept out by Sibley. So Essex bowled out Warwickshire for 78, Snowder taking 5, and Essex 187 for 9. Notts 393 for 6 at one stage, or about 180 for none. Who's made the runs there? It was the
Ben Slater.
160 for him, 56 for Hasiba Mead up the top. Kent in that bottom spot on the ladder at the moment. Not sure if there's a route out of relegation for Kent. Probably just if everything went right, but still that's not a great day one for them. And the other game in Division 1, Hampshire 373 for 4. Yeah, hosting Worcestershire.
That's a massive...
Big partnership, yeah. Gubbins 153, Dawson 102. The ever reliable Liam Dawson, what a player. 2 sensational county seasons back to back. With ball, with bat.
Liam Dawson averaging 65 with the bat this season with 3 centuries and 26 with the ball, 4 5-wicket hauls. I mean, it's kind of cricket on easy mode, really.
Just a guy who's at the right time of his career to just dominate the level below what he otherwise could be playing if things were different. He could still be a test cricketer, but at different point decisions have been made to go in a different direction. Said himself that he wasn't that keen on going to India last winter if he was going to be just wearing a high-vis vest. He'd rather be on the T20 circuit. And I respect that. That's not an unreasonable position when he's got a limited earning window. He's turning 35 this winter.
It must be a strange... Playing for England must be a slightly strange phenomenon for a certain select group of England players in the last 5 years. Where, for a lot of people... For a handful of people in the mould of Liam Dawson, you weren't playing for England when they're at full strength. You were kind of on call for them, and you knew that you're realistically playing for England twos, and so you're not really having that same kind of necessary pride in representing your nation, knowing that you are the best in the business and at the pinnacle of the sport, because you're getting picked at a time, and you're only getting picked at a time when it's like, the other lads need a rest. I remember talking to James Vince about that. 10th over finishes 52 for none. About does it feel different when you're playing for England as kind of like first choice versus when you're filling in from being a rest? And he was like, yeah, of course it does. Like, it's all going to feel a little bit different. And he was only really David Milan who kind of bucked that trend and kind of was able to force his way through that and score so many runs that he was then able to be kind of undroppable. Whereas I wonder for the likes of Liam Dawson, if he spent however many years kind of often filling in, and going, well, you kind of had your chance and I'm bored of it now.
And they liked him. He was in, 5 World Cup squads in a row across the 2 formats.
That's a great start.
So they kept picking him. They wanted him around the group. He was the classic, I suppose what you're saying, depth player.
Yeah.
If there was an injury, they wanted him close by. He was a World Cup winner in 19 by definition. Didn't quite carry through to the gloves of Robinson after beating the edge, because if you're a squad member, you're recognised as a World Cup winner.
There's also that bizarre moment when he was picked, and he was vocally described as the first choice spinner ahead of Moeen Ali.
2017, yeah.
When Moeen Ali, everyone knew he was the spinner, but it was kind of like apparently Moeen Ali felt uncomfortable with the first choice tag, and so they picked another spinner to almost like lighten the load on him.
That was a bizarre series in so many ways. With Moeen never better with the ball, 25 wickets, the hat-trick, 250 odd runs, got a ton at Lords in that series as well as the number 7 who was the second spinner. It kind of worked. If Moeen had have been blessed with the chance to perform that exact role for his whole career, well, look, let's be honest, not many players take 200 test wickets and make 3,000 test runs. That career formally coming to an end a couple of weeks ago. Had a few retirements, Moeen. Down the leg side. You can see what he's trying to do here, Minto. He's trying to get one to swing away from Burns conventionally. But he hasn't quite got the line right. The ones that have moved have been almost from outside the leg stump.
I don't think he's getting a formal warning, but he's just getting a little bit of a telling off from the umpire here. He's getting a bit too close to the danger zone with his follow through. But even that previous delivery, yes, he's kind of missed in his line. It's snuck down the leg side, but it's really zipped through and kind of hit Robinson's gloves on the other side.
Ooh, nasty.
Here we go.
Forget about the speed gun in the corner there. That was done sight quicker than 65 mile an hour. That has really reared up.
I think in a nutshell, in a single delivery, we've just seen why Durham have picked this lad. That is a quick bouncer that's really troubled Burns.
Ooh.
It hasn't struck him on the helmet, but at no point was Burns in control there. Well bowled, James Minto.
Yeah, one of those that can balloon up and end up with the keeper, or short leg if one was in position. Oh, backs it up with his best delivery so far. Now, first over struggled, second over improved. Now at the back end of his third over, 2 balls in a row, which are genuine class. That has done loads.
I don't know if we'll be able to see that replay again at some point. Just if you've watched Minto's follow through, he kind of cuts straight across the wicket and then has to leap across in the other direction. It looks quite uncomfortable. Truth be told, if we have time for this before his next delivery, we'll see he hops across right into the middle.
Umpires don't like that. So a maiden for Minto, that's his final over of the day. He'll sleep well knowing that he's just roughed up Rory Burns there and beaten him as well. 52 for none. 1 over left, and Surrey just put the brakes on in the last 10 or 15 minutes, knowing that stumps are near 210.
No, really fantastic over from Minto there. It was, I can never quite get my head around that. A year ago, he would have been playing under 15s.
Yeah.
And if you're a poor lad, 14-year-old, playing up for a Sunday morning.
I think it's more just like in life more generally. At 16 years of age, he's sharing a dressing room with guys that have been on the circuit for a decade or longer.
Well, for 16 years, some of them.
Quite. I'm sure there are guys in this team who were out there before he, or near enough anyway. They might have had professional contracts when he was born. Just about. But like that idea of like common ground. What do you talk about other than cricket? And even that, his sample of what he can talk about is so limited. Well, yeah, as a 16-year-old lad, there's a reason why 16-year-old lads haven't got an awful lot to talk about. It's because the life experience. You know.
Yeah, talk about playing FIFA, 2019 Ashes, seam positions. That's the only 3 things they can do.
Even the 19 Ashes, he was only 11. Wouldn't remember much about it. His formative memories. What would have been the first Ashes, the first Test cricket he remembers? Let's go. He's 5 years old 11 years ago. What's 11 years ago?
2013.
2013 Ashes. Does he remember the Trent Bridge, Jimmy Anderson, Brad Haddon moment?
He's not remembering that.
Probably not. Not at 5.
I don't think he's remembering Mitchell Johnson's kind of Ashes. That's going to be too early.
Yeah. That's remarkable.
I don't think. Does anyone remember the 2015 Ashes was 3-2?
3-2 England. They won the Test away from London with Australia winning here and at Lords. It was the Stuart Broad 8 for 15. He'd remember that. Maybe? You'd hope. We should ask him. If we get a little end of play interview, we should. Do you remember Stuart Broad taking 8 for 15 at Trent Bridge?
And is Scott Minto your uncle? Those are 2 questions I want answered. I'd put good money on him falling in love with cricket through Ben Stokes Headingley.
Yeah?
He's 11. That's not old at all. That's a very reasonable time to first really take an interest in a sport.
Oh, the later late in the day. Standing it up off the seam. I'm somewhat surprised he's bowling the last over, actually. I thought they might get funky here, but this is his best for a couple. Baz Delata after a famous cricketing family in Holland. Hits the gloves hard. It's either his cousin or his sister, Babette de Leyder, who's the wicket keeper in the Dutch women's team. I can't remember if they're cousins or siblings, either way. And the old man captained Holland, I think I'm right in saying, in the 2003 World Cup, something like that. Samo's giving me a nod.
Earlier than that. What was it, 2003?
I think his dad was the captain of that one.
And Babette de Leyder. Baz's cousin.
Cousin, yeah. Got great gloves. Last ball of the day, and it's left alone as well. So Sibley doing what he needed to get Surrey through to the close. They raced out to 50 for none in a hurry and just dropped the anchor in the last few overs to make sure that they will resume on day 2 with 0 in the wicket column. Burns 40 of those. Sibley 8, trailing by 210 after finishing the job with the second new ball. Durham all out for 262. Dan Worrell 4 for 39. All told, from where Durham were at roughly the halfway mark of the day, Surrey will be chuffed to bits with that, Cam Ponsonby.
No, absolutely. It's ended up being another fantastic day for Surrey at home this season. As you mentioned, Durham were 130 for 3 and kind of cruising, at risk of cruising along. As it happened, Dan Worrell, the pick of the bowlers again, 4 for 39. It's remarkable just how consistent he is, even on his quiet days, to then turn out the other side with another 4 for. And what threatened to be a chance for Durham just to sneak their way back into the match this evening turns into another period of play where Surrey dominated. 52 for none after 12 doesn't seem altogether too dramatic, but the first 6 or 7 overs, Durham missed their lines and lengths and were punished by Rory Burns in particular. And just at the end we saw why Durham selected 16-year-old James Minto to make his first-class debut. He finished with a fantastic over to Rory Burns, including a bumper that really troubled the Surrey captain. But all told, after day 1, Surrey trailed by 210 with all 10 wickets still remaining.
So Durham, after being sent in, bowled out in the 81st over for 262. Worrell 4 for 39. Tom Curran a couple, same as Tom Laws and Sam Curran, 1 for 44. Colin Ackerman top scoring 78 not out with support from Bingham, Lees and de Leyder. And Surrey up to 52 for none after that mini session, just 12 overs in the middle. Burns and Sibley doing as they do. Thank you to everybody who's watched the Surrey stream through the course of this first day, and to those who have watched on Sky Sports Cricket as well. We'll be back for the first ball, just before the first ball. We'll probably jump on at about 20 past 10 tomorrow for the highlights, and then we'll be into day 2 action here at the Kia Oval. Thanks for watching. Catch you tomorrow.